Today is April 14th. This town of Crestone Board of Trustees meeting is being held both in person and via Zoom. The time is 9:32. To ensure timely completion of the town's business, the following procedures will be followed. All participants must keep microphones muted and videos turned off except during citizens' comments or when they're called on to speak by the board. Per section point 7.3 of our rules and procedures of order, we allow 15 minutes total for citizens' comments. Each speaker has up to 3 minutes to speak. Please state your name and address before speaking. If your comments exceed 3 minutes or the allotted time expires, please send your comments to town hall as correspondence for the board's response. If multiple citizens share the same comments, please be brief. Unspoken comments can be submitted to town hall for inclusion as correspondence at the next regular meeting. Will you, roll call, please?
Mayor Byer,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tempore Oslusi,
Here.
Trustee Martinez,
Here.
Trustee Lakai,
Here.
Trustee Oglesby, here, Trustee Nemanakis,
Here.
Trustee Raw,
Oh, not yet. Not.
soon to be Trustee.
Okay, next we're gonna do the vision statement. Yeah.
Historic Crestone, Colorado exemplifies small mountain town beauty within a community committed to multi-generational well-being. The town continues to celebrate its pioneering spirit and unique diversity through contemporary self-reliance. Crestone's goals are to enhance economic viability, environmental preservation, sustainable living practices, and social responsibility.
Thank you. Okay, next we're gonna do approval of agenda. Any changes, comments, concerns, updates? I would like to move Ware and Lonnie to right after the approval of the agenda, so that we can have them vote and listen to everything as a trustee. I'm sorry?
That's good, yeah. Anyways, I would make a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
Can I add?
Yes.
I had an email from the attorney to add a few things, wanted to add resolution number 003/2025, it's a status resolution. To the agenda under new business, it's what sets our clerk, treasurer, and noticing locations. He also wanted to add an ordinance amending town code. It was the ordinance requested by trustee Pauluzzi regarding the water sewer. Code,
Tap on,
the tap on.
specifically tap on.
Is
Yeah,
he gonna bring that up or?
I'm not sure, I would wanna add these things as business items and print them out for you and add them to. But, so I'll have that for you after lunch. The other one was a proposed ordinance regarding UAVs, drones. He drafted legislation, or he drafted an ordinance for you to make a decision regarding, drones in Crestone. And I would put those all under new business as items. G, H, and I.
Dana made a motion.
Oh, I apologize. It was L, M, and N. I was looking at old business.
All right, then I would continue to make a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
I'll second.
Any more discussion?
Yes. On the agenda. Item attachments. Why do we need a resolution to implement more security for the office staff?
I was asked to draft that by the attorney. He said that we would need to put that in place.
We can't just do it all on our own, we have to have a resolution.
Yeah, and I did find a resolution in the past for the original security setup as well.
Okay. All right.
Okay, any more discussion on the agenda? All in favor?
Aye.
Next, we're gonna swear Lonnie in with his oath of office.
And then, would you rather swear, affirm, or swear by God?
Either or is fine.
Okay, you just repeat after me. I, Lonnie Roth,
I, Lonnie Roth,
do swear
do swear
that I will support the Constitution of the United States,
that I will support the Constitution of the United
the
States,
Constitution of the State of Colorado,
the Constitution of the State of Colorado,
and the laws of the State of Colorado,
and the laws of the State of Colorado,
and will faithfully perform the duties of the office of trustee
and will faithfully perform the duties of the office of trustee
upon which I'm about to enter
upon which I'm about to enter
to the best of my ability.
to the best of my ability.
This.
Congratulations, trustee Roth.
Welcome back.
Yeah.
Welcome back. It's been a while.
Congratulations.
Welcome back. How about this? Thank you for your service.
Yeah. Hopefully it all works out good for everybody.
Very good, honest man.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Next on the agenda is minutes from March 11, 2025. Any comment, changes, concerns?
I move we approve the minutes of March 11th, 2025.
Is there a second?
A second.
Any more discussion? You wanna make a change?
Did you discuss the town's electric vehicle charging station?
Yeah,
Okay.
you mean on my mayor's report?
Yeah.
Yes. But I don't know if we'll get it before summer. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
I should abstain, right?
Yeah, we have it. Next, we have the meeting minutes from March 24th, 2025. Special meeting.
I make a motion to approve the minutes
Second.
from special meeting March 24th.
And it says on here regular meeting, so we might want to change it as a special meeting, right? Okay. Sorry,
It's a special board meeting.
on the top of the minutes,
Oh,
Yeah, it's just regular.
is there any more discussion on that? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Abstain.
Okay. Next, we have citizens' comments, 15 minutes, 3 minutes each. Yes. Name and address, please.
Hello, everyone. My name is Nathan Good. Resident since August 2nd here in the town of Crestone. I'd like to start just by thanking you guys for hanging in there during this difficult time of restructuring. You're all doing a great job, just so you know, contrary to others' opinions. Does that come through clear enough? So number one, I'm cleaning up over there at the barn. Just kind of tidying up, getting everything straight. Some of you may have noticed I've got a little solarium going on there, and I'll check with the office, just double check on like using the permit for that. Mainly, I'm here today to let you know that I'm offering no charge to the town and residents, or anyone for that matter, if there's something that pops up, if there's a need for mediation. I recently completed a crisis de-escalation cert. We had a guy come out, and many of us from Baca, Crestone, Charter School, Peace Patrol attended, and it was a real good, amazing class, got a lot out of it. And so I can share that with anyone who wants to know about how that went. It's pretty intense. And we might bring the guy back from Pueblo again and do a second round because it was so amazing, right? So as you know, I'm a supporter of government. I believe in some structure. And Lonnie and I were having a brief conversation this morning about the importance of not having too many rules, especially rules that can't be followed. It creates like a cognitive dissonance, especially with children. So we have a sign that say no drugs, no alcohol, this and that and the other thing, but it's happening. The kids are like, oh, these rules mean nothing. So I'm hoping for either removing those signs or actually upholding our policies. I think that's really important. I'm also an anarchist deep down. I believe in our constitution, which is basically do no harm, live and let live. But if there's harm being done, then I think that's when the town needs to step in, not for frivolous infractions on statutes and regulations that are really no real reason to be there other than maybe collect money, which if the town wants to do that, that's fine. But I have had in-depth conversations with Mateo. I like Mateo a lot. I'm sad that he's not with us anymore as that. I'm glad he's still working for the town for general, he's keeping it pretty around here. He does a great job. I think there's a lot of good people going on here. So with that said, I did offer to help with that position, but I don't like the idea of a code enforce or in compliance when there's not enough healthy structure around what that means. And I had discussion with Mateo. I wasn't here for the executive session, but when I talked to him, he said he just didn't feel like he could do that under the particular guidance that he had and the structure that was in place. So I'm putting my hat in, and I know you guys are working hard on how to work that, but to figure out something that works, that the town is compensated for infractions that are real, such as the dog bites that could happen, which could be a liability in the town. And to create a structure that shows a priority of systems of why one would want to have something that would, in my opinion, would be more of a compensation to the town. So rather than a fine schedule, it would be more of a compensation for inconvenience. I mean, if you have to dispatch somebody out to deal with people who are breaking the rules and they could be doing harm, then the town should be compensated for that. And but a nice way to do it would be to do a one warning, like no charge, because but now you're warned, if this happens again, there will be compensation to the town, the reimbursement, right? And then that way, that person, whoever that would be, and I would hope it to be a town mitigation or safety officer. And that way, it doesn't have this enforcement compliance thing, which is so weird. There's people who want heavy-handed stuff, and then there's people who want liaison type stuff, right? How much time we got? Okay. So I'm offering no charge to figure out an interim way or something that could happen where, you know, as you know, I'm a supporter of the events. I'm a supporter of gathering, pro-community. And my mom is one of the people who was on the other side of, you know, what shut it down and.
Okay, we're gonna have to cut you off though.
Oh, you wanna cut me off?
Yeah, we gotta cut you off because we get 3 minutes.
Oh, okay.
Once you hit 3 minutes.
All right, no problem.
Sorry, I should.
Okay, anyway, now you know at least that much.
Thank you for your offer and we will.
Okay.
We can put it on the agenda.
Okay,
Right now, we're just
all
gonna.
right, I've got like a few more moments, Ben. Concerning fire department with the WUI.
No.
No? Okay.
If you don't mind.
No problem.
Actually get it on the agenda so that we
Okay,
have more time.
okay, that's fine. That's all right. Warren's not here. I thought I could take
Under
his
citizens comments. Are you trying to yield back?
It's all good. I'm all right with it. You guys comply with everything you want to comply with.
Thank
I'll
you.
turn it on.
And then we have, anybody online that wants to give citizens comment? Dan Gray is a citizen that has given comments and then he's now on the agenda for a longer,
No problem.
a longer.
I'll go meet with Patty.
So, any more citizens comments? Andrew, would you like to speak? Thank you.
You're welcome.
Next, we're gonna move on to presentation of bills.
I've got before we give that approval to pay these bills, I got a couple of questions. There's, with Conley Waste Management and somebody at Fire Extinguisher, there was no stamp or, sign off by by the staff. Is it okay to let those go, those two go?
Yeah,
Okay.
those were received from Patty was out of the office, I forgot to stamp them.
Yeah, no worries, I just wanted to make sure that it was okay. Golden's bill, there were two late charges on there for total $28.50. And I don't know how that, because we have 2 meetings a month, approving paying bills. Did they give you any reason why they were?
No, but I'd be happy to look into that and
Could you
try and get
please?
them removed.
Yeah, if you could. And, I'm not sure about this yellow bill. It's $381. Is that,
That's internet for, is that the internet one?
I did it, I might be wrong, but if you would please double check it, because I thought it was probably about $64.09 off. But it might be my error. And if those corrections or additions are changed, then I would recommend the board go ahead and have the authorize the mayor to sign for the bill.
So that would be a motion.
Yes.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any more discussion on the bills? Are you just gonna check into those?
Thank you.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you for paying the bills. Next we have a treasurer's report.
Sorry, just give me one moment.
Okay.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, I missed one last thing, and it's just a question. On Harvester, the bills for repair of the equipment. The same invoice number is used on 2 different amounts. One was $1,800 some odd dollars, and the other was $1,300 some odd dollars. Is that 1,300 included in 18, or are they 2 separate bills? Because they were only on.
What bill did you refer to?
Harvester?
Harvester.
Another track.
Here's this track.
Would that be, here? Yes. Yeah,
Oh,
US
US
track and
track.
harvest. Sorry, I missed that. They're using both of those, the statement and the bill, under the same invoice number of,
Okay, well, okay, so this is the replacement of the windshield,
yeah,
which we can file a claim with insurance, I think. And we should be able to get 500 of this back. That was also PM service. It had service, it had not been serviced. And from what I've discovered, it had been serviced in probably 2 years. So it was way overdue. So I got the service and the windshield replaced. So those are 2 different charges.
2 separate bills.
And it also went in for a recall on the brakes, which was no charge. So those were the things that we had.
So what do we owe them total?
So we'll owe them $1,896. So it's, and then,
There was another one for 13.
yeah, hold on a second. Yeah, it's 1896 is the total charge. So it was $523.
I read it as we owe them $1,896.
Right,
Because there's 2 segment totals, there's the 523, which is for, it looks like an oil change.
right.
And then there's a 1361 that looks like the windshield and some other parts
It's
and
for
whatnot.
keys, yeah, for keys and to repair the doors. There was damage to the doors on that. So, yeah, so.
Where are you seeing that? Did you get it in?
Brent, are you gonna follow up with Sarsa on the insurance thing?
Oh, yeah, I've got a claim, document that I'll file with them, so we'll get 500. I think the deductible is 500, so we'll get 500 off of whatever this cost was. So, from what I understand from some.
Where are you seeing those bills? I didn't get those.
So they're, separately in the, I know they're not part of the whole board packet. They are, when you go back to the binder, at the bottom of the
I never
letter,
can get my
the
binder.
bottom of the email, there you go.
See if this works. That's the budget.
So the bill is only the 18.
Is the 1896, yeah, that includes the pricing of windshield and the other repairs. Yeah.
Sorry for the
Okay.
It is kind of confusing, I see what you're talking about.
Yeah, the way they wrote it is
Yeah.
confusing.
But just to start the treasurer's report off, I asked our clerk treasurer to print out our approved budget, which, is on your desk in front of you. I'd like you guys to keep it in front of you. We can leave it on the tables and then she'll clean it up and then put it back out. But if you look on, the second page and the fourth page, there's separate columns to write in for our draft 25 supplemental budget and our 26. It says draft, the pink column says draft 25 supplemental, it's actually draft 26 budget. So if you go in there, cross off 25 supplemental and just add 2026, that's how it should be.
So the pink column is supposed to be 2026.
Right. And the idea is, as we get more information, we can write in on this, how we want, you know. Especially when it comes to beginning balances, that's where the audit comes in. So once we get the 23 audit approved and the 24 audit approved, then we will start writing in under 25 draft supplemental budget, and then we'll start going back and fixing everything to supplement the 25. So that was what I asked Ariel to do for us. He did a good job, although it's big, it doesn't fit on all the sheets.
That was sorry, that was the only way to have it be big enough that you could see it. So,
It's fine.
Ronnie finalized the 2023 audit, right?
No, we're on the second draft,
Okay.
and we'll talk about that and get further.
Did we approve the bills?
Yeah, we did.
okay. You, sorry, I just needed a minute for my minutes. For our treasurer's report, I just want to highlight that we're prioritizing financial transparency and accuracy this month. With that being said, I apologize to not have reports in front of you today. I will have them at the special meeting. I'm not gonna make any excuses, but they wouldn't have been right because I'm still working on access issues to different parts of our financials. I just got access to our credit card about a day or two ago, so that wouldn't have been on the report, so I didn't feel that they would have been accurate. Also working on getting access to the cash management system with First Southwest Bank, and we should be at the end of that. I just provide them everything that they need to move forward and hope that it will be done soon. Also working on access to SIPA. We found an issue with the access that we currently have and seeing all the payments that are going through. So long story short, just working through a number of issues in the office to be able to provide you with accurate financial reporting. This month, I also worked on the highway users tax fund with trustee Kozlowski. I think we made real substantial headway in that regards and should be receiving the allocations from them approximately like $3,000. So we've initiated actions to secure these funds and ensure compliance with the state and reporting requirements. We've also made significant progress through finance committee on the audit. And we have a second draft in front of us today. I would urge everyone to take a look at the audit and read through it carefully and see if there's any changes that you believe need to be brought to the auditor. Otherwise, we could let him know that we're ready for a final draft to be approved in the meeting by the board. Let's see. One big thing I worked on this month was getting the water sewer billing out. It took approximately 60 hours of my time to complete that project. I just bring that up for the fact of the financials. It was not cheaper than using a billing software. If you take my time versus what I'm paid, that's how much essentially you paid to have the billing come out of QuickBooks. I don't have the exact number in front of me, I could do it very quickly, but approximately like $5,000 is what was spent on having that. But now all of your water sewer customers are in QuickBooks, all the items are there, and the bills have all been sent out accordingly. Every customer received essentially like a package of information. It's a letter explaining the issues that we've had with the billing company that are still ongoing and being addressed. All of the invoices from this year, as well as a statement of their account and a water sewer survey to try and capture correct information for all of the customers. Where we're at with the company itself is they have acknowledged that they didn't respond to me for well over a month and did not fix our issue until last week. I will be requesting a refund for their services because we never use them, they're never utilized, so. I will keep you up to date on that, but I don't really foresee any problems with, getting a refund for
And this will-
services unused.
This will carry over indefinitely on QuickBooks, so we're pretty much, it was a one-time thing. You update it as the customers come on, and then we just move on and next year we're.
Exactly, it won't take so long in the future. What took long was creating 400 invoices, 100 customers, dealing with opening balances, dealing with credit memos, applying payments. So, I've set up a process and a system for Patty and I and Brent to use, in the future going forward, so it should be pretty streamlined from here on out.
And then as far as like, moving forward with, hydrant fees, it's same thing, it carries over.
I'm gonna do those separately.
Oh.
I understand in the past why they were combined in some ways, but I think it was extremely confusing to most everyone. Why they were getting hydrant fees when they don't have water or sewer in the town. So I'm just gonna look at those as completely different entities. And everyone is about to get a letter letting them know that hydrant fees will be assessed in June. And we'll take care of it then, but it will be kind of a similar process. Most of the people are already entered in QuickBooks. Whoever isn't will be entered and billed accordingly.
Nice.
Should we wait till June to pay the hydrant fee?
You can pay in advance if you want. I have the ability to take advance payments on everything. So that's completely up to you. It's the same every year, so. And I could tell you what yours is based on our files too.
I need $72.
Yeah, I was thinking it was 70.
Thanks for doing all that.
Yeah, thank you.
Of course, I filled in a little folder.
The biggest portion of the week, I just helped.
Well, I just like to add that that's huge because I've been here for, I think in town for 5 years. And I've never gotten a bill for it. I've always paid it, but I've never gotten a bill, so.
I've also not, I've always just walked in and been like, hey, I think I need to pay this.
Yeah,
So that's right.
I know I've promised before that things would be better, but they will actually be better now, and we will be able to have a full statement of your account. You can see exactly where you're at, we can fill out, we can print, we have more control over the whole process this way, so that's really nice. And I ran it by our bookkeeper and she was really happy. There's still some cleanup that we have to do, things that I didn't understand from an accounting perspective that might cause work for her. So there's always cleanup after a transition, so I encourage anybody who's having an issue with their bill to come talk to us and we can figure it out in the office and make sure everything's squared away.
Cool.
Does it also looks back and takes, payments that haven't been made, like, look back on the unpaid accounts receivable?
Yes, I can run reports on, who's not here, for sure. And that's really the end of my treasurer's report. If you have any more questions, I'm happy to answer.
Thank you so much for your hard work on this.
Thank you, it feels really good to be done.
Yeah.
You seem relieved.
Yeah, it was hanging on me very heavily.
Yeah, I was gonna do
Former
like-
factor, you did a good job.
Yeah, since you've been here, you've been battling that program.
Yeah.
Well, we're like this for having-
Everybody's been battling that program.
Yes.
Okay, so then we have finance committee report. We had a meeting with the auditor. It was intense and didn't have to be, but it was turned into him almost quitting on us. Which wasn't so good, but I think we pulled him back to into alignment. We're gonna be we had the audit, you know, obviously. When you go back 2 years and you pull together all the information. What he discovered was, you know, he can only work on what's being given to him, basically. That's the only thing he has to work with, so. He did his very best to try to make it so that, I mean, everything is reconciled to the penny, which is really good, so the bank accounts, everything's reconciled, it's just a matter of what categories things go in, and so it's a little tricky for an auditor to go back that far, you know, we're so late on it, so really, we're at the point where we gotta move on and start 24. He's gonna get that done on time, which is great, I hope. I mean, that's the hope, is that he gets it done on time.
So at that meeting, did Ronnie say like, this is what I can do with 23, like, here's the draft, y'all approve it, and I'm gonna move on to 24 now?
We had a few issues that Dennis and I sat down and went through, it took about 10 minutes to just put things into another, you know, other categories based on what, we were given, what he was given. And that was pretty easy, and he fixed it for this draft, it's supposed to be draft 2. But yeah, he said we were fine, I mean, right, I mean, he didn't, I mean, of course, there's, you know, gonna be, controversy around it, but as you can see, we have it in hand, and we can be somewhat proud that we have it. I think as we move forward, 24 is gonna be, we'll be more proud of. And then 25, we're gonna be really proud of, because we are got all of our controls in order. You know, 90, what do you say, 95%, 98% of our controls are
In place,
in place.
especially with Andrea helping with reconciliations and.
So. Yeah, anything else with the,
I was just gonna ask, I don't know how much longer we wanna wait for the board's review of 23 audit. I'm confident, I would be prepared to make a motion that we accept the second draft. And to instruct the auditor to go ahead and proceed with 24.
I would second that.
okay, well, we do have that in our, new business C. So if you want to, as the finance committee report, we can just move that into that and just cross it off our agenda. So, is there any more discussion on that? You have a second, first and second, to approve draft 2 as a complete for 2023, draft 2 of 2023 audit.
I don't know,
Yeah.
I feel like I should still abstain because I don't know anything.
Well, you have it in your binder.
Yeah,
This binder is actually kind of like a nice reference, because we have a few things in there that we can go back and look at, like the procurement policy. This audit, we can review it, and then,
I think I did briefly look at it, and I was clear that I wouldn't have known what happened in 2023, so.
we barely.
Yeah.
We're just,
Yeah, I mean, I think at this point, it's like the auditors, you know, obviously the person who has done all of the digging. And the idea that we could keep looking at it and glean more information from it or tell him how to do his job,
I
it doesn't seem.
I
Like-
see the sentiment, sorry. I see the sentiment is that it's probably imperfect and it's the best we can
You
do.
know, we could spend thousands of dollars trying to find thousands of dollars.
I get it. I think I get it, so.
Yeah, good.
Yeah.
So all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Nice. 23 is done, 24, yeah. And now there's a way to file that so that it goes into our, I think it's under Dole, is it under Dole you file it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Have we heard anything from the state about our proposed budget?
I filed, sorry, I meant to file it in my report, but I did file it with Dola, I haven't heard back there.
I need to do this.
Sometime.
Yeah. All right, moving on to anything more on the finance committee report, we good on that? Cross off C13 new business. My report, it's been 1 year since I was appointed to this position as mayor. This year's progress has been far different than you would expect if everything in our world was normal and to date. Unfortunately, we inherited a somewhat of a mess from our previous administration, and since I was a trustee in that administration, I have to take some responsibility for it. For the past years, prior to last April, we let a lot of our foundational governing expectations slip. I don't know if that makes sense, but the foundational governing, like, we'll go into that. Our office was in a disarray. Our financial books were completely out of whack and our staff was brand new and asked to do things way beyond their capabilities and capacities. It was overwhelming and the work ahead seemed staggering. Well, in 1 year, I can honestly say that we are substantially closer to bringing it back on track. Thanks to Ariel, Brent, Patty, Brett, Andrea, Ronnie, and now Skip, we have brought our chaos back into order. We finally have a handle on the basic governance of our small rural town. I'd like to give a special thanks and deep heartfelt gratitude to our clerk treasurer, Miss Ariel Blackwell. She has been the true central force that has pulled us through. Her resilience and perseverance are phenomenal and remarkable. She went from being hired as office assistant to becoming a professional, competent town clerk in a very short time, not to mention taking on the treasurer's position as well. We are so blessed to have Ariel leading and running the executive branch of our town. I hope we can all recognize Ariel's great achievements and talents and give deep bows for her ongoing commitment to the town of Crestone. Since it's Clerk Appreciation Month, I'd like to entertain a motion to buy Ariel a gift that shows our appreciation for her work. I was thinking something like a gift certificate to a dinner we would pay.
Starbucks.
I don't know, Starbucks. Friends drink Starbucks.
Oh, that was good. Oh,
How about,
we should send Keith and Ariel to the circle time.
except that Keith can't, but we'll figure it. Well,
Oh, he can hear.
But anyway, no, that's a good.
We allocate funding in the amount not to exceed $150 for our clerk treasurer for her online efforts and contribution and loyalty.
I will second that.
Any discussion?
I think we should give her $1 million.
Out of our water and sewer.
Well, 100, I don't think is gonna cut a deal these days.
What, yeah, I was gonna say maybe we should bump it up to like 250, cause if you actually wanna go to a nice dinner and like leave a tip and everything, that's probably more accurate than what the
100 is fine.
We said 150.
Let's
leave it there.
compromise and say 150.
Okay.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you so much, guys. Thank you for your kindness. I don't know what to say, I'm embarrassed.
And I have a gift for you, but it's not ready yet.
Okay, that's exciting.
Next year is an election year, and I'm really hoping that all board members that are up for election start considering a rerun for their seats.
I cannot.
Hoping that people think we have a great team forming. And it's, usually takes a couple of years to really find our way in this position of leadership and governance. As mayor, I'm still learning so much in my role. I'm learning how to manage my time and have patience with our progression. Realizing that true progress starts with the very foundation of governance itself. It's difficult to move forward without a solid understructure in public noticing, effective consensual meetings, a solid understanding of our finances, an understanding of our jurisdictional boundaries, and tracking of department and staff responsibilities. Each one of these basic governmental prerequisites open up into an extensive field of understanding and contemplation. This is our work and this is our mandate. My mayoral priorities for this year and into 2026 are, we just approved 2023 budget audit, so that was first. 2024 audit has to be done and approved. We need to insert data, revise and supplement the 2025 budget. Hopefully we can do that really soon after we get 24. And then start the 26 budget. These are crucial. It's really, and then once we get our budgets in order, they will go into the QuickBooks and then we can start seeing how we are progressing in spending against profit. Our profit and loss shows how much we allocated in our budget, how much we spent, and that usually supposed to show a percentage, and that's really important as we move forward. We gotta get all of our grants finalized and or defunded, and we gotta get clear on all our grants. We're gonna talk about that today. We need to upgrade our water infrastructure, so we gotta figure out now, we got denied $25,000 grant, we need to still figure out how to upgrade that equipment. It's a really important thing.
I have something to add.
Okay. We'll talk more about that at water report. We need to lower our BODs with grease traps and our policies, so as we move forward, we're gonna see our BODs, which are our grease, fats, solids, hopefully go down quite a bit. At water and sanitation, that's a real important thing. It was really off the charts last time.
We have some compliance, measures that are underway right now that will help to reduce it.
Great. We need to build new relations with our county governments, county departments and government. We need to build relations with government organizations, i.e. Colorado Municipal League, Colorado Colorado Council of Governments, Council of Government. The Trails Coalition, there's a meeting coming up, we need to start building a relationship with the Trails Coalition. The San Luis Valley recreational, San Luis Valley REC, which is the rural electrical co-op. We need to have meetings with them because they wanna talk about, like, in an emergency, how we would handle like a shutdown of power. So that's something we need to work on. And then our federal neighbors, the BLM. Kizan asked me to talk to the Forest Service. We kind of need to initiate a conversation with the Forest Service regarding fires. Or just being neighbors with them, the Fish and Wildlife and the National Park, if we can. Try to arrange for new relations with them. And maybe we can even have like a liaison from the board that can reach out to them, something like that, so that would be really good as we move forward. We need to figure out our electric vehicle station. That's something that I've been task to do and I have been kind of failing on,
Nick Navarez helped him get that installed and I talked to him about it and he said he would talk to the guy who originally installed it and got the grant to do
Right.
it. So we also have Nick on the case.
okay, well, I would love to, have other trustees looking into it, so if you get some information, then.
Totally.
Okay. Yes,
And just, one thing with this charging station, if you're gonna have it fixed, maybe we could get it upgraded to a quick charge station. This is a slow charge.
oh, okay, oh, yeah,
And a lot of people are, I just wanna eat, dinner here and then, take off.
right.
And, it's just kind of like a trickle charge.
Yeah, that one, there's there's class 1, class 2, and class 3, I think it says, or level 1, level 2, level 3. Level 2 is AC, level 3 is actually like a fast DC charge. Seeing those are really big, they require they are noisy, they're like, they
Yeah.
pump out a lot of electricity, so. We'll see what we can do,
Okay,
but, maybe in another location.
yeah, well, it's just something that, some of the people that use the station say that we're.
Yeah, I mean, you could do it in like an hour and a half with one of those
Yeah.
DC
Just hang
ones.
on.
That'd be really cool, actually.
Yeah.
I agree. We gotta get caught up with our yearly requirements for being a statutory town, i.e. Make sure that we get the mill levy set this year properly, things like that, liens, all liens that we might have this year. Obviously budgets, audits, employee withholdings, all that stuff. There's a list that, Elaine had given us that we need to make sure that we're following.
I still have that.
Yeah, good. We gotta get caught up on all of our accounts receivables, hydrant fees, she's working on water and sanitation. Water and sand, that's more like, the billing that she's working on. Business licenses, Huffline, that's all accounts receivable, grant reimbursements, so every grant that we have put money into, we gotta make sure that we're getting those reimbursements back and then account for them properly. We gotta get our codes in order, we start reviewing changes that we need to make, codify the existing resolutions and ordinances, which Ariel's working on. And we're gonna be doing that, the existing ones this year. And then start looking at road upgrades and drainage for growth areas, i.e. Lime Street is a big one. We have a lot of growth going on over on Lime. South Alder, which is leading into Lime Street, and South Hemlock. Above there, we wanna figure out probably more like cutting traffic down on South Hemlock. So we've been talking to the neighbors over there, Dennis is one of them, but that's a big issue that's gonna be coming up as Living Wisdom comes into effect. Lastly, there's something in our mission statement that says contemporary self-reliance. And I keep coming back to that because I feel like when it comes to that sign that we have up that Nathan was talking about with the drugs and alcohol, I think having the sign up is actually a really good thing. I don't think it's bad. It's whether we're gonna enforce it or we're gonna rely on contemporary self-reliance and everybody to sort of be able to enforce their own codes and rules. I think, if everybody actually enforced themselves and we had dogs on leashes or we didn't let our dogs loose or, we wouldn't even really need a code compliance officer. Everybody would be pretty much following the rules, but unfortunately that doesn't happen. But in our world, we can start looking at our own contemporary self-reliance and relying on ourselves for, either slight enforcement or just suggestions to people.
Policing ourselves.
Yeah, policing ourselves first and then policing, or, and I don't know if it's policing, but it's, I guess it polices policyholders, policy enforcement, but the idea is that, if you, like Ariel saw somebody with, the dog off the leash and she got confronted pretty heavily by it, but then other people stepped in and backed her up and it turned out to be okay, right? I mean, it was kind of discouraging and pretty traumatizing, but the same time, you saw that, you just kind of suggested it, and we didn't have to have our, you know, and this comes down to, this fire ban that we're gonna have as well. If, you know, talking to your neighbors, you know, Kizan and I talk a lot about dogs, and we talk a lot about fires and bears and all that stuff. It's just kind of like, you know, suggesting things that allow us to be more reliant and not so much based on governmental oversight over structures. I think we can start sticking to small governance. We don't have to be a big government that has all these departments, and we can really, you know, keep it tighter and be self-reliant. So that was something I want to bring up. Anything else for the mayor as far as questions, comments, concerns?
So, from what you just said, you know, not everybody in town feels like they can really they have a relationship with their neighbor. Unfortunately, it's changed a lot in the old days where we knew everybody and their dogs and their kids and everything. But I think the idea within our town, some things that are community building, something to put our thoughts on that, neighborhood block parties or things where you feel like you are neighbors. And I don't know how that would look, but when you were talking about that, yeah, we meet in the street and we talk about things, and I'm sure other neighbors do. They pass each other and this or that, or walking their dogs around, they get to know each other. But I also feel sometimes as our communities evolve and change and new people's moved in, we might not necessarily know all the neighbors within a 1 block or 2 block. And I think for things like what you were just talking about, having a sense of a neighborhood or a community is important, and I'm not sure how to create that, but that was my thoughts about what you were talking about. The other thing about I'm always been an optimist, and I don't like to see a lot of heavy enforcement, but I do feel like having the signs about no alcohol or drugs gives us a leg to stand on if there is a problem. If somebody's sitting out there having a beer and just, you know, whatever, if you can decide you're just not gonna bother with it. If you got a group of people and there being a problem, then you have something to stand on where you can do enforcement. And I think that takes a certain amount of judgment for the code enforcer, you know, how hard they wanna be on things. But I think it's good that we have some rules that we can fall back on if there turns out to be a problem. You know, give the town a little bit of strength, but the code enforcement officer can decide whether or not they're gonna say, oh, that's so-and-so's dog, let me give them a call and say, hey, your dog's out, or they're gonna go through a great big enforcement issue. And so I think that's a part of that community consciousness. And if we can do more to encourage meet and greets and community activities, I think that would be a good thing to do.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing, Kizan. I think that as a board, the support we've shown for people coordinating events in town. And, you know, also the support we've shown to, you know, have those events be respectful of people who are living in town. I think like that's gonna do something this summer, you know, between like the Saturday market. I think Kelsey's really gonna make that like a happening thing. And the movie nights, and, you know, I think that those things are gonna make a big difference too.
I think that's really good, but I think, you know, a lot of the events you go to here, are the whole greater community, Crestone, Baca, Casita Park, even Moffett. And they're not necessarily my next door neighbor or somebody who lives two blocks away from me, so. That sort of a community.
We have a hippie hill party.
I was gonna say, let's have a hemlock party.
Oh, no, we should do that, so
Yeah.
anyways, thoughts.
Other communities that I lived in, some of them bigger, some of them about the same size. The Chamber of Commerce, and I know we don't have one, would do what you had said, meet and greet. When new persons moved into the community, they were notified and they would arrange a bowl, knock on the door, you know, and give out information on what services are available, what event support are available. And from that point, we just stimulate a conversation and do exactly, the result was exactly what you said. The person didn't feel like they were alone or uncomfortable moving into a new community. But that's a little bit about it.
Well, I had, a month ago, was walking around looking for the dog, and I ran into Sean there. And it's like, oh, you live here, I didn't know that, block away from my house, oh, you know, you're living in Ryan's old house, I'm like, I didn't know that, how long you been there? It's been like 2 years. I'm like, how could I not know that he moved there? But I didn't, you know.
And he bought the house too.
I think in the same way too, it's like it fosters a spirit, if we all know each other, when we're having problems with each other, then we can actually approach that person and talk to them about it, rather than it having to go through a code enforcer or like a cop or something, you know? Like, I know that my corner's super busy, like, and I'm a very busy person, and I know I annoy people sometimes. And so like, but you know, like Dennis will come and tell me if I'm being annoying. But, you know, not everybody knows me and like feels like they can come and tell me or whatever, so.
Well, we're doing this thing called, here to listen thing, it was happening at Cloud, but it might be a good idea to set up a table at Saturday Market where we can sit and have like, you know, some chairs set up.
Yeah, didn't that here to listen kind of dwindle to nothing?
They kind of did, and I think what happened, Dennis was actually there a lot when you first started coming in. I mean, as a resident, you were coming a lot to try to get more information. But I think,
That's a great idea.
I liked it a lot.
yeah,
Yeah,
I mean, but I think it should be even more public where I mean, I know mosquito season's coming on. We might not wanna sit outside. But even at the picnic table or something like that, where we just set up and take notes from, you know, residents that wanna talk to.
You know, the one thing about here to listen as a civilian or a member of the board, I saw that it started to become, by not everyone that would attend, but more of to instigate trouble or an uncomfortable feeling with former mayor and sometimes whatever board member before. And to me, there were a couple of times when I felt myself getting a little bit angry at what was going on and actually had to leave because it was not, what I understood, it was not meeting with what the intentions were.
Right.
And that's that your legitimate concerns and complaints.
Well, when I participated, it was to let the citizens realize what we have to deal with. Because when anything goes wrong, blame the board.
Yeah.
Or this person's fence line is 2 inches on my property, blame the board. You know, and instead of talking to your neighbor, they would come to the board and expect us to fix it. But most citizens don't realize what a pain in the neck being on a board, serving as
Exactly.
a public servant truly is. The time, the sleepless nights. You can go on, and that's what I intended it to be, to let people know, you know what? Hey, why don't you run or be on this committee? Come on, you've got an opinion, be on this committee, you'd be great. You
And
know,
I know the answer you got. No,
but that's what I thought it was intended to be, but it did turn into
I'm
just
bothered
a.
by my mic.
Oh, you can just lie it down if you want.
That's fine, I just need it.
People
be
get worse,
working.
citizens wanting us to fix the world's problems.
we're always at fault.
So. I mean, we could talk about it at the next meeting, about just setting up a table and sitting out there on Saturday market days and just seeing if people wanna sit down and talk about town issues or jurisdictional. A lot of people don't understand jurisdiction. They don't understand that we actually have town boundaries and that, you know, the kiosk is not our jurisdiction and the, you know, the trail was not our jurisdiction.
I just don't wanna be held responsible if I lose my temper.
maybe we'll pick somebody else then.
Yeah.
Here to listen might be a very patient position. to be.
Yeah, I'll see if if I can do Saturdays, I would start it off. On Saturdays,
Season's over.
yeah, well, it's not really over either.
Well,
There
we
was
used
still a
to
couple mountains
have
over.
to serve twice. Each board member had to serve at least twice, there was a calendar,
Right,
and you could sign up when you were available to do that, but.
Okay.
So me to do that, or do you wanna talk about it?
do you guys wanna restart it?
Maybe, I mean, I feel like Chelsea's gonna be in support of it, but maybe we should reach out to Chelsea and tell her that we're having this idea. And get into her flow,
Okay.
and then,
Just
yeah.
see if they can
get a
set up a-
calendar Together,
I would call it an information table.
yeah,
Yeah,
Okay, I'll talk to Chelsea about her.
our own Chamber of Commerce on a picnic.
just, I don't know, yeah.
So,
This is gonna be at
So she
Saturday
has
market.
like $12 spots or something.
that's what I was
like
thinking.
that.
It'd be
Yeah,
a
that's
good-
spring game and easy.
Right, like we're here now.
Easy up with the mosquitoes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Everybody's gonna wanna hang out. Yeah. We have one with the mosquito net?
No,
we can get one, we can get some, make some.
I have one, but I don't think it has a net around it.
What are you looking for? I have a tent.
Easy up.
Mosquito net.
one of those easy ups that
Mosquito
has.
part. I use my tent.
No mosquitoes this year.
Oh, it is.
It's too dry.
Too dry.
They're all really bad.
So the last thing on my report was, we had discussed this campaign, and I still think we should keep bringing it forward to slow Crestone down. Slow
Campaign to
Crestone, slow Crestone campaign, something that we should either invest in some
Like-
signs.
People in their cars,
Huh?
like speed.
Yeah, like, you know, something that is gentle on people, but they kind of get the message, and we already kind of did that last couple years with Day of maybe making those signs. But maybe it would be good, like, and I don't know if we can, but under the stop sign or something, we just say, please keep Crestone slow. You know, something like that, something gentle, yes,
Okay, I don't like more signs,
okay.
but that's my personal opinion. I don't think cars are the entire problem. 2 days ago, there were two bicyclists. Must have been going at least 50 miles per hour coming down Alder and didn't even look at that four-way stop sign. And I mean, it's the rules of the road. Pedestrians, yesterday, two little kids on their little scooters. I mean, we're just dying to die because they were just in and out, on the road. Pedestrians, cyclists, motorcyclists, and cars have to follow the rule of the road. I don't think we should pick on cars alone. We need to pick on
Well, that's
everybody.
why I think a sign that says keep Crestone slow, just.
Well, bicyclists apparently don't think it applies to them.
They do.
So we had,
Arrogant bicycles.
so for years ago, we had a slogan there, was one in Crestone, that was slow down, this is Crestone. Remember that one? Slow
Yeah.
down, this is Crestone, and there was even bumper stickers that were
If
made.
you're in a hurry, you're in the
That
wrong
old dog
place.
man who
Yeah.
did that. And then Margot Williams made up even bumper stickers that said, slow down, this is Crestone. And it was kind of a little thing for a while, so, it related not just to traffic, but to your own state of mind. The slow down, this is Crestone, so like chill, everybody, or stop being so fast and busy. So, you know, we always kind of like that one. I do think, again, that having all the pedestrian crossings painted,
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I think it's just all of those stripes on the road, having them done ASAP. When you see them, it triggers your mind that there's gonna be people and pedestrians, and I think it also tells pedestrians to cross here. That it's like, we designated this for you, and all of that signage, there's a road signage, there's a real reason for that. And I really would like to see getting that painted to be a priority, because our summer traffic is already coming along. And then I also, like I mentioned last meeting, to turn Alder and Silver into a four-way stop. And I would be willing to make that a motion that we expend the amount of money and have installed a four-way stop at at that
I
intersection.
have a question, didn't we request that from the county last year?
Yeah, I think we made a
And
motion.
they said it was
like,
not necessary, or they weren't gonna do it? I don't know, I think we discussed this last year.
We had made a motion to do it at one point, and I don't remember, it was maybe like 2 years ago.
I was still working.
Yeah, I remember, and we tried to do it, but I think we just have to do it ourselves and not let them dictate.
It's our right of way. We don't,
Yeah, but the county maintains all their,
That's why the county gets half of our hub.
We're trying to take it back though, a little bit.
yeah,
good,
and just hit on it. The striping needs to be done, the sign, four-way sign stop should be done, but we need to. And I'd like to get it done tomorrow, but we need to talk about what we're paying for quarterly with the counties. And what we're paying for out of our own pocket, because what I would not like to do is for us to go out and he can find contractors in a few minutes to do all the striping, and then turn around and get billed for something from the county that they didn't have anything to do with. We paid $2,600 for a quarter. Actually, I think it's more than that. And I can go on for a very, very long time about that. But if you multiply that out to the point, we got 13 years left of that agreement, that's over $130,000 that we'll be paying Saguache County, and for what, I really don't know.
So I really agree with you, however, I think that striping needs to be done soon if we're gonna try to deal with them about who does what, who pays for what. It's gonna be another 2 years before we find that out. And I'm wondering if either we ask them to do that and see if they come, if they send us a bill, then we can dispute that bill as part of our agreement. And that might hurry along those discussions if we've got a disputed bill.
I tried to dispute the last bill we got for $2,600, and we got somewhat of a sarcastic, letter in another bill.
Okay, and then we also have recourses that says we deduct that bill out of their monthly payment for the HUTF funds. And we say, okay, this is the 4,000, whatever you're supposed to get, minus this amount of money that we have as our outlay. And this can force the issue of actually going over this agreement, because we keep bringing this up and they keep postponing it. And if we deduct the amount out of the money that we pay them, that will force the issue for clarity. But I feel like we need to get this road striping done and soon, and to put that request in, it needs to be done.
Well, we need to do it in a new way, because the way that they've been doing it is not working, it's wearing down so quick.
Or if we do it ourselves, then the bill for that comes off of our payment that we give to them.
The problem though, Kevin, and I agree 100% with you, it's not the way the IGA is written.
It's not in the IGA.
That's not the way the IGA is written.
That we cannot, we can't deduct our own
I
maintenance.
haven't seen that where it was written in there.
Okay,
We need to get that clarified, and we need, I think this may not be the right moment, but to authorize the mayor to meet with our county board member and sit down and have a discussion on this specific.
But how can we make that happen like now? I mean, we need to have these things, they should have been repainted last year.
Well, my suggestion would be that we ask, our Director of Public Works to contact his counterpart at the county, LB, I don't recall his last name, and talk about him with this and see a little bit more depth on their end on what they're going to charge us to do it, and that we don't get recharged again at the end of the quarter.
And I'll just say, I have issue with the work that has been done prior by the county. I find it totally inadequate. And I think, I wanna look into this, and I agree with you, it does need to be done, and I agree with you. I think the stop signs here, and even one up here on Iron would be appropriate, for controlling traffic, in addition to these crosswalks and making them visible. I totally agree with you.
I think we should pull the one that's up on.
The last meeting you mentioned paint, they use like crack.
Well, they use a really, what I've seen is a really bad paint, and I've seen it all over the county, so I'm pretty sure it's countywide. And I think us doing the job and getting it done the way we want it. And it'll last longer, it'll be a little more expensive, but it'll be longer lasting and more durable. And it'll make the crosswalks shine a little better. So I'm in agreement. I just wanna also say that, and I wanna remind the board about our priorities. If we change priorities, last month, what was the priority? The priority was irrigation and parks. And you know what? We're still working on irrigation and parks. We have two people, me and Skip. That's it. And I hire people here and there. So if we do want to change priorities, if we want to get this done now, you're asking me to shift gears.
No.
And I don't have, hold on, let me finish. I don't have the resources to just move.
So
I
what if
don't
we're-
have the resources to move
What if we're
money. I can put things in place, and I'm totally in good with addressing issues, but I just wanna bring to the board's attention that if you wanna go one direction and then you wanna shift into another, that is going to probably take away from other places.
So,
Just
so
remind-
what if we look at saying, looking for this for May or even June? My concern is we've got the summer traffic coming in, we got 4th of July coming in, we got a lot of people. And especially when you have heavy traffic, we're gonna have to be routing traffic around this way and that to go around because of the heavy traffic. So in looking at your schedule, I mean, it's gonna be, is it either the town staff who's gonna be painting this, or is it gonna be the county who's painting?
That's the discussion, so we're discussing how we're going to proceed. So this is where we are with this at the
And
moment.
the other question that I have is,
Uh-huh.
Andrew and I talked, I don't know, a couple weeks ago, standing out here about how the county, as part of their agreement, would come through with their sweeper. And, you know, they put all the gravel down all winter long, and at some point they come and they run their sweeper and they deal with the gravel. And before we look at painting signs, this gravel needs to be taken off the road. And anytime you see one of these dump devils come right through downtown, they're picking up all, there was one I was stopped at Alder in Golden.
Last month I ran the sweeper.
And the whole street was just blowing by, and that's a paved street.
Yeah.
So,
Well, I ran the sweeper, it hadn't been running probably 3 years. I was out myself doing that, all day one day.
so
could
Andrew, I
we-
don't know, you know,
Okay.
you mentioned that about the street sweeper, is this part of our agreement here that we have, that they come in?
I would just call them and say, hey, you got all the gravel sitting here on the road from the winter time, could you bring your sweeper up? They never charge us.
Let's bring this back to square one.
Yeah.
We need, first off, as far as the striping is concerned, we need to find out what the county is gonna charge us to do that. And I would not expect our public works department to go out and number one, buy the right equipment or the stencils and all that right now. It's not in our budget. It's not, I wouldn't want them even to touch it, would be my opinion. We have this agreement with the county. Let's see what they're willing to do for us. In the meantime, if you can make a few phone calls and find out because there are contracting companies that do specifically striping for communities, for the state, for the county, and see what they might charge. It's probably gonna end up where you're gonna have to give them a map of all the streets and outline where it's gonna be done and what needs to be done as far as stop bars and so on and so forth. But, you know, before we just start throwing it all out there, let's bring it back and get some solid information first. And then,
I actually don't want the county to do it anymore.
And I've already located two contractors that.
I don't want it either, but we might not have a choice. I mean, we can't, he's right, we've got lawns to mow in the park, the remaining of the stuff out here, and we only have 2 people doing it. We've hired a contractor, I don't know where he's at with that either, but let's, see and talk to Tom, set that up, but in the meantime, we still have to get some of that work done.
And just keep in mind, we have 2.5 years of neglect that I'm catching up with.
Yeah.
And that's a huge job. Not only am I cleaning up what hadn't been done for years, around here. At just neglect, 2.5 years of total neglect and, on the part of the town. And, not only am I doing that, I'm implementing new programs in addition to maintaining what we have. So, just keeping that in mind and being aware when we wanna implement things and do things. I know we wanna do things, but just remember, we're still in catch-up mode. She's in catch-up mode, the whole staff is. Not only that, you're operating with 4 people in this, as staff. How many people did you have as staff before? You had 8, 12 people? I want, these all need to be considered when the board is wanting to make decisions moving forward.
We had-
taking care of it.
We did have like, like our treasurer was a part-time employee.
I just wanna remind everybody that let's keep this contained and remember where we are.
Basically, we went from
We're
part-time
totally
employees to
responsive, we wanna be responsive to the board, but we also want the board to understand that,
Yes,
where we're coming from.
Trustee Orlowski.
Yeah, I do feel like we've kind of entered into like a very public works, like this is a public works conversation,
Right.
and maybe like, is it necessarily on the agenda?
No, what,
So we,
No, the
it's a
mayor's-
important conversation.
the
but
mayor's
we should-
report was on the agenda and it had to do with slowing Crestone down. We can leave it for now and move on, let's move on, because we have
Okay.
more reports.
Before we move on, maybe if everybody at the town gets all the paint, maybe one of those community building activities would be that have the citizens come out and paint.
No.
He's over there now.
Too dangerous.
It's dangerous
Never
and
mind.
that.
There are standards you follow with size and like.
Yeah,
2 sentences. One, it has slowed down a lot since we've changed the roads. And people are a lot more polite to pedestrians than they used to be from what I witnessed. I just wanted to say we made some progress. And 2, the painting of the crosswalks would be a primary.
yeah.
I just.
I agree, and then I would just say that it's more of a mindset that I'm trying to present, like. Keep Crestone slow, how do we just like keep that in our forefront of our mind so that we. Start thinking about little things, I mean, whatever it is, I mean, maybe there's some things that we're not even thinking of, like. We have been talking about these speed tables and things like that, but. There are these ones that can be taken up for the winter, things like that, so I'm just trying to keep it in the forefront of our. Idea of our, one of our priorities is keep that campaign running as opposed to just letting it slip, so that's all I'm saying. So that's, when we deal with public works, we'll deal with that.
So at this juncture, we're just gonna contact the county, see what they will and will not do, and then we'll go from there.
Well, my report,
I think so. I'm sorry. Mayor.
And then we can.
I'm
move
just
on.
saying, my report, I think we need to build relationships again with the department heads of the county. And we probably need to build more relationships with the commissioners, because the commissioners kind of are like at the same level with us, and then with Brent, it would be like.
Elby and I, we started that last year and before I was even.
So now it would be like commissioners coming on them and
Yeah.
saying, this is what the
Another
town,
level would be helpful, yes, yes.
I know it'll be.
LB too.
In,
Tom Kraken.
in closing, there's also weather conditions that allow women can paint. So things have just changed weather-wise recently.
I mean, the other thing would be maybe going to one of the commissioners' meetings as a couple board members and actually talking as citizens' comments in one of those board member meetings. We might get a little more attention too, so that's another option that I would be willing to do.
I'd like to meet.
I think, yeah, I think
Yeah.
Tom is gonna try to help us out.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's,
And this is kind of a long shot sort of a thing, but if the road and bridge says that this is not their financial responsibility. I don't know if the town or some civic organization could apply for a Smosh County sales tax grant. For public health and safety in order to do a pedestrian crosswalk, or to keep pedestrians safe kind of a campaign.
or we we could apply for a county grant to do.
Keep pedestrians safe.
Yeah.
And
I mean, $5,000 would go a long way,
Yeah.
or 7,500 is what they're giving twice a year.
What I can do is I can contact the county and I can contact two of the, their pavers of parking lots in Mount Alamos. I've located them, I'll contact them, I'll get some numbers for us, and then we can see how much this would cost.
Okay.
And that is in the works already, we're just, I haven't quite made the decision to pull the trigger. It sounds like I've just been given the go ahead and do that, and I will.
should we explore the idea of doing a Swampscott County sales tax grant for pedestrian safety?
Yeah. I think that would be, I think we should use.
Since this wasn't in the budget, I mean, I would say that.
It's not in our budget, so
Yeah,
okay.
so as much help as we could get, I would say, yeah, it would be appropriate. We'll find out how much it's gonna cost, but I have a feeling.
Fall under safe harbor.
Let's move on to the clerk's report. Honoring our clerk today.
I'll try to keep this brief as usual. First thing is that scholarship I applied for, I did get to the Colorado Municipal League, manager clerk. Conference, so I'll be attending that from June 24th to June 27th. They'll pay for everything, and give me a travel stipend for that too, so.
Yeah.
I'm excited to do that just for networking purposes and learning. I did put a security resolution together for the attorney that is on the agenda for review to consider today. It mainly just says that I'm going to be adding security cameras to this room, to the office and around the building. We'll have one here, looking at this side of the street, and one looking at the front area parking lot. And we're also working currently on installing the buzzer system so that Patty can let people in and out, and we'll be developing a policy. I don't know if that's something you all would want to see at the next meeting, but a policy for how that buzzer system will work. Essentially, we'll be on appointment basis with those people, and with the discretion if she has the time and the bandwidth to let others in during business hours. I did also put the bidding and purchasing policy in your binder today. We had talked a bit about it before, and it was asked for me to add it to your binder to revisit it again. I don't know if we want to take some time to look at that during my report, but we could talk about some of the exemptions that we do have under that policy and where you can find them. In a broader sense, we do need to revisit most of our policies and update them. And this year could be a good time to do that, or next year, but you do have town administrator under most of your policies, and that's something that's a position you don't have filled currently. So it could create some legal issues for you down the line. With that being said, we do have some open positions that we need to consider. We have an open position for building inspector. I put that on the agenda today. Skip has expressed interest in filling that position, and I do think that he would be a good candidate for that based on his construction experience and background. I would trust him, and I would be happy to work with him as a building inspector. But with a building inspector and a code compliance officer, you could address a lot of the compliance issues that we have in town in regards to building permits, just code in general. So just bringing up code compliance again to think about how we could fill that position. And
Do we,
So we used to put in like an application or something?
Skip?
Yeah.
No, not for building inspector, he just needs to be appointed,
Okay.
so it would just be,
Subcontract.
vote.
it's like a separate job than his employee,
It would be a separate position.
case by case.
On a case by case basis.
And it's like he gets $50 every time he,
Well, I would say that you would just, I would say that state needs more hours in general to do his public works employee job. Especially going into the summer months here, where there's a lot of work that needs to be done. You could always revisit in the winter, maybe decreasing his hours again, when the need isn't so great for it. And then using some of those hours, the increased hours for him to serve as the building inspector.
Let's go with that and we're.
Just pointing out the open things we have, back to that, we do have an open seat in the board of adjustments as well that needs to be filled. So if you know anybody who would be interested in doing that, they would also need to be appointed. We also have an open planning commission seat as well. These people do have to live in the town of Crestone to be on either board.
I don't think the Board of Adjustment requires,
I'm pretty sure, I could double check, but I think they do have to live in town.
no,
limits.
because Lane was on it, there might be like 2 people from outside or something like that, but
I do know that there's one rule that,
where we
there can
go.
only be one person on both. Like,
I know that, but I'm pretty sure that Board of Adjustment can have somebody from out of town.
I would wanna double check on that, but I believe, totally believe you, and, just something to consider if you know anybody who would be interested in serving.
Well, one thing was, that guy Tom and Kathy that just moved in,
Yeah,
he could be on the Board of Adjustment if the rule says that you could have somebody that's out from out of town because he's not a resident yet.
yeah, that's a great idea.
He said he would do it.
I'd be happy to reach out to Tom Scanlon and ask him if he would be, I just bring this up because we might need to convene at some point, and it would be good to have the full roster of people.
So from the board right now, it's Sean and Dennis, is that right? On the Board of
There can
Adjustment?
only be one person on the board of adjustment from the
Who's
board of
Dennis?
trustees, and it's Dennis. It's Dennis, Harry Gergen, Aaron Martin, and Lily Zohar. So, and Aaron is an alternate on planning commission, so he's the only person that can be on both at this time. Saturday market is underway. Chelsea is taking care of all those preparations. All we're doing in the office is receiving forms and fees. So if you could share that with people. I don't know about booths or tents or anything of the like, but I do know that I created fillable forms for the market, and they'll be online this week so people can go there. I've also been working on updating all of our forms to be fillable online, like the agenda item request form, building permit application, everything, so that it can be, you don't necessarily have to come into the office and fill it out in person, so.
Nice.
Just trying to streamline and make things more efficient. I have been working on a newsletter. I haven't had a chance to really work on the website the way I wanted to, but that will be up this week as well. It'll include the February newsletter, the March newsletter, and then monthly I will have a newsletter for the public to update them on what's being talked about in our meetings. I've also been working with Allison McClure on the BRIC 2022 grant. We have a formal site visit on the 29th of this month. And they've requested a number of documentation to be sent to them by the 15th. I believe that they have everything they need at this point. And we'll check in with her today on that. I really think that's it. Just working on updating efficiency, streamlining our office processes and procedures, and being transparent with the public. Do you have any questions? Here.
I have one comment about the building permit applications. In the last, thing that I had been asked to look at, but I noticed, that the application doesn't make reference to a permit to be able to excavate in the right of way, which I believe is $60. And also, which should be noted on there, it's a $500 bond that has to be posted before the permit is issued, and that's in our municipal code.
I do believe that we need to revamp the building permit application in general, both the residential and the commercial. I think that they could include more information that would set you all up for success in terms of decision making.
Right?
What's the best way to start doing that, from the planning commission, or?
I think the planning commission would be a good place to look at it.
We did look at it, we just haven't.
You just didn't talk about like what exactly we would need to add to it, but if you did talk about it in planning commission, I'd be happy to like put together the actual form, like to update.
One thing might be getting some examples from other towns that we like, if, you know, like, I'm sure that you can go to smaller towns like Creed or. And download theirs and just see if there's things that we like.
Yeah, I think we should look at other towns like in the valley too, like I guess.
Or.
Yeah, Lahara,
Mhm.
it's just like that, similar size,
Mhm.
cause I don't think it should be like too crazy, it shouldn't be like unapproachable. but-
No, but what I'm saying is like, if we got something from a bigger town and then we pull off things that are applicable to our town. It might give us some ideas. I don't know, something like that.
Yeah.
I mean, I think too, having a building inspector that is aware of things, cause you know, like the setbacks and stuff, I feel like are some of the more important things that need to be inspected.
Zoning.
Yeah, the zoning, like, having someone who's on that.
We don't have a municipal building code.
Right.
We have zoning. And that's really what our building inspector will be enforcing.
Right.
Exactly what you said, building height, setbacks, square footage, zoning district.
Which I think is something we should, if we're like pulling things from other places. It is different to have a municipal building code versus just like a zoning district. And I think something that people enjoy about Selash County is not having too many codes.
Well, even the last building permit we had, they had written the wrong zone on there,
Right,
but they didn't even really know how to look or where to look.
right.
So it was, you know, they just kind of assumed that, I don't know where they got the information that they were medium density, but they were low density. So. And then they didn't really understand what that meant to be in low density.
Yeah.
We'll talk about that.
Yeah.
More clerk stuff for you?
That was all for me.
Yeah, I wanted to say thank you again for pulling all this stuff together and really working your butt off to get this office back in order, cause.
We're getting there, we just need more time now with the treasury added on, I feel like I had just gotten a handle on the clerk position and then now I'm trying to get a handle on being a treasurer too, so I feel like this time next year will be in a much more stable place overall.
It feels good, it definitely has like a more. Like, we're not in the emergency mode as much anymore.
Yeah, that does feel good, for sure.
We could always backtrack, but we're definitely still taking, you know, forward steps. So, any more questions for the clerk? You guys happy?
Thanks, Ariel.
Thank you.
Let's move on to bidding and purchasing policy that Ariel put in our packets. This is kind of more for reference because it was something that we all need to be aware of. And then there was some exemptions that both Brent and Ariel were referring to that I would like, if you guys know where they are, that we could just like review those.
I'm sure, one place, there's a lot in section 12 of the bidding and purchasing policy. For example, like, it talks about exemptions of use of competitive bid or proposal. It says, I mean, I can read it if that helps.
Yeah.
Any procurement not exceeding $5,000 may be made in accordance with the procedures set forth below. Procurements shall not be artificially divided so as to constitute a small purchase under this section. It also says procurements approved in the budget may be spent up to $2,500 and shall be approved by the town administrator, which is partly why I bring up that administrator role. Provided that whenever practical or advantageous, a reasonable number of vendors shall be solicited for quotation. It also says procurements greater than that must be approved by the town board of trustees. A reasonable number of vendors, ordinarily at least 3, shall be solicited for quotation. So that's one exemption. Also under section 12B, there's the emergency purchases. In case of an apparent emergency, a threat to public health, welfare, or safety, which requires immediate purchase of materials, professional services, or construction, the town administrator or the mayor in the town administrator's absence is empowered to procure such emergency needs by informal open market procedure as expeditiously as possible at the lowest obtainable price, provided however that ratification of such purchase shall be vested with and subject to approval of the town board of trustees. A written determination for the basis for the emergency and for the selection of the particular contractor shall be made by the town administrator. The written determination shall be presented to the town board of trustees at the next open meeting. So that is one of the exemptions we talked about was emergency purchases, and that's how that would work.
Is there a way, do we have to make can we make a motion to have like town administrator mean town clerk at this moment because we can't or does it have to be a resolution because it's in our code?
Well, that's why I bring up, I put the organizational chart on the agenda today, because I think that's something you put off for some time, that you do need to have a organizational chart that matches the actual organization. And then along the lines of what you're asking, I think that's a decision you all would have to make as a group. If town administrator means town clerk, if I'm the town administrator instead of the town, right? And then I think you need a resolution to change the policy, but I would wanna double check with Seth, right, on that.
It probably wouldn't be in every case that it was, a clerk would be the administrator. It would be sometimes the mayor, and I'm sort of getting the feeling, so.
That's why I asked, for you guys to have that discussion, because in some ways I am the town administrator without the title. I do things outside of clerking regularly. A clerk does licensing and permitting.
Right.
That's what a clerk does. So everything else I do on top of that, like the HR, the IT, the customer service, all of that is something different. So I think you could look at changing my title, look at the mayor having more powers, look at changing the wording of the policy, however you all would like to do that. I'm happy to help make it happen.
How do you want our take on it? Do you want us to
Well,
give it individually?
we have it in here, and so I think we should just have it as a discussion.
An agenda item.
It's an agenda item.
Yeah, I read that one and it seemed like it was way over the top for us.
You mean
The one that's in the agenda now.
as far as the,
Yeah, I think it goes on for it, right.
alright, so that would be a discussion that we'll have, where is it?
Do you want me to keep going with the exemptions
Yeah.
now, or?
I am familiar, I think everybody's familiar with, I thought everyone was familiar with the purchasing, situation. I don't think we've ever really violated anything. I think everyone's been informed as the needs come up, so.
I think we've been accused of violating the policy, and that's why I kind of bring this bidding and purchasing policy up to you, is that you really haven't, especially in terms of like contracting professional services, like engineers, accountants, like architects, we can negotiate those without ever having gone to like, is it a bid, essentially?
One other thing was that, you know, back, we could bring this back up, and it was brought up for the Living Wisdom project. You know, she tried to get around this bidding thing, but she basically said because the water system was designed and purchased by, all the parts were purchased by a specific company, that we can keep that company basically in our purchasing. Yeah,
Basically, they're an authorized vendor because they have all the parts that our system has. And so the meters, the piping, all the infrastructure, they carry the exact spec. So basically, we buy from.
so we're using, because of the original agreement that we had agreed, that the board had agreed on in 2006. We're carrying that over, as long as this business stays in business, to buy parts and things from that company without having to go out for bid. So it kind of makes it easier on us, and IKEA was trying to bring that up. When we were dealing with that, before, but it didn't really correlate because it was a separate project and they were buying it, not the town. That's why they wanted the town to buy it, if you remember. They wanted the town to buy everything and they were gonna reimburse us.
So yes, it was, and that project originally went out to bid. And it was from that bidding process that we picked one supplier, and we have now stayed with it. So it originally did go out to bid in a competitive bidding process. And now that we have that supplier, we use it for consistency of parts.
Right, yeah, that's at least, yeah, we see, they carry all of our specifications, right?
So
So
and
we
that
use that.
still works.
Cause you can't really just, you can't just go to another company and get the same equipment, it just doesn't work.
And they're still in
When we-
business and they're still going.
Yeah.
They're still in business and I mean.
Yeah, they changed.
Yeah, and when we did that, it wasn't like a one-time use bid, it was a bid for the scope of the project, and then we decided on the supplier, and you know, we don't have to keep putting it out to bid, because we've made that decision that they are the town supplier for these.
But if everyone feels comfortable with the process we've been following. I know I am, I don't think we've violated anything.
No, and I feel like I'm comfortable enough with it to let you know if we are about to be
Perfect.
in violation, or if we need to go out for bid or not.
Okay.
So really, we need to deal with this whole town administrator org chart piece of it. So that all of that is just really cleared
For
up.
sure, because town administrators are all over this
Right.
policy.
So the bidding process, Ariel and I, we just sat down and we're like, we've got to be able to work within our bidding process. We've been accused, I've been accused personally of malfeasance in public. And so she and I sat down, we hammered this out. And I'll just have to say also, we have a lot of discussions that we have since we've been here over a year now. When we go to read the code, we go to make a decision, as a staff, we're always like, well, what does the code say? And then we go to the code and then there's all this confusion about, because the wording of town administrators, it makes it really ambiguous, it's disempowering. And you guys need to come up with something that is more, it's more of what we are dealing with. And you know, make it happen. Just, I think a few words need to be changed in the code, and once we do that, then we can move forward as a staff and be empowered to do what we need to do, instead of wondering if we're doing the right thing or not.
Okay.
And if we have the authority to do it.
I wonder, yeah, it's a big change, because it's not just this part, it's like
It's
all
all
over.
through the, yeah, it's all through it,
There are
yeah,
like hundreds of pages,
yeah, it's everywhere.
this town administrator.
Well,
Yeah, maybe
My
more
opinion.
user friendly. That would be-
Can I hear what Kim?
my opinion is. In the past, okay, Leslie put a bad taste in everybody's mouth as far as administrator. So it was a change to manager. We went through the whole personnel policy and changed all the words to manager. We spent a lot of time on that. Now we're reverting back to administrator, which administrator is basically would be your boss. Would answer to us. If there's a whole different definition of administrator as opposed to manager. So, I mean, let's get it straight. We didn't like, Leslie was not very popular. She was administrator. But now we alleviated that position entirely
Let's
to manager.
discuss this
Okay.
when it comes up on the
Okay,
agenda, because
I'm saying you know, the title would be appropriate.
I wanna take a few minute break. I think everybody, John just had to go to the bathroom, everybody probably had to go to the bathroom. So let's take a 7 minute break real quick.
Okay.
I think it was changed.
Sounds good.
No, a lot of it. One, the lane.
The job descriptions, is that, when I find that in the code, or is that in whatever?
Yeah. I mean, I've been through it before.
Right.
Now they're
This isn't your first rodeo, huh?
Talking about a rock and a hard place.
Yeah.
Administrators, like the manager, the managers. I just don't want to redo what we already do.
Yeah.
As we said,
I'm glad for you. It does look like it's
So they
somewhat
sound interchangeable.
workable.
Yeah. Just like a job description there. Like we could save time and keep language, but yeah. The whole thing. Yeah.
I mean, my whole,
Ariel, did you say you had something from Seth?
ever since
Yes,
anybody got
he
wind
sent
of
over
the
that
fact that I would
ordinance
be
and
appointed
two
here,
proposed ordinances.
my conversations with my friends have
I think they're
been
not now, I was
as
gonna
much,
bring up my lunch.
and I don't really enjoy the way they're going. I like having a conversation.
I'm hoping that maybe we can start thinking this in the fourth year and speedball through the rest of the agenda.
We've got like we're on the first page of a very
Different
long
discernments and
agenda.
different responsibilities rather than,
We got it.
rather than a conversation.
Yeah, we kind of drift off subject.
Just kind of,
It's so drift off.
We done it now.
We got revisiting how far we drift off subject, this is pretty.
We could have done, what if we done like Kirby?
that would be great.
I always got along.
Three, so I think three is reasonable and probably not good, but maybe four. Four into Christmas hours. I called Skip, but,
Dave's advice, he's like, everyone's gonna be mad at you for everything, and you'll never do anything good, you're never gonna say.
Right.
Well, you're never gonna say that
I'm
you're.
not, that alone, I can do it, it's something, it's just.
Skip should be
That's
here
kind
in
of
minutes.
Understand how people don't understand and
Gretchen.
also,
Going. Okay. I just feel like they don't understand.
Alright, we're coming back into session.
Yeah.
We were going over the bidding and purchasing policy, I think. If everybody keeps looking at it, we're gonna go into the, what is it called, what do we call that chart,
Organizational chart.
organizational chart further in our agenda, so let's move on, because I think that was the major hang up in the bidding and purchasing policy. CML Clerk Appreciation Month, if you guys saw that in your binder. So we're working on honoring our clerk this month and every month, but definitely this month. And so you have a nice gift certificate to go where you wanna go. Or for dinner or lunch or whatever. I don't know if anybody wants to say anything about the Clerk Appreciation Month.
Thank you.
Everybody be extra nice to Ariel. It's always clerk appreciation month.
It's, you're always very helpful when I've been in there, so. Super.
Yeah, you do an amazing job.
And then I also just put the code of conduct in there for review too. Things I find in the office that I think would be good to revisit sometimes.
Yeah, and that code of conduct, yeah, that's next on the agenda. There's some really good parts to that. I read it pretty thoroughly. You know, do not disrupt town staff from their jobs. Or never publicly criticize an individual employee. Want to stay out of administrative functions. Check with town staff on corresponding before taking action. And limit requests for staff support. Things like that have to do with the staff from our side, and then, it's a pretty good document. I would highly recommend keeping it in your, you know, looking back on it and giving it a look every so often. It's designed specifically for the town of Crestone, so it's pretty good. You know, I do like to start the part that says, about Crestone specifically. But anyway, keep that, you know, this agenda actually has a lot of, real good reference stuff here. Remember that April meeting of 2025 was what we can go back to and start using as somewhat of a reference.
And I will be adding these to your binders. It'll be under, if you go into your binder, there's 23 TOC processes and procedures. And so it'll always be
Stay in
in your binder.
Oh, good. So attorney report, we're gonna save till 1 or 1:30 when he comes back. We're not doing an executive session, we leave that on there just in case. We've already sworn in trustee Roth. Town of Crestone audit, we've already done our approval of that. Resolution of the Board of Trustees of the town of Crestone to implement increased security measures within the town hall to ensure safety of employees.
I would make a motion to accept the resolution.
Second.
Any comments, concerns? It's in your binder, you can read it, pretty good. It was stuff we've already agreed on, but we're now putting it into a resolution.
It's just about the cameras and the buzzer and everything that we already told them they could do.
Yeah.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, moving right along, requesting permission to apply for grants to complete the town stage, that was Nick Navarez.
Yeah, he'll be here after lunch. If you
Okay.
want to.
We'll come back to
Tell him
that.
to come to 2:30.
Isn't he in New Orleans?
He's gonna Zoom.
Oh, okay, right, that's a thing.
Isn't it completed?
What?
Wouldn't it, do you know?
No, there's still more stuff. Plus, there's some little bit of controversy with that stage. That's not in our you know, kind of up to them to deal with, not a.
Cause they're wanting us to pay for some of the completion, aren't they?
Oh, when it comes to us, we,
I thought it was.
It was a gift.
Supposed to be.
Yeah,
cost
yeah,
free.
it just keeps going on.
well, the funny thing is, he had somebody else work on it. That wants money now. Didn't get permission to work on it, but now is trying to go back and say
No,
that,
that's-
yeah, so there's that, I think.
I know the kids get mad when they take down the mural they did at the stage. They
Yeah.
had to take it down, leave it down for like months, all the kids come and complain, they're all complaining to me, I don't know why.
Aren't you the stage boss, aren't you stage manager?
Okay, that's the board.
Welcome to the board.
Even though before the board, even before I was on the board, they would all complain to me anyway.
That's fine.
Yeah.
I wore those shoes for a while.
So back in 2006, Mayor Kizim Lakai signed to have a ordinance amending. And prohibiting open burns within the town of Crestone. I'm not sure if this is was one of the permanent, was a permanent one that we've enacted, and then there was something even later. I
So,
don't remember,
so it's not creating a new ordinance or a new resolution or whatever, is we have our everyday burn ban policy, so, that doesn't allow you to say burn trash or outdoor fires. When the county goes one level up with their burn ban, the town will do like the next level up of, so right now you can have your barbecue grill outside that's with charcoal briquettes, let's say, or you can have a fire in your yard, and if you have a fire ring with a cover that goes over it, like a spark cover. Those are all legal, you can smoke outside. And like I say, you can have the barbecue briquettes, or you can have an open fire, it just has to be protected. And that's what our current fire ban that we have, that's 24/7 all year long. When, quite often we reach a time then where the county puts out a total fire ban. And a lot of times then the Forest Service will show up, it's like right now, people can go and camp up at the campground, or they can go up above on the BLM forest land, and they can have themselves a bonfire up there. And we have been now having for like the last 3 weeks, a red flag warning every single day. We are so dry, and I just wanted to bring it up. We don't necessarily have to do it, but I want to bring it up. If we go with the next level on the fire ban, it means you cannot have your campfire in your yard, even if it has a screen. You can't do charcoal grills. You can't smoke outside on public property, so like in the parks or anywhere out in the public property, on your own property, that's different. And then the sign usually goes up over in front of the fire station, which is the total fire ban. So I'm not sure right now where we are, we usually follow suit with the county. And like right now, I believe the county has issued a ban to where you can't like burn off your fields. Even if you call in for permission, you'll get denied to be able to burn your fields.
I found it, the 2018-004. I'll get it over to.
Okay. So the question for us as the board is, I mean, we're supposed to get rain maybe next weekend. Right now, the drought monitor has us as being at like 67% of normal for the amount of water that we have, snowpack in the Sangre Crystals and the San Juans. 67% of normal. We are, the Rio Grande Basin is the lowest in the state as far as moisture right now. We had a pretty dry winter, and we have had an even drier spring when I said there's no mosquitoes, there don't be mosquitoes. So I look at all the dry grass, we had a wet spring, wet summer last year, all the grasses have all dried up, have grown up really nice and high all throughout the neighborhoods. And it's all still there, it's nice tall dry grass everywhere in town. So many fires start not from something coming into a town, but within the town itself. Something gets away from you. And it could be a chimney fire, it could be a kitchen fire, a house fire, it could be somebody driving on grass, it could be somebody having a little campfire. And it spreads throughout the town. So I just wanna bring this to the town's attention if and we could either do something now, or if and when the Forest Service should do a complete fire ban. In the past, we've automatically filed suit.
Let me read the fire ban from 2018. It's an ordinance imposing a stage 2 fire ban for the town of Crestone. Whereas climatic conditions in the geographical area of the San Luis Valley of the south central Colorado, including the county of Saguache and the town of Crestone, have been extremely dry and windy during the current season, substantially increasing the danger of wildfire to the town's citizens. And whereas Saguache County has already imposed a fire ban for the unincorporated areas of the county, and whereas CRS 3115-401 apostrophe 1 or Q allows the town of Board of Trustees to impose a fire ban within the town. Now therefore be ordained by the Board of Trustees, the town of Crestone, that a fire ban in accordance with provisions of CRS 3115-401 LQ is hereby imposed, prohibiting open fires of any sort, outside burning of trash, ditches and rubbish, the use and sale of any and all fireworks, the disposing of any burning material or material hot enough to cause the ignition of weeds or grass, such as a cigar, cigarette butts, or hot coals, except in a fireproof receptacle designed for such disposal, any campfire, warming fire, or charcoal grill, except in a fireplace or grill properly screened and designed to prevent spark emission. This ban shall remain in effect until lifted by the resolution of the town of Board of Trustees, and any violation thereof shall be punishable by a fine of not more than $2,650 or the imprisonment for not more than 1 year in jail, or by both such fine and imprisonment.
Do we have a sign that says that?
We did have signs,
You know, we've got some sign.
Yeah, we have 3 of them stored in the container.
Well, let's post signs.
we can make this ordinance up to date though, 2500, what would it be?
Well,
Ordinance wise, I actually don't.
do we have to update the ordinance? I mean,
That's
because
what it is. It's an ordinance, we take it to the next level, update the ordinance, and then it's locked in until we decide otherwise.
but we have ordinances that are old that are still in effect.
This one was lifted though. So it says, this ban shall remain in effect until lifted by resolution.
Oh, I got you.
Can we just
So we
put it
have a
back?
resolution.
Yeah,
We have a
resolve,
resolution.
we would resolve to get it back into effect.
Well, then,
Was it lifted via resolution? Cause I don't.
It probably, I mean, it was, I don't know when, but I remember putting it into effect and taking it off when it was.
Oh, I have something that's 2 weeks old from the
County, yeah.
the sheriff regarding burn bans. And this is from Dan Warwick, he is the fire marshal for the county, but this is pertaining to a fire ban for the Baca Grande subdivision.
Right.
It's just kind of strange that he's issuing this order, but basically he's saying no burning in residential areas, this is for the Baca. No burning in residential areas due to extreme danger, this was April 1st. Maybe it's not an April Fool, it's not an April Fool's But, this includes fire pits, campfires, charcoal grills, and all firewalls and Title III grant recipients mitigation debris piles. All mitigation material must be taken to the burn pit, blah, blah, blah. This ban does not include barbecue grills used in liquid or gas fuels controlled with a valve. These temporary restrictions will remain in effect until the fire marshal lifts the ban, and that's signed by Dan, and that's 2 weeks old.
Right, that's,
So-
I saw that too.
So he has, but this is just for the Baca. Now, it's, but this is what he's implemented, and I would have to say, if you followed suit with something like this, then you would be. I think-
So this thing says, whereas Saguache County has already imposed a fire ban for unincorporated areas of the county. So basically, we have followed suit, that was the last time we followed suit, and I'd like to follow suit again.
But I mean,
Mayor, do you want a
Yes.
motion that we formulate a resolution implementing the ordinance or extending the ordinance,
Yes,
previous ordinance?
yes.
And I'll make that motion.
I second the motion.
Any more discussion? It will be just copied, maybe take out the jail fine, but
Yeah, I don't think we need to send people to
I feel
jail.
so it makes more sense to
Yes,
draft
they
the
burn it down.
resolution.
They burn my
They'll
house.
probably go to jail anyway.
I think since it's already drafted, we can use, I read it completely.
We won't have to do it.
The only change I would make would be to take out the year in jail.
So.
You have it.
The motion is withdrawn, or is it the motion stand?
Motion stands, it will be what I read,
To reinstate that.
to reinstate the ordinance imposing a stage 2 fire ban for the town of Crestone. Is that okay? We're doing it that way? Yes.
Okay, when I was working here, we had called Danny and asked him, okay, are we in it? Cause that's when the signs go up. We can't have the signs go up as us issuing the fire ban. Danny has to.
Well, they did. That was
Well,
what
for, Baca,
I saw that. So basically, we're supposed to be responsible for our own jurisdiction. And so this is the way of being responsible. I'm pretty sure that,
okay, well, one of the, firemen that's here no longer, actually confronted me on why is your, fire ban sign up when you're out of fire ban? And he goes, that's illegal.
So the town could do its own thing though, separate.
Well, these are all county, you know, that's where we got the signs.
Well,
from.
we've had an ordinance previous. Doesn't seem to be a problem, so let's
I'd
just
say
go with
there
that.
was a time.
okay, so
Could we talk to the attorney about it when he's here?
I just
I
thought,
wanna, let's vote it in and then you can decide whether you wanna, how you wanna proceed with executing. All in favor? You have it now in your email.
A quick question, like, so say someone has a fire and like you go tell them to put it out as a fire ban until you go after yourself, you know, like. Will the sheriff enforce the fire ban or fire chief or?
It's again, I think it's self-reliance, unfortunately.
The enforcement for the county, who's responsible for the enforcement of the county for the fire is the sheriff. He is the
Yeah.
fire marshal of the county. So the sheriff is responsible for enforcement.
And I have a tiny question, the whereas the county has already made.
Yeah, so
conditions.
I have one from 2020.
So as soon as the county. Takes out the condition,
Yeah.
we fall in line with that,
Mhm.
and that's, okay.
Yeah, that's how we did it
That
last time.
should be how it happens. That's, I have
I
to
mean,
say, historically, that's not how it has happened.
I
before.
remember the town having like a permanent fire.
We already was,
You
yes.
have one.
Yes.
Can't have like open.
We have
fire pit or
the,
anything.
so what I just said was that there's a class, or what is it, class 1? There's a,
Last two.
that was class 2. So there's always a class 1 fire ban. This
All
would
year
be
round.
a class 2 fire ban.
And this is just a steeper fine or something like that,
It's just, I mean, the idea is to bring up the awareness.
yeah.
That's the idea. And if we can bring up the awareness and then you see somebody, you know, you can just, you know, like I even told Peace Patrol, you know, to be more vigilant on people having open fires. And just, you can tell them, please put out your fire, you know? I mean, those guys will just go up and take an extinguisher on it if it's causing a danger.
So can I, as public works director, can I be clear about the signage that we need to post? So we're posting this, what the board just voted on is there's you can still have propane grills and you can still smoke outside.
Mhm.
Okay, I just want, that's kind of the secondary.
But
On your own property, not public.
Okay, yeah, okay, but we have signage in regards to that, so I'll go, after I guess we'll clear this with the attorney, and then I'll post the signs. Does that sound right?
Okay,
That sounds good to
the
me.
easy way to remember it is anything that produces an ash is illegal.
Yeah.
And that's, you know, that's why propane and
Okay.
liquid.
Okay,
I
so
see.
so would, so that means, okay. yeah, that's-
But then with the fire ban, why I say contact Danny is because he could issue certain areas. Like, was it 4 years ago, we were in a fire ban, except for west of 17th. And then the other if is the campground, those are federal. And if you read their regulations, going to the campground and all that, you could have it just as long as it's in a fire pit.
Right.
And the county can't do anything with
Right.
it.
Which is partly what brought up the fact that we should have a relationship with the Forest Service, because we are their neighbors and we. Their affects us, and what they do affects us, and what we do affects them, so.
And so what we have done in the past, either our clerk or our mayor could call the ranger station over in Saguache and say, hey. The county's issued a fire ban, the town of Crestone has a total fire ban. We would like to see the campground Forest Service come in line with this on the public lands. Because we, you know, they're again, campers right now, if they're not under the fire restrictions, they can really endanger the town. And we have seen in the past when we have made that phone call, it kind of pressures them into it because they have, you know, if we say, hey, we call the fire Forest Service, the county's got a ban, town's got a ban, and you let people camp and you burned our town down, you know, it looks bad. And so I think sometimes a little call over to them saying is, we've got that and we would appreciate you having the fire ban.
Yeah, so we,
I mean, people up to the campground are really, they've got the fire rings and all that, but we've all probably gone up there and found somebody who abandoned a fire. My biggest concern is the people who camp, free camp up above town.
I see the fires every night up there.
In South Crestone?
Yeah.
are we in San Isabel next? Which forest are we in?
Is G the same subject, the wildland urban interface code?
No, it's a little bit different. This was recently brought to our attention in the office that, there's going to be. That Colorado, the state is going to be passing, laws into effect this summer about like fire safety code. And so I just brought this to you to bring it to your attention, to know that like we might need to adopt some of these things into
Yeah.
our ordinance as well.
Well, let's talk about that when it, cause,
Quick, was Nathan kind of volunteering to help do code compliance officer?
Sort of, then.
Yeah,
In his own way, he doesn't want to do it as it stands.
He doesn't want to write tickets, he wants to talk it out.
so, that fire ban, right now, I'd say it's in effect, we can talk to we can rescind it if we want, but I would say that right now I'm just making it in effect.
Well, I think
Class 2,
what Andrew was saying is that if we do contact the sheriff, like I think the sheriff did on Facebook, is he issued a fire ban of a restriction on the Baca, he could do the same for us, and then we're kind of covered there, because he is the fire marshal.
well, what I would say
I'm
is,
just saying, that,
Does-
let's make sure we do that, let's connect that dot.
so jurisdictional boundaries are
We have
important.
two, yes,
I would say maybe once this is written and finalized, and I'll sign it, we can just email it to the sheriff department.
CC him,
Yeah, so that they know that we're, and then I have a feeling they're gonna say, great,
Mhm.
you know, but,
And the Forest Service, right?
and the Forest Service would be great too.
They're gonna be a little tougher nut to crack
Yeah,
there.
we can CC them on what we've done, and then they can follow suit if they want.
Should I send it to the fire departments as well, like?
Yeah, maybe that would be a
Well,
good,
yeah, the district, yes, of course.
Or they'll take care of it.
If you send it to West News, the district chief, you know, just send it to him, he'll get it out to the fire chief.
so, next on the agenda is urban UWUI, and I heard a lot of complaints, somebody came to me recently and was like, it's really excessive, they're gonna, you know, tear out all the trees and if you like trees, you know, here, if you care about trees, you need to know about this. I mean, there's a huge kind of, in our area, you know, we'd be lucky if we got some money to just clear up, like, we're struggling to just get that grant from the Bricks grant done. I mean, I don't think they're gonna come in here and just start tearing out trees.
They'll create a defensible space.
I mean, I
They
feel
will
like
create a
this,
defensible
I
space.
think.
I
it
feel like-
helps-
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
no, it's okay.
I feel like it helps if you show that you have a plan for mitigation and if you're going to, that we are doing mitigation efforts. That's what Patty referred to,
Yeah.
and told to her is that if we're like actually showing good faith on this, then we shouldn't be. Necessarily penalized.
Yeah, I would say
We're
that
we're already.
yeah, and each resident, you know, is kind of responsible for their own properties, and we make that, we do like our pickup of Slash is a really good service. Remove, so we should, what do we have to do, create like another resolution that basically says that we're following their, you know, movie?
Yeah, I think it would be a resolution, but I would wanna ask the attorney.
I would think they.
So what I suggest is we just. This is something that they have as a draft that's gonna go and available for public comment or whatever else. I think what we can do should send is as the town of Crestone, send a letter of opposition to this, whatever they're calling this fire safety code. That we are opposed to it while we believe in fire safety, et cetera, and mitigation. We believe that this should be something that local jurisdictions create their own fire plan and enforce their own fire plan. That it's not a one size fits all, and that basically we as the town send in a letter of opposition. They're looking for public comment, and our public comment is that we're opposed to this, that we believe that every community is unique. And that there should be, that, you know, communities should develop their own mitigation based upon their own environment, and the town of Crestone has their own mitigation plan, fire-wise community. But just basically says, this is not, can't have a one size fit all.
I have a question, is this something that we have to respond to?
I think this was sent in by a citizen, right? Right.
Cause it's nothing that we have to respond to, I wouldn't even involve the attorney. I wouldn't even send a letter, I'd just move on.
Yeah, this lady came into the Eagle office, and she also came to the Energy Fair people giving us this letter. So yeah, I don't, yeah, that's just to your point, Dennis.
So
But I don't disagree with what Ken said.
I think our attorney, I mean, that's one thing he does do is kind of, is up on the new
Well,
law.
at this point, if our attorney says that, yes, this is going before the Colorado House. And then at that time, if it just because something's in a draft form doesn't mean it's actually gonna be presented to the legislature.
Right.
But I think that if we get word that this really is gonna go in front of the legislature, then we can write a letter of opposition, so. Good point there, honest.
So let's just wait until we get pushed into something.
Yeah,
Next is this Camp Resilience. Does anybody want to go to this thing?
I think Dana shouldn't.
Actually, I was Dana.
it sounds,
Dana, you gonna sing Kumbaya?
it sounds super fun.
I said singing
it
Kumbaya.
Sounded fun to me too.
Yeah, it sounds fun. And in related but unrelated note, I was gonna put this on special meeting agenda, but for decisions like this, I am moving out of town. Like, potentially by the end of May. I'm going to, I'm going to leave town at some point and move into the Baca.
No.
I know, I know, I don't know when it's gonna happen, then this is a whole other discussion. But it is something that I've been wanting to tell everybody, it is in the plan,
Really?
yeah.
Your property that,
But I mean,
I went out there with Charles one time to get something out of one of the trucks.
oh, in the Baca?
Is that where you're gonna move?
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Not cool.
Not cool.
So, and Ariel, are you interested in this?
Yeah.
Yeah?
I'm interested in
Cause I think that, I think you as our clerk manager could really,
I will still be here on May 14th though, so I'm down to go.
Okay.
I think it'd be fun.
Longer together?
Yeah, we could carpool and that would be fun.
Is there anyone else that wants to go, or we'll just?
well, I would
It
suggest,
isn't enough fun here.
I would suggest Ariel is going and if Dana goes, but if Ariel goes, that she should get, of course, paid for her normal days, but also get reimbursed for, you know, her, any gasoline and any, food, lunch required expenses. And the same would be, I would hope if Dana, if you goes, that you would carpool.
Yeah.
And, also get reimbursed.
Do we need a
for
motion
lunch.
for that or? No. All right,
But again, totally
Great.
different conversation, that's
that's
will be
sad.
brought up at some point.
oh, yeah,
I didn't mean to bring it down.
taking us down.
I'm just being honest.
So.
I was just
Ariel,
talking about how good our team was.
Yeah.
I think we have a great team.
Okay,
Well, I would then make a motion that, that we send, Ariel Blackwell, and if she wants to go. Dana to go and, that we reimburse for gas, lead expenses and lunch.
second. Okay,
That's also for gas expense and lunch for Dana as well, right?
yeah, for both.
They're gonna, ideally, we'll carpool, I'll say that, which is save.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anybody else?
Anybody else wanna go?
Under training, it's under training.
Maybe.
And you pay my gas from Thailand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Charter planes, to Salida Airport.
You can't just go shopping there. Anybody else? I think it's really cool.
I think sounds super fun.
Yeah.
I mean, but I like nerdy stuff like that.
I do too.
Yeah, I like nerdy leadership stuff.
I mean, does anybody
Well, I
else?
think you know, bring it back to us and tell us what happened and I think it's great.
I
that-
may be, but my daughter and the dog, I don't know, but I may spontaneously just go on 14th too. But
Okay.
I'll be fine on my own, yeah.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Can I abstain?
Okay. Next on the agenda is a discussion, let's see, time allotment for public works. Request for adjustment time allotment for Public Works Director Brent Vanderveer.
Let's start it.
Just running into an issue of hours, with the smaller staff. Brent's currently. The motion was for him to have 36 hours a week, but he could definitely use 40 hours a week. And along with that as well, Skip is the next on this list, and I don't know how much you were asking for him. Did you want 30 or 40?
I think for the summer 40, I can utilize him in every capacity, after working with him for a couple of weeks, his skill levels and the way, his experience, I can utilize him all season, probably even into the winter. He's got really good skill sets and yeah, I think putting him to work, 40 hours, me to work 40 hours. I'll just give you guys an example. The other day we had some brownouts. I was up here at, 9:45 the other night, resetting the booster pumps, and, you know, these kind of things happen, this is the kind of thing where I've got to come into work and being able to have flexibility with 40 hours and in addition overtime is just a necessary thing. I had contractors coming in to finish the work on Friday. That's normally my day off, but that was the only day I was gonna get it done, or it was gonna happen 2 months later, and I was going on maternity leave. So just having this flexibility, and there's plenty of work for Skip and I to do, 40 hours, and there's more than enough. I mean, I'm having to hire extra people to get things done, so.
The other people, they just like on a week by week basis.
That was, you guys approved that cleanup, we did that cleanup, I do have another one here right now, working, on and off, I'm gonna see how it works, but I do have an additional person that I'm paying.
You're getting 18 an hour, or 16?
He's.
That's a look and see, yeah. Who's that?
Skip.
Yeah, I think you guys approved him for 18.
Yeah, I think he's 18.
Yeah.
I was looking at his contract
Yeah.
yesterday.
But I mean, after just working with him for a few weeks, I mean, I'm always
Skip.
cautious about how I move forward in this regard, but I can totally use him, and we can get a lot of stuff accomplished, this season, with him working, and you guys approving him for 40 hours a week, and myself.
I'd like to
We
make
could
a
do-
comment. When we got into trouble with our budget, we laid off a whole boatload of people. The ones that left or stayed, we made their life miserable because they were getting paid too much. The community all complained about it. But I'll tell you, Public Works is the only job I know that you work 25 hours a day, 10 days a week. Okay, it's a hard job. Two people, it's ridiculous.
Well, no, I'm gonna do it with two, I mean, yeah, I have to
I
contact that.
I know what you, I was getting phone calls at 7 o'clock in the morning until midnight. 7 days a week. It's a difficult job. I have no problem with you extending your hours or anything, it's just I want to look at the budget, because that's why we got into trouble and everybody disappeared. And there was left with one, and then there was none. There's burnout factor also. I have had some concerns through the citizenship that I see the vehicles, but I don't see the people. Okay, so there's still concern about Public Works, the money we're spending, and who's doing the work and what's getting done. Okay, so just my position is, it's a difficult job, takes a lot of hours, a lot of commitment, and it's to keep from burnout, you're gonna need to be able to delegate that authority and get maybe some part-time people, and if we can't afford it, then we just need to cut it all off. You have to run a town like a town, and if you can't do the job, then be done with it. If I got off track, I'm sorry, but.
I don't think you're. I have a question for Brent. You had mentioned that you're thinking about going on vacation.
Oh, you went on vacation, yeah, the first of May.
And this has a lot to do with what we're talking about. Are you gonna have, Ernest Skip, is his nickname, take care of the readings at the well and chlorination and so on and so forth?
I was gonna tie that, yes, I will, and I was gonna tie that in, there's several things I'm gonna tie that in with when I do my report, yeah, but yes. Yeah, he'll be cross-trained to do basically, chlorine and, fluorine.
Okay, a while ago, a group of us, had some type of certification, I believe we got from Brett, to give to the state. Are you gonna do this?
I'll do that with him, yeah. And, Brett, well, I'll train him, but yeah, I'll get a certification from Brett regarding that, yeah. He'll have to sign it. And
I'd like to see,
then he'll register that with the state.
this is one place where where our finance, budget comparisons and reconciliation comes in really handy. Profit and loss, so right now, we have for Public Works personnel, we have 73,857 budgeted. And $18 an hour, 40 hours a week, times 50 weeks. 18,
Mayor, what number are you looking at?
6201, 62101.
We don't have a quick compliance officer right now, but there was money budgeted for the staff that could be used for that.
And there's money for the building inspectors that could be used for that.
Well, building inspector's kind of a separate,
So that's what we're talking about, you guys okaying him for building inspection.
yeah, but that wouldn't be an employee thing, that would be a subcontract.
Okay,
So they get paid by.
but there's still a line item in the budget for money for that, and that would be, you could allocate that.
And in the past, the fees.
In that direction.
actually
These are
paid
supposed to
for
cover
the-
that.
Were you the building inspector?
Yeah. Never got paid for it.
I mean, it's not a lot there, you know, but it's still there, you know, I think.
Building inspector's $850,
Are you you're reading that off of the 2024?
actual 2024. So 18 times 40 times 50 is $36,000. Now, I know you're asking for part, like, it wouldn't always be that much, right? We would be able to cut down, it would be just for a certain amount of time.
I think I could keep him busy, with his skill level, I could keep him busy the whole year. I don't think there's any reason not to do that.
And
He
you're,
has a skill level that
There's always something to do.
that I can, I mean, he's not lacking in anything other than maybe a little bit of experience.
we are trying to stick to our budget, that's the only thing.
We have a lot of work to do also.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm thinking about, and so with the work that needs to be done, then I think this is in line with what we need. It's not even enough, really.
Some of you that have been working on the budget, how do you feel about that? Do you feel about the allocation of money to that? Do we have it?
Well, I'd like to
Do we
see what
have
we've
it?
already spent the first quarter,
Yeah.
that's one thing, so
It would be
24 actual.
very, very tight.
Yeah.
And I'm torn between two worlds here, as far as being a former director of public works and having those employees working for me. And also managing the budget. I don't agree necessarily with, the idea that Skip would be a contract employee and an employee at the same time. One doing the work along with public works and then the other being, a quasi building inspector, zoning enforcement officer is what I would call it. Because we don't do building inspections, we do the zoning, compliance. I don't know at what point would, he cut off from that, take on the other, have to report it in the form of a report as far as getting paid. And, it just seems to clog the system, at least as I see it in my mind. Because in the same day, a few hours later, he might be back doing a public works, type duty. I have to.
So Benji,
Yeah.
so the actual 2024 came out to 73,857, but for the 2025 budget, we did budget 105,000
Oh, I'm
for
sorry.
public works wages.
Right,
Not 73 is what was spent in
Okay,
24,
okay,
but we have budgeted 105 for this year.
So that's,
It's a big
yours
difference.
comes out of that, right, for.
Yeah.
I believe, I'm pretty sure we looked at the budget, I think that would, we would be covered with that.
I might have been, I was looking at
I don't think there's gonna be an issue
Yeah.
there.
Yeah, we changed it in the, cause we had it, you know, we just changed, and
we have 70 and 35.
yeah, so the 35 for water comes out of water sewer, 70 comes out of general. And then the total is 105.
And, ORC, I'm covering that too, so.
Are you separating your wages when you work on water?
No, but I'm just saying, you probably, I don't have a budget in front of me, but you probably have a budget for water and sewer, which I'm covering that too, so you can actually include that in the labor.
So Skip got,
So you probably have more than 105. That's what I'm saying.
Skip got 18 hours a week, 40 hours a week, it'd be 36 a year. And then what he gets, does that add up to under the budget?
I'm pretty sure when we budgeted this, we budgeted with the idea that we would have a full-time public works employee, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I was actually going off the wrong
ORC
column,
and
so.
the director of public works, those are all, so, I mean, I'm filling two positions. So I'm filling the ORC position and the public works position. I believe there's a line item for that in there, and that money can be moved over. So you're probably just off the top of my head, we're, as far as money budgeted for staff regarding this, I think we're perfectly good. at doing this. We might need to move a little bit here. and a little bit there,
I think it was Dana, I think it was the meeting that was you and I and Ariel here,
Sorry.
when we confirmed those fee numbers that you're talking about for.
For
staff.
employee wages?
Yes.
Yeah.
And,
I remember it also.
yeah,
Mhm.
yeah.
How much do you think you spent in, subcontracting for public works?
Oh, that comes out of it too.
For.
For like all
for
these
the
extra,
year, for.
so far this year?
Pretty much.
6,000 maybe? Well, and then including the emergency repairs, so 12,000.
No, as far as just public works, not water and sewer,
Okay, yeah.
which would only be Mateo, right?
Well, that would, yeah, that would,
Mateo, there was-
probably less than 6.
There was 3 people, right, doing like subcontracting the last month.
Mateo had a crew, yeah.
Also,
yeah.
Mateo's
It
people.
was Mateo had a crew, he had, some days he had 2, some days he had 3, that was his deal, I just made them watching.
Cause we did put in, on under 61105-7 Public Works, $5,000 for subcontracting. Public Works, 5,000.
Brett, are you at 25 an hour right now? What's your hourly? 28.
So I'm looking for a little clarity. If I could. So right now we have our building inspector set up to where it could be basically anybody that the town decides to have a building inspector. And they get paid then for site visits that they do. Okay. To me, that makes an awful lot of sense because they don't have to work for the town or be an employee or anything else. And with Skip, to have him be the building inspector, it sounds like that works just fine, but, I think having it, if he's gonna work with the building inspector, like, can you just work under the same kind of terms that we have to do the building inspector and do it per site visit and, not be it as part of the,
Not punch in as. a-
not part of his duties as an employee for the public works. But he can always do that if he needs to take an hour off from his public work time to do this, or after work or before work, do an inspection. I'm concerned about changing the criteria for the building inspector. Because let's say after 6 months, Skip decides he doesn't wanna do it, or it's not working out well, or 2 years from now, we need a different building inspector. We've got a process and a system, an amount of money and the criteria for what a person is as a building inspector. We could just keep that. And then if he, as that other duty as an independent building inspector, could look at saying, okay, I'm checking out at 1 o'clock to go do this particular other job, or after work today, I'm gonna go do this. But I kind of don't feel like it should come under the umbrella of Public Works. I think being independent, it makes a lot of sense.
I disagree.
I disagree,
I disagree in all respects. First off, again, we do not have a municipal building code. If we did, we would primarily hire an architectural firm or an engineering firm to actually do building inspections. What we're asking, we would be asking, Ernest to do is more of a zoning issue. And to be able to do that properly, that person needs to know our municipal code. It's more than just checking the side yard and front yard and, setbacks, building height. We got into a situation, which is my favorite, and it's stormwater management issues, building in a flood zone, environmental impact. All of that has to be put together in a review. to allow, that's where Public Works would also be involved in. Is there a drainage issue here or, does it need culverts? Where's the water and sewer, so on and so forth. So it's a combined effort between, the water and sewer department and Public Works, building and zoning. And to, have another contractor come in, or do it on a not connected basis to Public Works. I could see where there would be things missed. And when things are missed, it relates to the issues that the town ends up somewhere down the line having to deal with. So I would like to see it combined together and stay together.
Just even from a treasury standpoint, like the finances of it, we're paying $50 per building permit site. But what you're talking about here with Skip is paying him $18 per hour to go do that job, so it's a significant decrease in what we're spending on that permit. Plus, if what's needed, what I'm hearing here is kind of that you wanna see some differentiation between the projects that he's working on. That's something that we could do easily in QuickBooks time, where he can clock in as the Public Works employee, and then he can clock in as building inspector. Like I do that for like the mitigation grant, I can change what I'm locked in working under, so we could have further tracking through that, but I would say that, like, Dennis makes a great point that he is very involved in the Public Works side of it and should be working with like both of us on his building permits.
So I'm fine with that. I just want to see that then our language under building inspector, it is changed then to where it's not this criteria.
Let me just say one thing, we're kind of getting off subject because right now we're just, I know they all kind of combine, but we're working on time allotment for Public Works, Brent first, then time allotment for Skip second, then Skip building inspector third. Then request for adjustment to allow department heads to allocate overtime. Those are 4 different subjects. How do we get through them one at a time? Let's work with Brent's asking for 40 hours to start.
I think if you run, when you do the numbers at Brent's hourly and at Skip's hourly, we would come out to $92,000 annually for the both of them to work 40 hours a week all year long. So 50 weeks a year for 40 hours a week, it'd be
It's actually
$92,000.
52.
Then the extra for subcontractors
Because we
gets
have to
added
pay-
to that too, right?
No.
No, it doesn't?
What's that?
Like the public works subcontractors that get added into that?
To that line item in the budget?
Yeah.
No, we have a
Just
different, we have a separate line item, so that would be just to have those 2 employees. So it is in our budget for them to have those hours, just as Public Works employees. And even if you take, part of it is in water and sewer, but if half of Brent's time is on water and sewer, then you can separate those line items out. And it comes to like $62,000 just out of the general fund for Public Works. So it doesn't leave us a lot of room to, increase wages this year but like 92 to 107, it's like tight, but it's within it.
The only wage increase would be after Skip's 90-day probation period was up. As I thought a few months ago, we talked about wage increases being done yearly. Am I remember that
We
right?
did talk
With
about
the possible exception,
evaluation,
pardon me?
during the employee
Right.
evaluation.
Yeah,
Does overtime come out of that budget too? Or is that
they
separate?
would.
Oh, would, yeah, so that would leave very little,
It leaves us somewhat of a margin though, to,
some overtime.
Yeah.
The overtime would mostly be
Yeah.
emergencies, like when I need to come in like in the middle of the night, or Skip needs to come in at 3 in the morning to plow, things like that. Those are,
So we're-
usually that's not even really covered under, but I'm just saying,
We're
instances
actually
like that,
99.
where I've already worked.
it's with 52, I was just gonna do that 99.
There's not a lot,
Which is
there's not a
still
lot.
within budget.
And that's actually I made it $20 an hour just in
It
case.
could work.
You made skips.
I don't wanna work.
Just in
Okay,
case.
so I would make,
I'm telling you the truth.
I would make a motion to increase both Brett Vanderveer and Skip Patterson to 40 hours a week. Or
I'll second
the
that.
foreseeable future.
That's just 36 to 40, right?
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
yeah.
And just so you guys know,
Not for Brent, not for Skip. Skip was 20 hours,
Oh.
so it's doubling, right? Right?
It would come out.
yeah, he's at 20 hours right now, and just so you guys know, I mean. I still enjoy my Fridays off, I'm 62 years old, I can collect I can collect social security this year. So I'm all about taking my Friday off, so, but I'm just trying to cover myself. For when for when I need to do, when I need to be here, I wanna be able to be here in the confidence that that you guys are all good at that.
Well, let's talk about the overtime separate, but
Yeah.
that's a
So I'm
separate.
talking about, no, not about,
Oh, for
I'm talking about taking, I've been working, my day off is Friday, I work Monday through Thursday normally. But I've been working a lot of Fridays, and that's why I'm saying, I wanna have that flexibility, but I still wanna, when it's a Friday, I still wanna be able to take off.
I see you around on Friday.
Are we
So,
talking
yeah, but I'd like.
Hold on.
Just know that.
We have a motion.
We have a motion on the table. We have a motion on the table to increase both Brent and Skip's hourlies to 40.
So combine the two together.
And my second motion.
We have a second.
Yeah, I don't think we need to talk about them separately.
Is there any
think
more
that-
discussion by the board members?
It sounds like you could phrase it as up to 40 instead of just phrasing it as 40, is that,
Yeah, up to 40.
Well,
yeah.
well, here's the thing, and I think we'll probably get into it. There's gonna be times when I'm gonna need more than 40 too. Like I pointed out, when an emergency happens, I'm coming in.
That's still a different
That's still a-
conversation. That's still a different
Yeah,
conversation.
okay, we can talk
So
about it.
I would say
Give you 40 and.
Lonnie's right, we're up to 40.
Yeah, up to 40, yeah.
And the other thing, I don't know when the appropriate time to discuss it is, but I would highly recommend Public Works. Work towards. Projects that would bring in more tax dollars like beautification in areas that would make people come in to make the areas more attractive. And some of the focus besides mitigation for fire be to bring in money with the hours that you put in so that it brings in more money to the town tax wise. I mean, that's just the way I feel about it as a businessman. If you want to run a business and you want the town to be
The
successful.
Public Works is automatically liability right off the bat.
Right, so anyway,
Public Works is not involved in litigation.
but you're doing tree trimming and stuff.
No, they'll do pickup.
That's a separate effort.
I
Okay,
think that
I'm
that's a
missing the
separate
boat.
agenda
Never
item
mind.
that we should, as a board, could talk about how we could beautify the town and then direct Public Works to do what we.
That sounds great.
After the 3 priorities.
All in favor?
Alright.
Now, we are moving on to Skip as building inspector. What do you guys think? You make a motion, just,
I'd like to make a motion that we, include, I think is the right word, in, Skip's responsibility, to, be part of the building permit issuance process and do zoning review
Is there like stuff?
and enforcement.
I would second that motion.
okay, discussion?
Would that,
Trustees first, please.
would that be under his hourly rate?
Yes,
Okay,
as part of his duties, I think is the way I started that.
is that gonna be included in his 40 hours? So that he does not go exceed 40 hours?
Yes,
There's not a lot of buildings to
it's
inspect.
really just, the best way I guess I can phrase it is we, include building and zoning enforcement. That's our municipal code, is part of his responsibilities for public works.
And also, Ariel will be watching over, because she's the one that signs the permits anyways.
Yep.
So she will make sure that the
Well,
zone's right.
the process,
Is that how it
the
was?
process should be,
Is that how it was for you when you did it?
Yeah, but we got a little
I
different
before
deal.
and after.
the process should be, a permit is requested. Before the permit is issued, the zoning enforcement officer goes out and views the site to make sure that what is going to be requested to be built fits for the zoning district and all of the other
Right.
municipal code. Gives it to Brent, Brent approves it, checking public works issues. And then, with that information, the clerk should be able to issue the building permit. So you got three sets of eyes on
That's right, and then, yeah, and everything is covered in different aspects.
it. Right.
And then she signs off on it and issues. the-
And I think that's our municipal code. is
That
written
is
that way.
correct. So it comes into the clerk's office, it's supposed to be reviewed by the building inspector, and once he signs off on it, then the clerk has the final approval on.
Right.
Issuing the permit.
On issuing the permit.
Any more discussion? Did you want to?
Okay, one way to do it is just that he's taking on an extra job that really you're not working every day on. So give him $1 extra on his pay, cause sometimes you could go to a place and do the zoning, it'll take you 20 minutes. And then, everything else, telling them where the setbacks are and all that, sometimes it takes you half a day to find them. Find the pins, so you know that you're accurate, so, that would cover
Well,
up.
90 days, he's already worked a bit, he's gonna get a raise.
I think in 90 days, we can discuss those.
Probably gonna get a $2 an
I
hour.
would say we should really like follow the employee evaluation process.
Exactly.
Do the
Let's
90
not-
days, have him do the evaluation and then do, just so we can have some type of like structure around raises and evaluations.
I
Yeah.
agree.
Any more discussion? All in favor? Okay. Next is a request for adjustment to allow department heads to allocate overtime to staff. So,
Yes, I agree with that. I'm mainly just asking for like Grant and I to have the ability to give overtime when needed to ourselves and the staff under us. I say this because you wouldn't have a packet today if I didn't work overtime. And I don't want to work overtime, so this is not some kind of ploy or bid to like make more money. It's just that like consistently I'm doing about 45 hours a week, and that's what it takes to get things done that needs to be done. If I just stopped at 40 and just called it, then there would be no packet or agenda or minutes, things of that nature.
I think the risk is that it just becomes kind of like a habit that people take the overtime, and it is really, I mean, it's time and a half.
For sure.
And
I
it's-
would also counter argue that you have 2 40-hour positions in me. You would have had.
No, I'm not denying, you're,
And so I think like if you balance it out, like you not having the treasurer, having to budget for that is where like at least mine would come from. And I would say that I'm not trying to ever do more than 45 a week, and I really would like to do 40 and go home at 40. But just having the ability to not feel like I have to ask every time or on the back end for the permission to do it, to just be able to do it when needed.
I think I'm having some deja vu here. I thought this sounds like a rerun. I thought we already,
Yeah, for you, I thought we already
yeah,
passed that.
No, it was like, I
You
got approved every time, I had to come and ask for it, I said like, hey, I work this much overtime, is that okay? And then I'll get a motion to approve it, essentially, and I was told over and over again, like, to not have overtime, but I am running into this. Kind of issue where sometimes I need like 1 more hour or 2 to just handle the amount of.
I don't think I ever told you not to do overtime, right?
No, you've never, it was just kind of discussed, like with my raise and whatnot, that it was not to include.
And I think in our agreement that it was, the mayor could give you approval for overtime.
I don't remember that, but I don't.
But either way, I think that we could we could do it, but I really feel as though without our, again, this is kind of, we're kind of hitting this point where we really need to see our profit and loss and see where we're coming up against our budget. Because, you know, I'm not saying that, you know, the 45 hours is not needed, we need it, but it would be nice to know where we're at
For sure.
with
Could
everything.
it be kind of adjusted where like allowance for overtime when you guys need it, and then it's like somehow reported to the mayor, like when it happens or
I'm
something?
not gonna deny it.
Like up to 10.
I know, but just so that, just like the documentation or something,
Is there?
for more transparency or something, I don't wanna make, I'm not trying to make life harder, I'm trying to figure out what that compromise.
You know, I don't think that's making life harder to.
Alright, I wanna, let's come back to this issue, we're gonna go to break.
Like a lunch break?
Yeah.
Well, thanks for letting me know. Hurry up.
When do we do that?
1:30.
What do you got on the clocks up there?
Knox Square. In the Crocs, I don't know, but they move. I haven't been there for days.
Yeah, I know it's.
I'll be there in the next 3 days.
How you doing, Brent?
I helped make the last.
How you doing?
How are you?
Okay. So we're gonna come back to we decided on the building inspector thing, so now we're gonna go with department heads to allocate overtime to staff. So I was thinking about it, what if we just set up to 20 hours a month? And then you guys, would that be enough?
Yeah, I mean, it's just, it's really just gonna be in emergency situations where we just would like the freedom to be able to, if we need to get something done, cause we're like, well, do we have enough time to do that? There's always this back and forth and, you know, we don't have any approval and just having the freedom to be able to do that and you guys trusting us a little bit in regards to how we, you guys need to know what we've done, if you want justification for overtime, she and I will, you know, be happy to give you any justification for overtime.
I think it's
needed.
it's
Nobody wants to run.
It's more like, I mean, and this doesn't refer to you guys, it's just in general, what happens is people tend to use their time in more inefficiently, their regular time, and that because they know they have overtime. I'm not saying that that's gonna happen, I'm just saying that that's the concern with like just,
Well, I'll just also point out that she does 2 or 3 jobs, I do 2 jobs. And you guys are already getting a deal. And we have to work 2 jobs. I do the water and sewer and I do public works. She does the treasurer and she does the clerk. So we've combined those positions. So having that flexibility is not something that, I think that's something that is totally.
Yeah, I don't think anyone thinks that y'all would be abusing it in any way. I think it's more about setting a policy so that like as new people come in, we have policies in place, like as we get to know people, you know? And so like, just like with the 90-day like thing before you get a raise and an evaluation, I think having these policies and sticking to them makes sense for the longevity of, you know what I mean?
So
Well, I
what
think that
you're
that's-
saying is just saying a number, and then you guys will have like a firm policy.
Yeah, what
And I think that's perfectly good.
so I would say,
Yeah.
I would entertain a motion, I'm not gonna make the motion, but I entertain a motion that we would do 20 hours a month. They can decide
Department heads for who exactly?
public works, water,
For employees, themselves and the employees?
just this, yeah, that the department heads can decide up to 20 hours when they wanna allocate their overtime. With,
That sentence just doesn't have enough structure for it.
yeah,
So, when they wanna allocate the overtime for themselves and the workers under them. or just themselves?
What do you guys think? I mean, I'm not making the motion, so you guys don't make the.
Kind of vague. We have a little bit of a different situation with the town being as small as it is, and the supervisor of personnel is not, when they're delegating work to, Ernest, for example, they're also participating in that. It's not like they're gonna delegate the work at 4 o'clock, they close the door and walk out and go home, and the other guys are still out in the field working. So they're really delegating, they're asking for, I think what you're asking for, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that you're not only delegating for staff, but you're delegating, you want that approval, you're also participating. Because what this said here was for staff. I believe.
Yeah, do you wanna be able to delegate overtime for Patty and Skip as well, or just for yourselves?
Yeah, essentially what I meant for staff was like us as department heads and to be able to give it to our staff.
So everybody.
In addition to what we need also, yeah.
Yeah, because it says, request for adjustment to law department heads to allocate overtime to staff,
Yeah,
but you're just. You want that phrase,
Staff sort of includes that, and it's not very clear.
I imagine that staff included us as well, because
Yeah,
we're staff.
Yours, yeah, we're
So I think
technically stacked, so.
the request would be, fitting in with what Benji was saying, would be more along the lines of up to 20 hours a month for all staff dictated by department heads.
That makes sense.
Does that make sense to
for
people?
adjustment to law.
Decided by.
And I would like,
Yeah, decided.
obviously, we're gonna get,
To,
next meeting, we're gonna have an up-to-date report on our profit and loss, and so we can kind of get it, eventually, we can get more of an idea of where we're at financially for this quarter. Cause this quarter will kind of reflect
So should
the
we
next
table
3
this?
quarters. No, I think we can do it, it's just,
So I think it's in the budget that gives.
So I mean, it's in the budget, there's room there to do that. It's not like we'd be even pushing hard on the budget.
No, but
I mean,
I
for
get
Brett, it'd be an extra, like.
what Dana was saying, if we were all replaced tomorrow, whoever came in. Would be able to read something and understand it and not have to recreate the wheel again, so we said, the request is for. Adjustment to allow a maximum of 20 overtime hours to department heads and staff.
That sounds good.
Yeah, I mean,
That's
yeah,
easy.
Satisfy everybody?
I think they would
is that that's the motion?
So, before we go to any motion, I would like to not use the term overtime. Cause that has an indication of like you're supposed to work 40 hours a week and now you're gonna have overtime, and overtime is like pay and a half or.
It is paying and a half, but you have to.
So I would like to not use the term overtime. If we want to have department heads be able to, go and add more of additional work hours, like if we have somebody who's scheduled to work 20 hours in a week or 30 hours in a week and you wanna add 5 more, but the concept of overtime, which is an additional money, I think is something we should really, really avoid.
Except that we have to, because the state statute.
the state mandates that anything over 40 hours is overtime, and it has to be paid at time and a half.
But
And we
if
do not
So
wanna
the
do,
the overtime for Brent and myself, cause and Skip.
I think you could state it as additional hours and it would still be overtime, so.
Like if it goes over 40 hours, then it would by state law, we would have to pay overtime, but if it reaches 36 hours, then, you
It
know.
won't always be overtime, it's just, it won't in every case be overtime.
Okay, so we gotta either make a motion or postpone this, because we have Seth on the line and I wanna make sure that we're honoring his.
so,
I would just say.
before we
treat it as
make
emergency,
any kind
Yeah,
of,
that's really what it's about, yeah. Okay,
Cause that's covered in our municipal code.
an emergency cost, yeah.
Yeah.
And I mean, that's really what it would be, I mean, overtime would, and more than likely would be an emergency, in my
Good
case.
for you, but Ariel wouldn't be, she works overtime.
Yeah,
anyway.
exactly.
That's where she's,
I mean, well,
there's a lot of.
depends if you consider not having a pack and
So-
emergency.
Yeah.
So,
Maybe.
I feel that overtime for people who are like our full-time employees, I would only wanna see that happen if there is an actual sort of a real emergency, and then of course, we would want you to be able to do what needs to be done. But the looking at time and a half, and if it's something that happens frequently, we're not gonna be able to pay that money. So, you know, if there's like, we got a break in the water system or whatever, and you need to do more hours, like, of course. But, as far as the people you're overseeing, I just wanna have, there's some clarity that if they are scheduled to work 30 hours a week or 25 hours a week, that you could have a judgment to add an additional, say, 5 hours. But look at it over a month long, not to exceed so many hours per month. Because we can't use this as just a backdoor to, you know, if a person regularly needs more hours, let's just change the job description and budget for somebody who needs more hours rather than, oh, we need it. I mean, it makes sense, if 25 hours a month is just not cutting it, or a week is not cutting it, then let's visit it and say this employee needs to have so many more hours. If it's like a one-off because of, we got a mailing to do, or we have this work that needs to be done, then I think the idea of having that discretion makes sense. But I think it needs to be really limited, because we don't wanna undermine our budget and we don't wanna undermine the job descriptions. That makes
Or
sense?
the potential of
So should
abuse.
we table this until we get past the other person waiting? I don't know.
Okay.
You know,
Oh, our attorney's on the line.
oh, the attorney, okay.
Yeah, we'll pick it up after Seth's on.
Okay. Seth, are you there? No, he just left.
His screen's still there though.
I don't know anyone that puts limits on employees like we try to do. I recall when Ariel was hired, we had her originally, how many hours? did we have?
20 hours.
20 hours. Kim? Same deal. I think it was the next board meeting. Everyone knew, you pointed out, wasn't enough, we increased it. I think a month or two passed after that, we increased it again. I think, you know, state statute says what it says as far as certain amount of hours you have to pay overtime. If a condition exists, how many times does the board say, well, can you write this letter? Can you contact that person? Can you get the park ready for the upcoming events? Not too soon, but you know, you gotta get them ready just the day before. So, you know, we ask people to do the work for us, and then we try to restrict the hours that they need to get it done. And that doesn't make sense to me, and this is where I'm flopping to the labor side of it. I understand the budget, I work on it just as well as everybody else does. And if it comes to the end of the year where we have to write a supplemental budget because of labor, then you're right, we look into the future and say, did we write this correctly? Let's change it, let's increase it, maybe that even needs another person in the administrative office or another person on public works. But to give them a job and then say, you've got this many hours to do it in.
Well, I mean, but that is state statute, I mean, they give you
Yeah.
40 hours a week is kind of like what the work week is, and then, you know, and most people can't fit, you know.
Unless you're salaried.
Well, even if you're salaried now, it's still,
10-hour.
You
It
still
doesn't
have to
matter.
pay,
You
so
still have
you
to
change
pay.
that law.
Yeah,
So,
they changed that.
I mean, pretty obviously, the board members are also way underpaid and do a lot. Like, everybody that cares enough about the town has to put in a little, it's a little unfair all the way around. But, I also think, if we just agree to the supplemental hours, I'm fine with that, like. How many hours was it? Up to
It was up to 20 hours, I think, total for all of us.
For a
for
month.
a month, yeah, so that's 5 hours a week.
Yeah,
It's not,
and
it's
use,
not freaking me out yet.
used in discretionary.
Used
Discretion.
with proper discretion.
I don't think in general people, I don't think most of the people in this room want to work more than they have to. You know,
No,
like everybody enjoys their free time.
And I'm fine with it, with this limit on it. I just agree that I just think that if it's something that we're always adding the extra hours to, then we need to revisit the job description. And I also understand that sometimes of the year, like summertime might be way more busier than wintertime. But I'd like there to be a clarity that if we're going to hire somebody and we say it's 30 hours a week, and we wanna say 30 to 35 hours a week. What I don't wanna see happen is if we extend this, and I don't think it would, but we have to be careful with our policies. If we say, okay, now your job description is 35 hours a week, then it's like, I'm gonna work for 35 hours, I don't really have much to do, but I could use some money. Nothing happening today, but I'm gonna stay till 5 o'clock, cause my job description says I'm supposed to work 35 hours.
I don't remember.
Let's just be clear on what's expected with people, that if it's gonna be 30 to 35 hours a week, then if. You know, there's not much going on, then you're working 30, but if you need the help, it's 35. I mean, I would allow that for the department heads to make that determination. So I agree with that, since you've got a top number on that, let's go with that.
Okay.
And then if we.
The other thing is like with Skip, we went from 20 now all the way to 40, so there shouldn't be.
I don't really see it, unless we're out there having to dig a ditch in the middle of the night, there's not gonna be, that's not gonna be that.
Okay.
But with this, and like I said, in my situation, it's gonna be mostly emergency situations, and that way I'm covered, you know, or maybe there's an event that requires.
Well, let's try it.
here all weekend, you know,
Let's try
stuff like that.
Okay,
You
so
know.
go and make a motion quickly, cause we got Seth on the line, did you get the motion?
I did, but I don't remember what I said.
Is a motion to approve 20 hours a month for all staff dictated by department heads.
Up to
Up to 20 hours a month.
extra hours, and if it's overtime, it's.
Call it supplemental. could be
No,
called-
I'm gonna need a new motion. But just need
Make a
someone to
motion
speed it out.
that we approve. Additional. 20 hours a week, a month, I'm sorry, for department head and staff. Actually, I said it better the first time. I didn't know what I'm talking about.
I think that's.
With discretion. Discretionary. Should we
That
call
sounds
it,
like a full motion.
should we call it discretionary hours?
Up to 20. It seems like you need the extra 20 hours anyway, if you're 5 hours extra a week of work, you have it,
Yeah, I
no
mean, just
matter what.
imagine like this week, like Benji came to me last week and he said, we need these reports. And that included doing a lot of financial reconciliation and trying to get access to things. And then also on top of creating an agenda and a packet for this meeting, getting all of those things together while also still working on the water sewer billing that needed to go out ASAP. So it is that idea of like all these priority things that we have going on. And some weeks, like I can't do it in 40 hours,
Yeah.
but I did it in 44.
So it seems like she needs the extra
That's-
time
yeah.
anyway, and for the public works, just for emergency.
And then, I mean, that's what happens sometimes, I gotta, you know, I might have 3 vendors come in on one day and.
All right,
That
I
puts
will
everything
second
else,
the motion.
that puts everything else. on the
Somebody
table.
make a
we got it,
He made the motion, I second.
Okay.
So let's move on.
all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, sorry, Seth, that was something that was lingering from before lunch. How are you, Seth?
I am well. The board is taking action. I will step back if the board is taking action. Please proceed.
We're
I
good.
appreciate you guys allowing me to appear remotely.
We got action done on that. We can go to your agenda.
Okay,
Sure.
I jumping to the attorney's report. Is that my understanding, Mayor?
Yep,
Okay. Well, thank you for the time. I appreciate working with our clerk and the mayor last week on our agenda meeting. I do have a attorney's report for the month of March and April, which we're in now. Um, a few of the projects that I have been continuing to work on. The first one is the 3 Mile Area of Concern Agreement with the County of Saguache. I've been working with Mr. Brad Crowell. Once again, I believe the question is if the town can provide a latitude, longitude point of the town hall. We will be able to enter that as our data point, which would calculate the 3 mile area of concern. So I will be working with the clerk, possibly the mayor, to just provide that point, and I will get that draft back over to Mr. Crowell, and hopefully he will present that to his board. Okay. My next point, Mayor and board, are the ongoing discussions with Baca Grande Water and Sanitation District. I've been in some communication with Mr. Locke last week. I do believe that Baca Grande's meeting will be held on the 16th. It was stated to me that their agenda item will be the approval of the IGA between the town of Crestone and the Baca Grande Water and Sanitation District for continued services. That is the draft we have provided to them. That draft is approved by this board and signed by the mayor. So we are simply waiting on an agreement of Baca Grande Water and Sanitation District to approve and enter into that agreement. Last month, I stated that some of my tasks would be to prepare the amended fee schedule and some associated documents. That would include our updated tap fee, which would also have an impact fee for new residents that are desiring to connect to the wastewater system. I have put that, a lot of that work I have worked on, but I wanted to just make sure that that agreement was signed by Baca Grande. I do hope to have some information on the 16th or 17th from Mr. Locke on that. I was in communication with our clerk. If we are amending our fee schedule, if we're changing that, I wanted to know if there were any additional changes to the fee schedule that we could implement at the same time. So that's an ongoing conversation I've had with our clerk, if there's anything that also needs to be updated on the fee schedule, in addition to the impact fee that's been added. So that is a policy that we've been working on for quite a while, an agreement we've been working on for quite a while, and I hope to have some information to the board at our next special meeting here at the end of the month. The next question I had for the board, and I am sorry, clerk, I sent over some information just yesterday. I didn't know if all of that got distributed to the board.
Yes,
But that packet,
it's in front of them right now.
that packet included a draft of I'm just going to use the term drone policy. You might hear it as an unmanned aerial vehicle or a UAV. This has been some interest of municipalities in the area. Just trying to gauge board feedback, if that is something they would like me to address for the town of Crestone or not. This would just be adding some limitations or the ability of the town to have some control of drone use in the area. It does not sound like it's been an issue in Crestone up until this point. Some of your neighbors had addressed some concerns of drones being in their backyard. Actually, one individual stated, this was another municipality, looking in his garage when the door was open. So it has been a topic of concern in other municipalities. I do have a draft in front of the board. I do need to address our specific sections and citations. Those would be entered into the trespassing, the harassment policy, and it would give the town the ability to possibly prosecute someone if that drone pilot is interfering with someone's land in a trespass or in a harassing manner. So that is just a draft before the board. If they would like to review that and have any comments or further guidance to me, please let me know. And I think we could address that at our next meeting also, just give you the time to review what's there. If it's something you'd like me to drop, I'm completely able to do that also. My next point moves on to the model traffic code. The town of Crestone is currently operating under the 2020 model traffic code. about 2 weeks ago. I believe it was the 1st of April, maybe the 29th or 31st of May. There was a meeting here in the office. It included local law enforcement. We had officer, or maybe I need to look up his title, Burbaker, and also Sheriff Warwick. We were able to discuss the model traffic code and the proposed model traffic code for 2024 that CDOT has provided. It implements a few changes related to, again, I think I've addressed these, bicycle use, motorcycle use, automated vehicle identification systems, something like traffic cameras, just quite a few updates. And also, we are trying to standardize the fines and surcharges for a lot of the municipal courts in the San Luis Valley. Got a lot of feedback from these officers, very positive. And one project I'm working on is making the model traffic code applicable to the town of Crestone using the 2020 version as a base or a starting point, but possibly allowing any sheriffs that are in town to write a citation, and that would be to the municipal court instead of to county court. They would be able to do a citation that would basically allow a court appearance or fines and surcharges that are issued to that individual to be issued to the town instead of the county. So that is a big project I'm working on. I know the model traffic code, lack of a consistent law enforcement presence in town is a little disturbing, but I would like to give the law enforcement, when they are there, the ability to write a citation into municipal court instead of into county court for the town. I also have been in contact with Judge Zollers, trying to keep her apprised of the municipal traffic code updates we're working on. And then also just with her schedule, her availability, to make sure she is desiring to continue in the municipal court judge role. It's my understanding the town is not looking at another individual for that right now, and she is not looking to get out of that role, but just trying to have that ongoing communication with the municipal court judge so that if a citation is issued, we are both more or less on the same page. We do have some sort of a working relationship and would be able to prosecute that in the municipal court. One of the big requests from the town board and the clerk has to do with the eviction of the tenant in the room next door, Foxton Studios. In your packet should be a draft letter.
No, it's that
I didn't include that one, I'm sorry.
we specifically left that one out. I'll tell you the reason. When we decided we wanted to have a letter, we realized that it was more of a reminder letter because we had already set an agreement with her to be out by April 30th, and she had agreed to that in public with us, and we felt like if we sent her that letter, and the clerk and I decided this, put in the agenda, that we would be causing more of a stir and possibly allowing her more time than we had already agreed on. So we'd like to hold that off until we get to April 30th and see if she's actually out, because the letter kind of was a little bit of a backtrack, because we did have an agreement that she'd be out by April 30th. And she also has already started removing some of the stuff from the space. So we're seeing some movement already.
Okay, I guess keep me posted. To file a FED action, we may need some background information, a actual notice to terminate tenancy, along with that being served on the individual by a neutral third party, which would generally be the sheriff. But I guess that's something we'll be talking about moving forward, Mayor.
Yeah, I think,
So let me,
yeah, I was just gonna say that, I think the letter was more of like just a reminder that we had, of what we had already agreed on when she came here. We asked her, what would be fair for her as far as timing for her, and she told us April 30th was that. And I know, and so when we were thinking of a letter from you, it was more like just kind of emphasizing what we had agreed on as opposed to demanding something new, you know? Cause that, what was it called, the top of that? Other, second.
The notice to terminate tenancy.
Yeah, notice to terminate said like July 15th, and I know that, you know, that would be if we were to go down that route, but we felt like, you know, we're gonna give her the benefit of the doubt and try to get her out when she says she was gonna get out.
We will hold that letter then. If an FED action is to be filed, we would probably have to start with that notice to terminate tenancy. And that notice period, I do believe, is currently 91 days. But if she moves out on April 30th as agreed upon, then the issue's mute and we don't have to talk about it anymore.
I think our motion was to revisit it at April 30th. You sure? Yeah, okay.
I specifically,
To like reevaluate on April 30th.
we asked her how long she needed to get out, and she said April 30th. Is that right?
I remember it's now time of April 30th.
Yeah, the original contract stated 2 weeks, but we gave her an additional month. And she said she could follow with that.
Was it
Our
reevaluate
point-
our April meeting that we already did?
That's what it
Right,
was.
our point was we didn't want it to go to an appeal. And that was why we wanted to contact the attorney.
That's alarming.
Okay. So,
So we will be waiting until April 30th to see what action she's taken at this point in time.
right.
That's my understanding. Okay. I have had some interactions with our clerk. I was going to list 2 specific items. A letter dealing with the stabilization, some of the remodels and the work done on town hall. And we also had some billing program issues and concerns. I do hope that most of those have been resolved. I hope that my assistance with the clerk was helpful. And if she needs any more assistance on that matter, please reach out to me and let me know if I can help out.
It hasn't really been resolved, but you were very helpful and I'm still talking with them and I'll come to you if I need more assistance on
Okay.
that billing issue.
Please do. The next item on my list, the clerk notified me that I don't know if it wasn't presented or it just wasn't passed, but it is our status resolution. That is our resolution that just declares current positions within the town, our current posting places, and then also our current legal newspaper, among a few items. Has that been addressed by the board up until this point?
No, it's something that needs to be addressed.
Okay. Well, if I may, Mayor, I would just read this resolution. And then what resolution number are we at? Clerk, may I inquire that?
This would be 003/2025.
Mayor, if I may, before the board is resolution 003-2025. This is the designation of official status for the calendar year 2025 for the town of Crestone. Whereas it is the duty of the mayor and the board of trustees of the town of Crestone, Colorado town, to make certain appointments and designations of official status for the calendar year 2025. Now therefore, be it resolved by the Board of Trustees of the town of Crestone that 1. Ariel Blackwell is appointed as the town clerk and treasurer. Seth Walker is appointed as the town attorney, and Barbara Zollers is appointed as town judge. 2. The official posting places for notice of meetings of the Board of Trustees shall be the locked bulletin board outside the door of the town of Crestone Town Hall, 108 West Galena Avenue. The bulletin board outside the meeting room at 111 South Alder Street, and the bulletin board located inside the U.S. Post Office, 161 East Silver Avenue. Posting shall be made at least 24 hours in advance of any public meeting. 3. The town board meetings shall be held at the Town Hall Meeting Room at 111 South Alder Avenue on the second Monday of each month at 9:30 a.m. unless notice is otherwise provided. 4. The Crestone Eagle is hereby designated as the official and legal newspaper for the town of Crestone, with alternate newspapers being the Swatch Crescent and the Valley Courier. 5. The First Southwest Bank is designated as the depository for the town funds. This would be approved this 14th day of April, 2025.
Just a quick question. You designated the post office as East Silver. It's actually North Silver.
I'm West Golden, so that doesn't make sense in my book.
Yeah, they have an Alder address, I believe.
Silver would be an
It would
avenue.
be
I think
all
those
there
are
is silver.
east west.
Let's look it up.
So
I just want it to be correct.
it'd be
Sorry for one page.
And we
No
can
problem.
make these corrections. These are the same addresses we had listed in 2024, my understanding.
Because there is no East Silver.
I have the
There
address.
is
of
actually,
166
anything
Alder
east
Street.
of Alder would be
Just
east.
Alder.
The avenues are east-west and the streets are north-south, correct? So if it's on Silver, it would have to be east-west.
Avenue.
So the official address of the post office is 166 Alder Street, Crestone, yeah.
I do think. I don't. There is an address error, I think it's in number 3, it's 111 South Alder Avenue, and it should be South Alder Street.
The post office website has it 166 South Alder Ave, but the Google has it just 166 Alder
So
Alder
166
would be
South
a
Alder.
street,
Ave. I'm at the
correct?
That's south of Galena.
Alder Street.
I'm at the USPS site and it says 166 South Alder Ave.
Okay.
That's so hilarious that the post office has the right address.
I wonder why we can't get
And
that.
I don't know which one's right, I'm just saying, they can have it all in one, too. It's Crestone, if that's what it has, 166 South Alder.
Okay, you got that?
No, I don't, Mayor. Could you please repeat that?
It's, the correct address is 166 South Alder
And they just have an S for
Street.
That's in their website.
And then also the town hall meeting room is 111 South Alder Street.
And then the town hall meeting room is 111 South Alder Street.
Okay, so number 3 will be adjusted to 111 South Alder Street
Yep.
for the town hall.
Who wants to make a motion?
And the post office in number 2 will be amended to read 166 South Alder Street.
Great.
I would make a motion to approve the resolution as amended.
I'll second that.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All right, it's passed.
And I will get a copy of that amended resolution to our clerk as soon as I can, hopefully this afternoon.
Thank you.
The next item is an ordinance. Ms. Blackwell, could I have a current or what this sequential ordinance number would be? This would be an ordinance related to the town code, specifically the utility section.
I'm not 100% sure, I think we're on number 2, but I would like to double check that.
So as read, this would be ordinance number 2 that may be amended if that is out of order. This is an ordinance amending the town code to help clarify some of the language, specifically to costs of material and labor to install taps and the additional line required to run from the tap to the curb or the landowner's property. So Mayor, if I may read this ordinance onto the record.
Yeah.
This would be ordinance number 002-2025. Be it ordained by the Board of Trustees of the Town of Crestone. The following amendment is made to the Town of Crestone Code of Ordinances regarding the municipal water system. Whereas commercial and residential growth within the town has occurred, and whereas new water taps are expected to be requested, and whereas some confusion has been stated by potential tap requesters and the town board. Now therefore, the town board of the town of Crestone, Colorado ordains Section 1, Section 7-1-20E of the Town of Crestone Code of Ordinances is hereby repealed and reenacted to read as follows. Section 7-1-20B. B. All work, labor, and services of tapping town water mains and or extending service lines from the town water mains to property or curb lines shall be done and performed only by town employees or under town contract operations. Property owners requesting water service must pay a tap-on fee before the permit to tap the water main is issued. All costs of labor and materials associated with tapping the water main and extending the water service to the building are the sole responsibility of the property owner. These costs are in addition to the tap-on fee and will be required to be paid prior to the town providing water service to the premise, lot, building, home, or structure. These costs may be estimated by the town, and payment may be required prior to the initiation of work or the ordering of supplies. I did have a slight typo here, I think in my conversion from Word to a Google Doc. This should be Section 2. It is listed as Section 5 in my draft here. Is the effective date. This ordinance shall take effect 30 days after publication following passage. This would be introduced and approved on the first reading on the 14th day of April 2025 and ordered published by reference to title only.
I have a question on this.
Hang on, we have trustee Pasluzny or Mayor Pro Tem Pasluzny, then trustee Lakai.
Seth?
Trustee, go ahead.
Yes, what I'm reading here, what I have in front of me, it says all work, labor, and services of tapping the town water mains and or extending service lines from the town water main to the property or curb lines shall be done and performed only by the town employees or under town contract operation. We don't have the equipment, or we're not gonna do any of that. We're not going to perform the work. We're not gonna hire a contractor to do that work. The property owners requesting water service must pay a tap-on fee before the permit to tap the water main is issued. All costs of labor and materials associated with the tapping of the water main and extending the water service to the building, and we can include, as you did, the property line, lot or whatever. Let me go back. All work associated with tapping the water main, extending water service to the building are the sole responsibility of the property owner, period. We should strike, these costs are in addition to the tap-on fee and will be, here's the part that I don't recall where we got this, and will be required to be paid prior to the town providing the water service to the premises, lot, building, home, or structure. So I don't know why we would want to know that the fees the property owner is paying to their contractor need to be shown to us. And then the last sentence should be struck, these costs may be estimated by the town and payment may be required prior to the initiation of the work, order of the supplies, or the work order of the supply. So I hope I made that clear.
But one thing with that is if we're gonna have them do it, we wanna make sure that they're
Using the same material.
that they're in line with our standards, so we wanna say
Yes.
something in there.
No,
So,
no,
why not?
we don't need to, because that's part of our.
Well, actually, the code says that we provide the material, in other words, like the meter pit, the valve.
And they pay us though. That's not free,
Yeah.
but we have that.
But we have it, so we.
I know we have it, but, so that's what this is, the costs are in addition. So if they're paying for that, then it does get,
Read the whole thing through though, it says these costs are in addition to the tap-on fee and will be required to be paid prior to the town providing water service to the premises, lot, home, building, home, and structure. It goes on to say these costs may be estimated by the town. We don't need to estimate for them. And the payment be required prior to the initiation of the work order of the supplies.
Yeah, I feel like the first line, instead of it saying, labor performed by town employees or under town contract operations, instead it could say something more along the lines of the property owner the contractor has to come and tell the town that they're going to tap into the sewer line and it has to be approved.
That's the permit process. I think that line, the first sentence should be completely struck.
Just get rid of it.
Shouldn't be there at all.
Okay.
So the first sentence is our existing code. And it was my understanding we are trying to clarify that all costs, materials, and labor from the point of the tap to the curb or the edge of the property owner's property will be completed by the town or a contractor, and they will be responsible fees of the property owner that is requesting the tap to be made.
Yes, but the problem comes in is we do not have the ability to make the tap or even the excavation.
That is why the first sentence is very important. The very few last words that the town will be able to use contract operations to complete that process.
I don't think we need to get involved in that. They're requesting a tap to the water main. We're gonna collect the fee. That's where it begins and that's where it ends for us.
Only have to inspect the line.
And the only other thing, exception, I agree with you, is that we have restrictions on who we allow to do the tap. Because it has to be somebody who is skilled, or there has to be a supervision by our water. We don't want anybody just Yahoo to cut in and do the tap. So we have an oversight.
That has nothing to do with the tap.
Okay,
The contractors who work on anyone's project, is the person who is having whatever's built's responsibility. Brent, or whoever he designates, will observe
Okay.
the excavation,
Okay.
the tap, and that,
this
again,
this is just an amendment down to our regs to say
Yeah,
who's paying
but
for it.
I don't know why this is getting so difficult. What we're trying to do is eliminate our involvement,
Right,
including our costs.
Right.
On what they wanna do.
okay, I understand, and the only suggestion I was going to say, extending the water service to, I would say the property or building. Is a sole responsibility.
We're adding stuff that doesn't belong in here.
Okay.
All we wanna do is ensure that the tap-on fees historically have been paid back to the contractor to do work that was not our responsibility.
Okay, and we're not,
And many times, that work ended up being more, the contractor ended up billing more than the fees we collected, and we absorbed that cost.
okay, I understand that, okay.
but there's nothing, I mean, how do you know that in here that those people are gonna be following our standards? If we're having some other contractor do it and they're like, well, we can get this stuff way cheaper, and then all of a sudden we have like a conflict.
He doesn't let it happen.
No, that's my job, is to make sure that the standards are met for the town.
And then they're buying the items from you,
Yes.
Yes,
and is that,
And I'm specking the parts that are going in there. Just say, for instance, the scandals up here.
Right.
That was exactly, they said, we're gonna have Mark Potter. Mark Potter and I came up, I discussed it with him. I gave him the materials that he needed to do the work. We charged the scandals for the materials. I inspected He dug the hole, he installed the pit, I inspected the connection, and we were done.
So is there a
So I-
separate ordinance about inspection already, or do we need to include that in this ordinance?
No, there's already inspections, as far as the
ordinance is
water connections go to the distribution system, that's the ORC's
This,
responsibility.
this ordinance does not have anything to do with inspections. It has nothing to do with anything other than the tap line. That's it.
And then one other question, what about sewer and all that, those parts?
I believe that's already covered in it.
Sewer connections are the same way, they dig,
No, but I'm saying, what about, did we?
So this is just an amendment to what the existing structure, so it's changing the language of this section only. So all these other things you're talking about are covered in the other sections.
Yes, and if you check our municipal code as far as the sewer tap, it says very simply, the property owner requesting the service is responsible for all costs.
Yeah.
And that's what I was hoping this ordinance would say.
it sounds
So
like
Mayor
this
and
is all-
Trustee Paslewski, I did use your language and then I did take some freedom to draft. That does take into concern though subsection E in the same section. I am trying to, and it was my understanding the town was trying to say that from the tap, and then maybe we should use some same language as in E, to the meter pit will be installed by the town or a contract operator, but that cost is on the permittee. Section E states water service lines from the town water main to the meter pit shall be installed and maintained by the town. Water lines extending from the meter pit shall be installed and maintained by the property owner and or user in accordance with the state plumbing code. So maybe I've got the delineation wrong. I thought we were going from the tap to the lot line or the meter pit. If this is something you would like to talk about, maybe we should move this to our next agenda so that we can get this language that you are comfortable with. Sorry for the delay.
More, I just wanna get this wrapped up. The problem with that, dividing that responsibility, be it the physical labor or the cost, is there's nothing to stop the contractor from billing the town, even though we're gonna reflect that cost back more for that section from the main to the curb or to the meter pit than it would be from the actual cost from the property line to the building. So it's safer for us, more easier for the contractor and the property owner to know that the responsibility is that to main and take that and install the line, including the meter pit, cork stop, the B box, and all the way to the building. And it's the property owner's responsibility from A to Z. We're not involved with anything other than collecting the fee.
So I'm sorry, Mayor, I'm not sitting here. I'm just kind of at a loss for direction.
So. Let's follow what, Mayor Pro Tem, Lucy said, where it's. Cross off all work, labor, services of tapping town water mains, all of the first sentence is completely striked. And it says property owners request, so it starts off, property owners requesting water service must pay tap on fee before the permit to tap the water main is issued. All costs of labor, materials associated with tapping the water main and extending the water service to the building are the sole responsibility of the property owner. And that's it?
Yeah.
And that's it. Everything else gets striked.
So just a question, will the property owner be installing the meter pit and meter?
Yes.
Yeah. With inspector, yes.
well, just to be really specific, I will be installing the meter,
Okay.
but that's like a 5-minute job. But they will be installing my pit that I spec. just to be very clear about it. And, yeah, what the town says.
So then to clarify, do we need to strike a section in section E to remove the language, water service lines from the town water main to the meter pit shall be installed and maintained by the town?
Yes,
Will maintenance by the town remain? It is just the installation that is being removed?
we'll take care of, and this doesn't have to be added to anything. Our normal way of doing things is we'll take care of everything from the main. If there's a need, to the property line. And then they'll take over, and I'm talking maintenance, not construction. They'll take over from the property line to the house.
So this ordinance as amended would be section 7-1-20, section B. Will be repealed and reenacted as follows. Property owners requesting water service must pay a tap-on fee before the permit to tap the water main is issued, period. We will have a edit to section E, as in echo.
You missed a sentence. Go to all costs of labor, that whole sentence is still in.
So the second and third sentences are there.
Right, and then the rest are taken out.
Okay. The edit to section E will be water service lines from the town water main to the meter pit shall be installed and maintained by the town. The change there would be the word or the removal of the words installed and. It will read water service lines from the town water main to the meter pit shall be maintained by the town.
Anyone want to make a motion to pass that?
I'd like to make a motion that we pass it.
Ordinance number 002/2005, is that right?
The current revisions or
With as amended. Is there a second?
I will second the motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right. We did it, Jack.
Thank you, Trustee Paslewski, for walking me through that again. I agree.
You're
I think
welcome.
I was just on the wrong page. I appreciate your help, sir.
We're good. We're good.
I will have that resolution as amended and that ordinance as amended over to the clerk as soon as I can for signature by our mayor.
Thank you. But we also passed an ordinance today that was written back in 2018, I believe. That increases our ban, our fire ban to a stage 2 fire ban instead of stage 1 until we decide to release it. I'll tell you how it goes. We already passed it. We just wanted to double check with you, just because we did that. So basically, the county has increased the fire ban in our area, specifically the Baca, for because of the increased fire risk. And usually in the past, since when they do that, then the town of Crestone increases their fire ban. So that's why we did that. But I'll get it to you. The only thing we did was strike out jail time. Where is it? You have
I
it?
believe that is, yes. Oh no, that's resolution. That's our security measures.
I don't know, did you?
Ordinance number 2006-11.
Fire ban number?
No, it's a newer one. I'll get it to you as soon as here it is.
The newest one,
The 2018-004.
No, I just got that from you too.
And then we
Yeah, I'll
also,
send it to him. Should I send it to him now?
Sure.
Okay.
and then I think we also issued that same thing, but was it in 2020?
Yeah,
Right,
it's, okay, hang on, let me get it over to him. I just want to find my organization on this computer.
so it's a resolution that we have on hand that we periodically enact that is to go from our normal fire ban up into like a stage one. It's a stage two fire ban. When the risk is really high and when the county has also issued an upgraded fire ban, the town then goes along and does more of like a total fire ban. And so we do that periodically.
Hey, it's coming your way. The only thing that we struck out was their last sentence that just says jail time. We're gonna leave the fine in there just for the.
We decriminalized the act, so it's a fine and not jail time. Okay. I will review that when it comes over.
Just so you know, we already passed it.
Great. Congratulations.
But we just need to renumber it. And put the signatures and stuff, obviously, so.
Okay. I believe I just have two more points to touch on, Mayor. One is kind of some First Amendment, some speech updates. I've been in contact with our clerk as a public employer, really kind of due to some liability or slander concerns that are having. I do appreciate the security resolution the town is passing. I believe those are legal steps the town can take to try to protect its employees from any retaliation. We are in the public realm though, and individuals do have a First Amendment speech right to kind of voice their opinion. I know that it seems very personal sometimes. This is a very personal position. Mayor, all the trustees, the town employees, the town staff are in, and I will definitely assist in trying to stop anything that crosses a line. But our residents do have the ability to voice their mind. There can be a line that's crossed when it's a kind of a personal attack. However, just be in contact with me if that type of issue is coming up. I do believe that our clerk is trying to address that with the security resolution, and I do appreciate the action she's taking. My last question for the board was I did see our new trustee. If I can get the name right. Is that Mr. Lonnie Roth? He's appointed as a trustee.
Yes,
And has he taken the oath of office yet or been sworn in by the mayor?
I swore him in, is that okay? We came from the clerk.
That is, I believe that's a appointed position, something that could be delegated to you. If we could just include that oath of office in our next packet, I would appreciate seeing that. And I would like to say congratulations. Thank you, trustee. I appreciate you joining the board and I look forward to working with you.
thank you.
So Mayor, I believe that I've touched on all the points that I had for today. I will be working on the amended resolution and ordinance to get that to the board as soon as possible. Are there any questions from the mayor or the board?
Just a comment, I sent you over the coordinates for town hall. I put the cursor exactly on the town hall and then took a screenshot and then made it so that it's, those exact coordinates.
Okay. I will work those into the amendment to the IGA between the town and the county. And then I will contact Mr. Brad Crowell, see if that is an acceptable change from his legal point of view and see if we can get that on the county agenda for approval in some time. Hopefully their next meeting. I don't know when that is though.
tomorrow.
May not get it to him by tomorrow, but I will work on that. And then I did say that was the end of my report. I did have one more thing to add. I do plan to attend the April 28th special meeting. Please let me know if I have those dates wrong. I will not be able to attend the May 12th meeting. So I do hope to have a appearance at is it the 28th or the 26th?
28th.
28th. So I do plan to attend that meeting. I will be out of the office some during the month of May, so that I'm hoping to make that meeting up in April.
May is
It's
26th.
the April 28th and then the May 26th.
Yeah, so you're coming to the April 28th meeting, you won't be coming to the May 12th meeting, and you will or will not be coming to the May 26th meeting?
At this time, I do hope to attend the May 28th. Sorry, the May 26th meeting. I will be attending April 28th and May 26th. Is that correct? Dates? Thank you.
Does anybody have any questions, comments, or concerns from the attorney?
I have a question.
Yeah.
Can the deputies be able to enforce like the fire ban or some town code stuff, or is that still being?
So the town code is slightly different. They would be able to implement the model traffic code, as those are related to the state statute. However, I think that they would be implementing the county fire ban, not the town fire ban, if a sheriff comes out and does that.
It's the same now,
Oh.
anyway.
It's not the same, we just overlapped it with but if you see a fire and you can't put it out, call the sheriff. I mean, it seems to me like the sheriff would probably enforce our fire ban, especially if we send him our ordinance that we just created.
I would agree that they would probably implement the fire ban. It may be just at the county level, even within the town.
Anybody else have anything for the attorney?
Not at this time.
All right, I think that we're gonna move on. Appreciate all of the work you've done, Seth, and we finally got some ordinances completed. Have been sitting on our for a while. Seems like you're sort of happy about it. Yeah, we got it done finally.
Yep. I actually have a few minutes earmarked here. I will try to make those edits and send those updates to our clerk today.
Just one question.
Okay,
So on the IGA, is that?
the IGA, it just has to go, right, they're just signing it themselves, the fresh.
Baca
IGA,
Grande,
yeah,
yes, that is before the board for action on April 16th, to my notes from Mr. Locke. He cannot speak for the board. He did not see anything holding it back from being signed, though.
okay,
Thank you, Seth.
thank you, sir.
Okay. Thank you all.
Welcome.
So we passed, department heads allocating overtime to staff, now we're gonna move on to the contract between Brett Collier and the town of Crestone under.
So we need to renew it?
Just one section,
Oh,
one minute. During this last round of conversation, a few things came up in reference to the sanitary sewer part of our system. If you look under, and this is in our municipal code, Article 3 Municipal Sewer System, Section 7-3-10, and I think it goes all the way to 7-3-60, gives, if you read it, gives you all the explanation of what needs to be done for the sewer. And as far as the materials, very similar to what we just brought the water now
Okay.
to mean as well. So, just so you're aware, because I kind of ran over that one a little bit.
Okay,
Before we move on, if we have this whole resolution that was in front of us about the drones.
Yeah, he already brought that. He already brought that up, he just. said,
Okay, well, the one thing I wanted to mention is probably about 10 years ago, we had passed a no drone fly zone that didn't actually even allow drones to fly over the town of Crestone unless they had a permission, like a certain hour, time, date permission to fly, like if a real estate person wanted to fly up and take photographs. But we have an ordinance on the books that does not even allow people to fly over the town up to, I think, we claimed an airspace of, from the ground of 500 feet. Cause beyond that is like state, federal airspace, we don't have jurisdiction over it. But we do have an ordinance that is a no drone fly zone. So,
I remember that too, but I don't remember.
yeah, but we actually passed an ordinance. Irina was mayor at the time, that we were not going to allow anybody to fly drones over. So it wasn't just a matter of not taking pictures or spying on a person. It was like you could not fly over a person's property or over the town.
I remember hearing that when I lived in Nebraska, that there was, isn't it also like planes aren't supposed to fly over town over too, right?
But
I
now,
remember seeing that, I just remember.
yeah, that ordinance we passed 10 years ago was the person could not even fly over the town, over people's properties. And, we have had people, like when, you know, if Lauren Nagel or somebody wants to go take a photograph of something, they need to come in and say what date, what time, that they're actually gonna be flying their drone for the purpose of, say, maybe taking an aerial survey of your own property or a real survey of somebody's property. But yeah, there is on the books, probably around, I'm guessing 10 years ago, we passed an actual ordinance that was to not allow drones to fly over the town of Crestone.
Maybe we could find the ordinance and also put this on the next agenda, and then we can all have time to like read the old ordinance, read the new ordinance and see if it needs to be somehow amended or put together or whatever. And then we can have the conversation with more, cause I don't know about the old ordinance and I haven't even read this one that we just got yet.
Well, I just wanted to bring to the attention that if that can be, if we can find that one and bring it up before the board.
So is this ordinance on this agenda?
No. Well, yes, kind of. Ariel added it at the beginning of the
I would
meeting.
just say I got a drone and I did a lot of studying on drone law. And we don't apparently have any jurisdiction over the air over our town.
Well, that would be good for us to talk about. Maybe our ordinance that we have on the books is not legal.
Is
And
not,
I'm a licensed drone pilot, and then they make us study law to get our license. We don't have any jurisdiction over the airspace. It's totally unenforceable.
I
The
think.
FAA does.
I think that this doesn't give us,
If
So-
you might have.
So this is where we need to look at it. And see if we have to revise it.
Yeah, I think you can put in certain restrictions, but they're very specific and they're not very enforceable. just
I
so-
mean, the beginning of this ordinance says, whereas while the Federal Aviation Administration has sole jurisdiction over all US airspace, even at low altitudes. So this is more about how people are, you know, like harassing people or invasion of privacy, not airspace.
So I say let's have for next month on the agenda to take a look at the ordinance that we have. Don't agree?
Yeah, we should put it on the next.
And the federal law.
Next month's agenda.
I'm looking at the attorney after as well, he's that,
Yeah, okay.
I think
Let's
it's
move on.
online,
Yeah.
like if you wanna.
Let's jump over to Nick, Nick, well, we already passed this.
Yeah.
If I have to pick up a package at the post office, I'll be right there.
Hi, Nick.
Hi, Nick. You're muted.
Oh, there you go. Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, great. So I just want to give a quick update about the stage and then what I'm intending on doing. So, I'm sure as you saw, and I think Benji, as we spoke about before, someone damaged the sponsor plaques. So I have new ones coming that'll be installed in the next couple weeks, at my expense. And I'm gonna start a new, a new fundraising campaign here in the spring. I think the Saturday market is gonna be a really good way for us to, reinvigorate those fundraising efforts. Additionally, though, I wanted to just get the board's approval to allow me to maybe look into additional grant funding, through and then filter it through the town as a nonprofit to try to raise more funds to get the stage completed. Because there are a lot of things that I want to do to that to really make it nice and buttoned up. And I think as a realtor also, I'm just seeing a lot of people's pockets running dry. I'm just trying to think of other ways that we can continue to beautify that and get to a stage of completion so I can not have it on my to-do list on my plate.
Um. I don't, the only thing I would say, when is the next, sales tax grant due?
The next one isn't coming in until the fall. Like I did not apply for one this round because I used those funds to pay off what we had already done on the stage, right? And so I need to, have a new plan of action for the next round. So I'm reporting and stuff like that, but it's just, twice a year. And it comes and goes pretty quickly.
We were talking about getting a sales tax grant for the town, so if it went through a
No,
different
no,
organization.
not a sales tax grant. I'm just
Oh,
talking about other grants. You know how like Gwen had applied for that one grant and I think it was like 60,000, $70,000 that she won to build a stage. And then uh there was no consensus on what it needed to look like. And so the grant was lost. So
hmm.
I'm talking about funds like that would be specifically for improvements in, municipal elements, right? So it'd
Well,
be
I'd say
specific to
if you
this.
find the grant and
Yeah.
like you maybe. Work on being either the manager or administrator of it, and we don't have to do much except for just, you know, we could be the, what do you call it, the through entity of it.
Yeah, that's the intention is I would deal with it. I'll look for it. All I gotta do is for you to say yes, and
But
I'll make
one thing
sure
that
that
we're
you're aware
seeing
of the
though,
funds coming in and out and stuff like that.
we're seeing that the grants are also kind of drying up a little bit. We're having problems with our bricks grant already, and we're dealing with our grant thing is right now, at least until something shifts. I don't know how much money they're giving away for anything.
Yeah, I definitely understand. I mean, it looks like our energy fair grant was potentially held up as well. So I definitely understand that, and I understand this might be a waste of time, but nevertheless, I just want the ability to start beating the bushes for it. And if something comes up, then I'll swing back by around and talk to you about it before I go for it. But I just want to
Yeah.
get approval that we can maybe try.
I think it sounds great, Nick, if you wanna put, yeah, if you're willing to put the time in to find that funding. I mean, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Thanks. Okay, that's all I have.
I don't think we need like a motion for it or anything.
Okay.
No, I mean, yeah, dude, I think just, luckily it's in a state right now that's fairly good. I mean,
Yeah, it's certainly usable, and it's just the finishes that I want, right? It's like the hardwood floor for this, for the top of the stage, that's going to be somewhere in the area of like $6,000 to $8,000. Finishing the ceiling is going to be, it's just money that, right? So far we've raised $25,000, so it's not like we haven't raised, a good bit of money, but I've used it all. So and use more of my money. So I'd rather not continue doing that and just try to see if there's other places I can raise money. That's all.
yeah, I do think Saturday market would be a good time because they're gonna be using that stage a lot, so.
Exactly. Yeah, I really think, and I've had people individually come up to me, and there's so many new people in town that I think there's certainly a place and potential to do that, and I'm intending to do that. So yeah. Anyways, okay, cool. Well, thank you guys. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks, Nick.
Bye.
Bye.
Thanks.
Are we ready to go to old business contract with Brett Collier?
Yeah, so do we need to renew, I saw that the contract is in there, but are we needing to renew a contract with them?
I think so, because last year it was April when we signed the first one.
Okay.
So it's a year contract?
Yes, it was,
Calendar year.
and it's up tomorrow.
Yes.
And are we? Do we really need Brent in here to talk?
Well, I was hoping he would stick around. I was surprised that he left. I guess the question is, how far away is he from getting his certification?
Is he just in his office?
Pardon me?
Do you want to go to-
I was just looking, I don't see where.
Maybe we can,
So this number 13 on here says the term of this agreement shall be for 1 calendar year or until an employee or agent of Crestone becomes licensed to operate.
right,
So
what's your, how far did you are from your certification, Brent?
Well, Brett sent me some things about some training the other day. It's right during my vacation time, but I wasn't able to do that. So it's really a matter juggling time to get my training. And right now, that's not available. I'm hoping as we move into the season, out of the tourist season, I can take some time and I'll find a course, probably a free course, or I'll just do it on my own. I've got to do that. I've got to complete. Sorry, I'm not Brett. I was down there. I've got to complete mandatory, regulatory training, first, and I've got to do that before I do anything else. So I started that last year, and at the end of the first of the year, I said, if you don't finish this by January 1st, you're gonna lose all your training. So I basically had to start over. I'm gonna have to start over with my training. So, I've got to get this training done. Once I get it done, then what we can do is I can assume those responsibilities, but as of right now, we're paying a very minimal, amount. We've only been paying $300. I've been kind of doing the whole thing, since about my 4th month, and, he's been here, he provides oversight and he provides that state regulatory thing that we need in order to cover ourselves. And so right now, it's very minimal, and what we'll probably need to do, and this is going into the future, is that, at some point, we also have to have an ORC for our sewer, and we do not have that.
I don't think we do, but
You don't think that's the case?
no, we are a collection system, the only,
You think it's because of it? Yeah.
Bacchus being our treatment authority.
So that might not be the case, so maybe, yeah, and I was kind of wondering if there might be some overlap there, but I wasn't
I
sure.
don't think so.
Okay.
The only thing I would say is I would encourage you to try to get that done as quickly as you can.
Yeah. Well, and I'll have to say, there was an opportunity, but he sent me a thing. I think it was right during my vacation time. I already scheduled my vacation. So I wasn't able to even take advantage of that. I don't know if I could have anyway, but there'll be another opportunity, and when it is, I'll avail myself to it.
So
Get that regulatory training done.
we have it written in here that until an employee or agent of Crestone becomes a licensed to operate, so it can be canceled. It is $3,600 a year to have them, which, for that level of service is probably good, but it also is, money that we would like to save if we can.
I'm sure use that somewhere else.
Well, I think I've already requested that money be, allocated to me for my responsibilities in that regard. You don't get out of that responsibility of having an ORC. You're simply gonna be paying me instead of him. Put that in writing, and I'll.
Yeah, I don't know if we answered that
You
question.
didn't answer that question, but that's okay. I'll write another letter and we'll get that. But that's how much it costs to be an ORC.
Brent,
Yeah.
I highly encourage you to try to get this on the fast track. If you could do that.
Well, yes, okay.
What line item do we pay all year out of? Is it Professional
So-
services,
Yeah.
is it water sewer professional services? Okay. I just wanna know.
Yeah, we have 42. Right now.
We put 10,000 in water sewer professional services for the 2025.
Right, and I think we did that because of extra things like, he needed help, like installing stuff for electricians and things like that, right? Cause that would be where it would come out
Well,
of.
I think that would be under maintenance and repairs, I don't think that would be.
For water?
Professional services. No, I wouldn't categorize that as professional.
So
service.
just why we have 10,000 in water and sewer professional services.
What number is that?
It's number 61105-8.
Question is, do we use that for Brett?
For Brett,
I think in the beginning,
Oh, we were
we
paying him.
said we could, because the things were already pretty tight, that if we needed to, we could move into that, but I think there was something,
Well, I think if you, and in the beginning, yes, I think because Brett was coming here and he was spending time here, where he has not had to do that for months.
no, he was doing others.
Yeah, he was coming here and training.
The violations that we had,
Right.
he was working on getting the cross connection
Yeah.
thing straightened out.
Yeah, there was a lot of extra work in the beginning, which, and that, I think at the time, we were covering our bases.
I think that's what
In
it
that
was.
regard.
The other thing is, just because it's in the budget does not mean we have to spend it.
That's true.
yeah, I'm just trying to clarify where his pay is gonna come out of.
Right,
For us and for Ariel and for
Yeah.
everyone, so that we know where to take it out of.
My understanding is it should come out of water and sewer professional services.
Does
Right.
that sound okay to everybody?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's where it should come from, yeah.
okay. So let's make a motion to contract with Brett with the adjustments that were. There's some written adjustments on there, we just have to update the contract a little bit.
Are you guys changing the agreement?
No,
No, but there was some written stuff on there that I think he wrote on there, no, like a no, Chaffey County was. Something
Something
correctly in original contract, spelled correctly. Chaffey County was spelled correctly in original contract.
there
was a spelling error?
First one, yes.
Oh,
There was
The
a-
second one was note 14 is rendered moot by number 9 above.
this, the attorney took this thing.
Yeah, the Tabor thing.
Oh, I see, okay.
I got one,
Yes.
we need to talk to Brett to see if he's willing to extend his contract.
Did he send it to you? No,
No, he didn't send it.
Oh.
I just pulled this from his file.
but we can approve it and then hopefully
Brett,
we can approve it from our
Yeah,
end.
Brett Collier,
We can approve it from our end.
yeah, I guess we could.
I make a motion to approve the service contract agreement with Brett Collier for another year.
second,
Yeah. The only thing I would say would be contingent on his acceptance.
Yeah.
Is any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
And I'll follow up with him regarding.
Second on
Sean, trustee Mann. All right. Moving along on to organizational chart. All right. Now we're in the weeds. So. As you can see, this thing's flipped, I don't know if you guys can flip it. Okay. On my computer, I could flip it to the right direction, so.
If you download it, you should be able to flip it.
Yeah, that's right. So. As you can see, we still have town administrator in here, which. Gives us kind of a little bit of a, I would call it conundrum, because. On one hand, we don't want a town administrator, and on another hand, we have town administrator on every single document. That refers to anything in our whole
If you
system.
download it, then when you open it as a downloaded file, you can.
So I'm wondering if there's
You don't wanna look at it.
a way around this.
Patty's job description.
Patty's a,
Deputy clerk.
deputy clerk, yeah.
Yeah,
If you hit the
yeah, but yeah,
three buttons,
which one am I looking at?
those
It would be
three,
easier
and
to
then
have someone
download.
Okay.
as town administrator also, rather than change everything, right?
Well, Ariel's already doing a lot of administrative work,
Yeah, right.
stuff that. You know, it's basically kind of ties everything together because. You don't have one and somebody's gotta
So
be,
it'd be easier to add it to her title.
well, it's either that or we figure out something that.
Easy.
You couldn't give it to Patty, because she's not doing it,
No.
she's my deputy, she's doing like what I delegate to her, but she's not just like on her own.
So it'd be easier to give to you the title of town administrator, that's what,
I think that'd probably be your easiest.
rather than change all the wording and all the documents.
That's the.
Otherwise known as.
Clerk, treasurer, administrator. So I'm gonna be your problem here, because I have experience in the town with a horrible situation.
Yeah, we know
With the administrator, we actually deleted the position of administrator because the situation was so difficult.
In a couple of instances,
And just once when on my tour, but maybe.
you're talking about,
IKEA.
Yeah, that was a key.
okay, but we also had the other.
Yeah, so, I mean, so just to be clear, like, I think you'd make a great administrator. But what I have the situation, where I see it is this small town situation with the need for us, the board, to have such a helper to do the work we can't do. Like, in theory, in a small town, if we were all getting paid on the board, we would do the work ourselves to some degree, from what I see. And that handing like such authority off to a position of administrator without the relationship of the board kind of overseeing it, it can get to a really dangerous area. So, like, I could really see like an administrator with like one board member signing off on things or something like that, like to assist that the board's hand is still a little bit in touch with what's going on in the office, because you get the separation of authority, and the authority almost centers so far in the employee side that the board starts to lose touch with what's going on, and a lot of decisions end up getting made, and some regrets can happen, and like, you know, it gets to be a really.
Well, that's what actually happened when we had Leslie here.
Yeah,
She was hiring people like, she was high, I know that we can,
I think it's too much.
No,
I'm
I
saying,
just wonder like how long you all knew Leslie before.
well, she came with, you know,
handed her
what's her
that
name,
position.
what's the name, Judy Egbert. You know, she came with like great reviews, and it was like, we
Yeah.
didn't,
No, I'm asking how long.
Oh,
you
yeah,
heard
she came in here
before-
fresh as a.
Before you gave her that job duty, whereas like I've been here for a year and I've been doing it for a year, and I don't think in my mind, I don't think I've proven to you guys that I'm like unreliable or untrustworthy, or trying to do anything untoward, or trying to like be some megalomaniac.
no, I see, that's what I see with my eyes, to be clear, it's.
Oh, no, I
So-
don't take any offense.
And I had seen Akia back and Kizan too, when she was an assistant something, and it took like 6 years before she got administrator, and then things went wrong. So like, she was such a huge help and we just depended on her help over and over and over again. And then things went wrong, so.
I in no way don't want the oversight, like when I do my report, I'm
Right.
telling you about all the things that are happening in the office, so I would do the same thing as administrator as well. There's no part of what's going on in the office that you guys aren't privy to, that you can't ask me about, that you don't have like overall authority at the end of the day, like the 7 of you are my boss.
So, if there was some way, like in signing documents, we could have one more. In larger documents, we could have one more, like just have the board in touch with you. Doing things together a little bit, like to me, something like that would be a great relationship because.
Yeah, I mean, we
I
like
think
it.
that's what we have. I'll also say that like I meet with the mayor at least once a week. He signs everything. He signs all the checks. We have to have 2 signatories on every check that goes out of here. So I, as a treasurer, I'm not even writing things that don't have some sort of like overall approval. And I just say this to you as like someone who's new and hasn't seen like the things that we've been, that since I've been here.
Right.
Doing.
I'm sorry to even resist on my first day, that's like not where I want.
Well, you know.
No, I think
Yeah.
it's appropriate, we've talked about this for some time, and there's
Yeah.
been resistance to it overall, so it's not surprising.
I actually think you would do a fantastic job. I'm wondering if there's just a little reframing we could do to make it less to keep the board clearly in the process of checks and balances with what can go on with the administrator position itself.
Well,
Just,
hiring and firing should still go through the hiring committee
yeah,
and the board. Obviously, Ariel would be able to recommend, you know, I don't know. There's not gonna be much more hiring and firing for. But also. The way that the administrator, job description is written, you know, we might wanna go through that.
I think that that's where we can
Yeah.
put in what you're talking about, Lonnie, and how we can save ourselves like the trouble and expense of having to go through the code and remove the language of town administrator, is to look at the job description and be very clear with the job description and how it's enacted and what the checks and balances are. And so then we, you know, we kind of maintain the language in our code and get the clarity that we all desire.
and I would say a lot of this fault ends up being the board's fault. For depending on the administrator so heavily, you know, I think. We got rescued so many times from our administrator, like the amount of times I couldn't even count them. And so it ends up being an assumed authority and it digresses over time into a bad space. It can. So I'd like to put that warning out there that, you know.
Yes, trustee.
I've got an idea, I don't know, it might not be a good idea. So I'm looking at the organizational chart right now, and I think this is one of several that we have actually. And there's a couple more that are a little bit different, but if we were to use this, where it says town mayor and board of trustees, it comes down to, we have the 3 forms of government, legislative, judicial, and administrative. So I think we have that kind of government. But anyway, if you put in clerk instead of town administrator, is it naive of me to think that we could put underneath clerk in the same box with administrative duties?
But that was actually kind of what I was thinking too, was like some other way.
Smart.
I wouldn't go that far.
You moved me away on the water.
I'm saying along with the town administrator box, have town clerk with.
Take town administrator out of that box, put in clerk,
Mhm.
municipal clerk, whatever clerk, in the same box below it with administrative duties.
Would that solve our paperwork problem?
I don't think that solves your
I don't
code problem, because it's right expressly says like the town administrator does this and the town administrator has these.
Who's
See, the thing is, it might be,
It's in the policies and it's in the code too, there's certain things that like the town administrator.
Cause the new municipal employee, or the new handbook of employees, I thought the word administrator and manager was completely taken out of all of
I've
it.
seen it come up.
well, just like in our,
I can't tell you exactly where at this moment, but I could write you a report where it does.
a purchasing
In
and
your
your policy.
And it's in your bidding and purchasing policy, and there's some other policies. that
The
we-
funny thing is, I clearly remember with Leslie going in there and changing everything to administrator again.
It comes up quite frequently, I'll just have to say, because we're like, well,
Well, who can do this?
yeah, we're both looking at each other like,
Okay,
who's the administrator?
So have we are we out of the title as manager at all?
Yes.
No,
I thought we did.
I'm currently
I thought we
the
were
town
calling you
clerk and treasurer and municipal court clerk.
like
So
Steve
what-
Cook and
what's your
Bobby
title?
too.
Town clerk and treasurer and municipal court clerk.
You've got all of that? Okay, but we have not called you manager, town manager.
No.
Although
So-
effectively you have been the manager.
So,
Technically, and also I consulted with the attorney, and manager and administrator are the same.
right, it's the same language. So I would suggest that, the idea of putting clerk, and then I think, maybe in parentheses underneath that, you know, or town administrator, or just town administrator, because of the language that we have in places and not trying to remove it from everywhere, and then a few years from there, we're gonna put it all back. To have that be town clerk, and then in parentheses, you know, administrator in parentheses, where it's not like official, but it's not giving you the title, but we're referring to our own documents that would say, you know, that's where. If it shows up in our documents, it's actually the town clerk.
Overseer?
That sounds awful.
Yeah, it's not yours, but,
No, I mean, that
So-
sounds good, but I feel like that doesn't necessarily address Lonnie's concern that I'll have like too much authority outside of you. The board.
Outside of what?
I know,
Outside of the.
we were actually so screwed, all we could do is eliminate the position, it seemed like.
Yeah, like I
So-
completely understand all these.
So,
I really do.
what my question was, are we, addressing the responsibilities of this, did you say in the next meeting or something?
We could do that, and one thing I would like people to consider is why we went from town clerk and then town manager. And then we went to administrator, because as you said, manager and administrator is considered basically.
I know, Leslie
Same
came in and
thing.
wanted to be administrator. That
And,
was
and
for-
one of the reasons we wanted to have that is because stepping back a number of years when we didn't have the person who was, like after Akia left, we didn't have that person who was manager and it's administrator. And it actually brought about a fair amount of confusion, I thought, of over, you wanted to see something happen, who gets done, or the board, it was up to the board to then have to talk, okay, to the water system operator, oh, they're gonna talk to the town treasurer, they're gonna talk to the this or the that. And it's good to have involvement with the staff, but it became confusing when you wanted to see something done. You know, who did you talk to? And the idea of having somebody who was that manager administrator is you could wanna see something happen and you would direct that person. They would talk to the water operator or the bookkeeper or the, you know, the town treasurer. So there was a lot of streamlined where the board deals with the administrator deals with the staff and becomes that point person.
Yeah.
And it moved things along efficiently. I mean, I had things where I was wanting to know about the trees and the planter beds. Who did I talk to about that? Did I-
can't call a special meeting every other day. Yeah,
Yeah, and it was like, who did I say, hey, they need to be watered? Did I go grab Gretchen off the street, or who did I tell? And so the idea of having a central point person, I think is really very efficient. And it keeps the board from doing that individual micromanaging. It doesn't stop the board from having involvement, but it's just involvement with one key person.
I've got a suggestion here. There's more to this organizational chart than just what we're talking about now. There's the whole third and fourth line, at least on the one that I have. What I would like to be able to do is go home and draw my own idea of what I think it should be, and I would ask if the rest of the board is agreeable to do that as well. You don't even have to make pretty boxes, we could just write down what we think it should be. There's, in my opinion, there's many things on this third line that we don't need or can be consolidated in a much different way. So I'm making that suggestion. And the other thing I want to say is, whatever we do, I don't ever want to give up my right to be able to just talk to an employee. The first time I tried to do that, when the old office staff was here, I got a verbal spanking by the previous mayor for talking to him. And we were actually kind of even joking around, but it wasn't all, like I was, you gotta do this, you gotta do that, you gotta do this. It was just conversation, but she said, no, you can't do that unless there's another board member here to witness it all, which I thought was absolutely absurd. So I don't ever want to give up that right, even if it means say, hey, you know, you got a flower bed that's dried out, can you go over there and make sure it's not broke or whatever. I don't think that's really stepping out of line.
And in a way, I'm glad to hear you say that. I don't think we as a board member can direct staff to do anything. Cause, you know, it has to be a board decision. I can't go and say, hey, Brett, you need to do this today, or you need to do this next week. But
you can bring it
I'd
to
like
their
as a
attention.
board member to be able to say, hey, can you give me an update on what you're doing? What are your plans for doing this? Or I have a concern about that.
I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
No, I think that's fine, but I can't tell him what to do. I mean, it's gotta be a board decision.
Well, I agree that this has to be refined, but the real question here is, how do we wanna handle the town administrator? Either we're gonna go into every single policy we have and shift that. And it doesn't sound right if we say clerk treasurer, or just clerk. It just,
I would like to see the way. I remember a document that shows the way all of these staff versus town board operate together. We seem to have had that somewhere.
It's fairly simplistic, also.
Yeah, and
you mean
just, I mean, I just wanna study checks and balances. It saves us all and we all work together. We're all forced to be in each other's hands a little bit, you know, and I really do, I mean, I just I would like to see the way the checks and balances pan out. And make sure we have to be in it together where no one's winning, no one's losing.
do you have that, remember you had given us an administrator, job description, job description?
Yeah, I think we need, I think we should get the job description, read it carefully, see if it has checks and balances incorporated, but even this organizational chart shows the board directing the town administrator.
Right.
So I feel that there is a fear,
Excuse me. Hang on. Please.
I feel like there's a fear of this title because of the way the board has had a relationship with it in the past. But in actuality, this organizational chart shows checks and balances. Because the town administrator is not above or even equal to the board and the mayor. And functionally, we have a relationship with someone who is doing the job of town administrator, whether or not we want to call her that or not. Like Ariel is doing this job.
Yeah.
She is overseeing the office and the day-to-day functioning of the town. So Like, I feel like we should look over the job description, make sure everybody's like really comfortable with how it sounds. And then I would say probably give the title to Ariel functionally, she's already doing it. And then not have to go through our entire code and change every page.
So would you wanna be administrator, clerk, treasurer?
Yeah,
I mean, that's where it starts to get a little crazy, is like, how many titles? I said, would Aria wanna be administrator, clerk, treasurer, like, is that gonna be her? You know,
So I think you can have numerous different departments and leave that as the organizational shape. Like right now, we have sewer collector and water system and public works. There are three distinct jobs that could be being done by one person. So it doesn't matter to have that, just like you have treasurer, and in our codes, we define the duties of the treasurer. And that's actually its position. The fact that the treasurer could also be the secretary, or it could be the administrator, or it could be the public works supervisor as well. It doesn't eliminate those individual roles and responsibilities. So I don't feel like you need to combine them in this organizational chart, because things could change, and 6 months from now, Ariel says, I'm over being the treasurer, and we hire somebody to be the treasurer and have to change the chart. What this is really doing is identifying roles and responsibilities, and those are kind of a given, and we don't need to muddy the waters by trying to combine things. And we could have one person doing several of those roles.
I would love to see what the job description is, like when you Google town administrator job description. You know, it's like responsible for overseeing the day-to-day operations of town government, including, you know, things that make sense, like personnel management, policies, but then it says including budgeting. Like, I think the board should be responsible for the budgeting, you know? Like, and then the town administrator is part of that process, but they're not solely responsible for it.
And I think it's okay to have the administrator and then have under that being the town clerk. Even if the town clerk and the administrator are the same person, they're both clearly defined roles. And so, you know, I don't feel like we need to get rid of that, just like then the deputy clerk might be also the office assistant. But they're clearly defined roles, and the fact that they're clearly defined really helps us to understand what it is somebody's supposed to be doing, what they're responsible for. So I don't see any problem keeping that. I think that if we were gonna have Ariel be an administrator, then that's the administrator. And then she's also the clerk, and she's also the treasurer.
My suggestion would be that the job description gets put on the agenda for the next meeting for us to be able to review and amend if we think we need to. And in the meantime, and Ariel can review it as well and see if she even wants that title.
It's really, to me, just a technical checks and balances kind of situation. So if we can resolve that, I'm super happy about it.
Yeah.
I think I'm starting to recall that little by little, we just signed a paper giving the administrator this authority and giving another authority one at a time. And what we did is we blocked ourselves out as a board to having any authority over the structure of the town. And that was became a serious problem because the administrator was so helpful that we gave our authority as a board away piece by piece. And we got ourselves in a lot of trouble. So.
I don't want that.
Yeah.
I lost half the authority and a group of holdings to the public, and I just felt executive. I don't know the word,
Yeah.
I just felt.
Chief Executive Officer.
Yeah, that's all I want to do.
Ariel, a few months ago, you had a chart that you thought the way we should go.
Yeah, when I had drafted it,
You still have it?
I don't know, I'm gonna throw it away. But if I can find it, I
I know you
can.
did. Got it, so,
Or did he email it?
Did I email it to you? It's something.
Well, I would suggest that we put this for next month's agenda to take a look at. There again, like that job description administrator, and make sure that it's what you want it to be.
Okay, I'll let the job description. that.
Yeah.
Org chart that.
Well, I would say like go through the job description and come up with what you think the job will be. That's, you know, or what it already is, but
For sure,
with
I'd be
that
down to
title.
add to it, but I definitely, I hear what Lonnie's saying, I want you guys to like look at it and pull out of there, like, what you don't think should.
I think the hiring and firing thing is a big one because, well, what tends to happen with administrators is they were hiring people that weren't really getting along with the rest of the board, so we didn't really have much of a say. And then it turned into this clash that was like, the board didn't really like approve
Like
that.
essentially putting their people in to like build.
Yeah.
And then once you get a whole staff in that
Yeah.
room that hates the board, the problem is evident. You know, it's like, there's no power in the board because the staff has a lot of the front door power. And the problem develops into like it could be
The us
really,
versus them problem that I
Okay.
came into.
Yeah, you walk into it, you saw it.
I walked into that and I didn't like that. I am very protective of the staff, but not in the way that, like that,
And
like,
the,
I want us to all get along, or I want us all as a group. to-
yeah, the other thing that happened was the leftovers, like Scott, if you remember, you know, he was hired by Leslie. But then, you know, he kind of had to take on way more than he could actually handle. Because that was the leftovers of that, he wasn't really hired to do that. Where you're kind of like, you were hired one way and then now you're kind of like growing into your position as opposed to like. Getting stuck in your position, like just getting, you know, maybe in the beginning you were kind of stuck in it, but now you're actually like evolving into it.
Yeah, and I don't feel like, I'm not trying to push you guys either way, like, I'm literally just here to make it happen, like, if you wanna change the whole code, then I will make that happen.
No, it will make it easier if we do have somebody who is, you know, at that level that, you know, oversee everybody and have a. You know, even if it's just one small notch. That oversees the whole organization.
Maybe you can find, when you find the job description, if you wanna email it to us, so that it's not like you're responsible for looking at it and revising it. I feel like that's part of like the checks and balances is the board being actively involved, and so like, yeah, if you send me the job description, whoever else wants it, then like, I'll also look over it and make a revision based off of what I think, and then we can bring that together and all kind of come to a conclusion.
Mayor Pro Tem, I was loosening, sorry.
Let's, if you send the job descriptions as been requested by Dana, could we all look at them before the meeting? Because it'll take up the whole meeting by itself.
Yeah.
And again, I have my organizational chart here, I already did it. So I would ask, I mean, it's a simple thing, just look at it, and see who belongs to what. I mean, you got Director of Public Works, why would you? I mean, there would be people under him. It's just not this lineal, you know? And I think there's a lot of things here that don't need to be said, don't need to be identified. It would clean it up and make it a lot easier. Basically, we have the attorney, the judge, clerk, whether it's gonna be administrator or not, the director of public works, and then the rest fall under the category of supplementing or fitting into those categories. But we're looking at who are the departments, right? We don't need to identify every single employee that we have. Even though we don't have that many right now. And really, it's not a thing.
Yeah. Although. On here, there's contracted services, so that should be on there.
I wouldn't even put that on.
Why not? I mean, it makes it more.
I feel like we could all cut, that this conversation could be tabled for the next meeting,
Yeah.
when we all kind of like.
Let's do that, then let's get more information and. Okay, you'll go on to the 28th of April 28th.
I'll send you what I find before then, so you can review it, and yes.
Okay, next, let's move on to. Grants.
Oh, God. That's one thing, I have to go peacefully find out. I can come back.
She's gotta go at 4:30, so she's,
Let me send you, John.
You wanna work with grants? Is that what you're
I'd like to make a motion that we defund the grant for the railway fund for the
building?
building.
It's just too much. Is there a second?
I'm sorry,
You were
Making up-
talking. You were-
I know, I'm sorry.
Make a motion that we defund the grant to rehab this building.
What are
This
the,
time.
and you seconded it?
I
I
can't.
did,
Okay, so now we're in discussion. What are the consequences of defunding the structural grant?
That one there shouldn't be in.
We won't have to pay anything back?
No, we won't. What's left of that grant really is for some structural work. I've taken this pencil before every board meeting that we had, and I've stuck it into the hole that's there, and it's not gotten any bigger, and it's not gotten any smaller. And I've done that once a month for the last 12 months.
Nice.
And if I could, I would make a motion that we sell this rat trap and go somewhere else, but I won't do that just yet.
That trap.
Okay, so defunding the structural grant, it's not gonna be like the sewer grant, we're not gonna have to pay back a bunch of money.
Nothing.
And even that one, I wonder if they're ever gonna really build from that.
Yeah, don't talk about it.
Well, is that this other one, the CBD?
Yeah.
we could always read,
The CDB.
look at it at a later date if that comes up.
I just really.
At this point, let's keep things simple, like you were promoting,
Simple.
yeah. Instead of getting bogged down with so much.
Let's give it a kiss.
Keep it simple, stupid.
So there are two grants here though, right?
Yes.
And you're talking about the funding.
There's
both of
3
them?
grants.
There's just two, it's the
Oh.
town hall structural grant and the community development and block grant. They just need to, Gola reached out to me essentially in that email and just said that we need to get more formal decision. So,
Okay, so we're making one right now. We're in discussion for the.
Town hall foundation and structural
Yeah,
stabilization.
he said that's defunded.
So can't we extend this grant? We still need to get this work done.
No.
And it says, however, if you do not think this is sufficient time to complete the work, we just need an email with a letter attached. Can we just say, due to the financial restructuring we had to do with this last year, we have not been able to, really implement this. We are asking for an extension on this grant. This work still really needs to be done, blah, blah,
We
blah.
could try that first, no.
Because
It is
they're
a
offering.
historical
Yeah.
building.
I mean, it sounds to me like they're offering that, hey, please let us know if you haven't got it done yet and we can extend it.
Is it about 6 or 7 months ago, I think it was actually just before we went in winter. I had tried to talk to the board about getting the foundation repaired. It was just before Eddie was hired, cleaning out the underside, shoring it up and doing a dewatering, which is nothing more than a sump pit inside. And no one, absolutely no one said, go ahead. No. And the building has survived through that time, that winter, and going into spring and summer, and nothing has changed to the building at all, nothing. I don't see any reason why, my opinion is, I don't see any reason why we need to even think about this thing again. I would just be for refunding it, like I said. That's my motion.
So why can't we just say, hey, this work is still really need to be done, et cetera, et cetera?
Do you believe it really needs to be done?
Well, we have.
When will it change? They gave us 90 days to do this, is that what I read?
It says if you can't do it in 90 days, you do not think this is sufficient time to complete the work. We will just need an email with a letter attached.
So 90 days, 95 days, 180 days from now, do you think it'll, our attitude will change?
365 days, like, if this is this. So are you saying that this work does not have to be done?
I don't think it's worth it.
Well, if I may interject, yes, we would really, we do need a building. A real building that can house 30, 40, 50 people.
Right.
If there's a major issue. This room can only handle 15. We're already,
If we take that wall out.
we might be able to do a little better because it's just a fake wall anyway. The thing is, we don't have the grant to build a new building as yet. I think that we're stuck with what we've got for now. And this is what we have to deal with for now. We're not gonna have our board meetings of the public works like they used to be. We don't have another structure we're not gonna do it at the old schoolhouse. The structure doesn't, we're not gonna do it at the Baka Community Center. I think we need to keep it going until we can investigate something brand spanking new with where there's we could have a court, where we could have a room for archives, where we could, public works garage with the security fencing, park all our equipment, get them out of the sun. That could be a little water, office or whatever, but for now, I think we need to just deal with what we have and try to put a Band-Aid on an arterial bleed, if
Well,
you will. And until we can get a grant to build on those lots that we acquired with COVID funds and build a decent ass structure right across from the school. I think we need to extend. I do agree with you. This place cost my folks $720 and back taxes of $2.36. It was considered salvage. Okay, that's back in 1968. It was considered salvage. We band-aided it. It is a lost cause, but it is an historical building.
And
And
the town owns it.
Yes, the town owns it, but I don't wanna tear it down. It'd be cheaper, my dad always said, it'd have been cheaper to tear it down and start over than to refab, but we're stuck with it. And I think until we get a grant to build a new town hall with all the bells and whistles, we need to keep going like we're going.
All right, so
And
we
we've got
have a
other
motion, we have a motion, do you wanna withdraw the motion?
I would make a motion,
Wait, hang on, we have a
That
motion
we-
already in
Have to
motion.
withdraw.
I would make a
We can
motion
do
that
it.
the town reply to, DOLA saying that we would like to continue with work on the building and, that we need to extend this terms for 2 years. That, this work, go back to the original, letter. We got the application, this work still needs to be done. And explain that we have had other put out the fire priorities. And that we wish for an extension on this grant and ask for it, that
For
this
now,
is.
it gives us time to sit on it and think about it. and-
So this, anyways, that would be my motion, is that we reply to this request, ask for a 2-hour extension. And say that we have done assessments on this building, so we have done some of the work already, we've looked at seeing what needs to be done. And ask for a 2-year extension in order to continue the work.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
And now we can discuss it.
I have a question about your motion. Who's going to do that? Who is going to put the documents together? Go out and get bids, to do this work, or even just talk to several contractors to go out and do this work?
And that's the point that I was going to bring up too, is that. Like, we've had this grant for a while and we haven't had the bandwidth as a board. I mean, Dennis, you put in some work, and so I don't wanna discount that, but ultimately haven't had the bandwidth as a board. Or to follow up on it. And I'm not super willing to put more work on Ariel or Brett. Because they're already doing a lot, and so like even in this email, like, are we up to date on our quarterly reports in portal? Because we have to be in order to make an extension, and so that in and of itself is like.
I think Randy has kept us up to date.
So my
The upstairs
my
is
question
still
on
in
this-
shambles. We haven't even, that place has been empty for over a year now. The upstairs is still in shambles and nothing's been done to it.
Like, I would love to see us use this grant and like do some work on this building, it's just that to date, we have not had the bandwidth and the staff to manage the grant, and I don't necessarily see that changing even in the next year.
So this is where I would like to know if with this would come the funds to be able to hire a grant administrator, project coordinator. Because we can't dump it on the staff, and the reason that nothing has been done is because we have not had the person to do that.
Right.
But if we are, through this grant, being able to hire somebody to be a project administrator, there are some good people available, even like, one with the mitigation grant that we did. People who are very good about administrating grants and making sure people get hired, they're not doing the work themselves. What's her name again?
Allison.
McClure. Somebody like her who could just say, okay, here we are, this is what we need to do, we need to have somebody do this, we need a bid on that, we need to get this and done, and have somebody hired to do the grant administration. This, I think that this building needs to be repaired, it needs to be saved, even if it's someday we should decide we're gonna sell it. We're gonna sell a building without a foundation, it's sinking into the ground. We need to save this building, and if we get a nice shiny new building, great, but this still is a municipal building, whether we keep it for other purposes or we sell it. This needs to have a repair, so my question would be is if we ask for the extension, explain because we don't have the bandwidth and we haven't had the budget. We haven't had the staffing, the need has only gotten worse. And can we have somebody that we hire as an administrator on the project?
How are you gonna pay it?
And
This
what-
grant,
Out of the ground.
correct me if I'm wrong, Ariel, isn't this a 50% grant?
I believe it is, but I would have to. I could pull the.
I don't even think, if it is, and I think it is, we don't have 50%, how are we gonna hire someone?
How much of a match?
50% match.
50% match? No, we don't have that.
Yeah, my personal opinion is, I think we have to let the grant go for now, and like maybe we can. Reapply for something in the future, I just don't see, I don't see us having the funding, or I mean, there is the argument for we. Put the extension in, get another year, and maybe 2026, we've got.
Well, before I let this go, the information I'd like to have is one, can the grant pay for a grant administrator and project coordinator? Two, is there places to get matching funds? And we've done this in the past where we had a 50% match here, and then another agency over here contributed 25%, and other agencies contribute to where we are, end up with a very low match. We don't have that information, and then with DOLA, if there is other agencies that might help, like rural development or. And, I mean, we don't know right now where there could be even some additional money available from. Economic development, USDA, I don't know.
Who's gonna chase that down?
But I think Sandy here with Donna might be able to say, hey, we could probably get money from over here and money over there, before we let it go. If it comes out that says, no, there's nothing available, you can't take money out of the grant to pay for a contract for an administrator of the grant, then we let it go. But I think we need to see if we can pull it off. I mean, this is something that the last administrator took on, and then the ball got dropped because we're putting out all these other fires. But I don't think we as the board or has been able, or has had the staff bandwidth to say, can we actually do it? Can we do it?
Would you be willing to email Randy? Because we have until June, it expires June 30th, so if we got in touch with Randy. And she got back to us by the special meeting with some of those.
I would be happy to, I'd email her.
If you would,
I'm gonna be gone all this week, but next week I can come in and maybe I can meet with Ariel and she can download what she knows.
if you'd be willing to do the legwork with emailing Randy, then I would be willing to table the discussion until the next meeting.
Okay,
There's a motion on the table.
There's two motions.
Deal.
Yeah. And I think that would mean that neither of the motions,
yeah, let's just wait till we get a little more information.
but if it's not, I would like to see this on the next scheduled meeting, and if we don't have more information, I would like to wanna make a decision at the next special meeting.
Right,
But if
and what
we
kind
get
of
some
money, what kind of money is this grant for? How much money is it for?
It's for, well, it's a total of 96,328. The grant covers 48,164.
Okay, tell me that again.
We didn't put this one in the budget, did we? Or-
The grant, the total project cost is 96,000.
96,000?
328.
We did.
And the grant funds are 48,164.
Susan, can you show us in the budget where the money is for that?
Yeah, I'm surprised they even went for it.
Like that.
Is this the Ready grant? Is this called the Ready grant?
This is the EI 09484. I don't,
We just don't have it in our.
the name is, oh.
I see total revenues with grants.
I don't remember us talking about this in any of our meetings.
I don't remember
I also came into it a little bit later than.
Ariel, what did you say that dollar amount was, the full grant?
The grant award amount is 48,164, and that's what we have to match,
And the total was what,
96,328.
And so would this be Randy who would be dealing with?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if we don't get if we don't have some other entity to match the full amount, I don't think we can do it at all.
I recall her.
I think what happened was, as we got into this, we realized that we weren't gonna be able to do all of this stuff, and we just focused on the structural part. And if I remember correctly, the estimate, not based on anybody's proposal or anything, the estimate was about $30,000. And that was only to clean up the underside, put in a dewatering system, underground, or a sump pump, which also includes some gutter work to deflect the water away from the building, and then the mud jacking and foundation. And that's all that was gonna cover. It wasn't gonna do anything on the inside here.
Is that all that's needed?
I don't think.
In the long run, no.
I mean, if it were my home, I would do that.
Yeah.
If it were my home, I'd never let that condition start in the first place.
Right.
But, you know, this is what we have. And I don't wanna put any more energy or money into it, so.
And we don't have an
Did
alternative.
you need to?
I think
do you
this,
need to go?
I would say to every old building in town.
Yeah, two
Run
motions.
out at almost any
We'll get them when
cost,
they get
if
back.
it was Me, because there's so few of them, and the history of the town is getting more and more important to me after the 30 years I'm here, but.
Could you please send me an email? with what
At
you
the same
think
time, the
are
town
the
needs, it
issues
sounds like the town
that you
needs to
think
get to its foundation of just doing business without
You wanna eat-
all kinds of
Send me an
crazy
email.
projects, so that's the,
This grant actually goes back to Leslie too.
yeah.
So pretty much all these grants are back in Leslie. We're still trying to figure out how
Isn't
our
SGM,
priorities have
the
changed.
engineer, wrote a detailed engineering report on it. And there was once, that was for structural. And I believe, I know I had a copy of it, I don't think I still do. That's really the document you wanna read and not let me translate it, because I'll admit I'm gonna be prejudiced.
Yeah, if you wanna send that to me, because I'm gonna
No,
first,
Ariel, she said it, she
Okay.
probably has it in her computer right there.
so what I'm looking for you is just what you just said, some of the key structural things that we need to do. So when if I call up Randy and say, look, this is where we're at. This is the priority is the structural things, and we have an estimate that it's gonna be this amount of money. What can we do?
Yes, but she's not gonna wanna hear that Dennis said this. She's gonna wanna hear, if you wanna legitimately get through, you wanna get that report from SGM. And it's very specific and very easy to read. They broke it right down to the structural part, which talked about the dewatering of the ground underneath, the gutter situation that I said. And then, the shoring up, as they refer to, from the other side. And Ariel has that in SGM stationery in the entire report.
So, we still have grants, like this meter grant. That hasn't been reimbursed yet. We're still waiting on money. From grants.
Yeah.
That we've already spent money on. Including the brakes grant, we have like over $30,000 that needs to be reimbursed. As well as the. Meter grant that needs to be closed out still, I don't know why that hasn't been closed out.
Which is also kind of like a scary place to be right now, cause grants are getting defunded left and right.
Right.
But these grants are signed for obligated, it would be more difficult to defund
Definitely,
those.
but they can freeze the funding for quite a while, which would be still a bummer.
So we have two motions on the table. First one was from Dennis to defund this grant. The second was from Kizen to extend the grant for 2 years.
Sounds like there's been an agreement to check into
So
the
we got
minimum we need.
with,
I have it right here. I have it right
are we gonna withdraw both?
here. Just,
I think we should withdraw both motions and then get this grant discussion on the next meeting with the intention of really making the decision then. But giving a couple weeks to try to get some more information.
Okay. Dennis, you agree with that? Will you withdraw your motion? To hold, you can redo it next
No.
meeting, no? Are you gonna withdraw your
I love
motion?
a good debate.
Okay, so we have a first and second for Dennis, is all in favor?
What was,
Aye,
what was your motion, Dennis?
to wait, defund the grant.
Okay, I'm gonna nay.
I'm gonna nay until we get more information.
I'm gonna nay for the moment,
Okay,
although I like your attitude.
I do.
It's not because I disagree with you. Just want a little more time.
Sounds like if we could
It
get to
doesn't
30,000.
second motion is
If we
to,
could move it to a new building.
I only have three, I only have three responses,
I don't-
altogether besides Dennis's aye.
nay.
Nay, nay, there's, oh, Sean stepped up, okay.
Okay, let's go to lack of a second.
No, it has second.
For me.
Yeah, but then she made it.
And,
Now,
Then we have another motion to extend the grant for 2 years.
And I thought Kissens was seconded, if I remember.
It was.
It was like him.
I will nay that, I nay that motion.
All in favor on Kizens? Nay.
Nay.
I guess I seconded it. I would like you to reverse your motion. And then we don't have to vote, but, we want more information.
Yeah, I didn't make that as a motion.
You withdraw it?
You did?
You did.
You did,
You had a first and second on the motion.
yeah.
Of what's the motion?
The motion,
Should extend 2
To
years.
extend by 2 years, motion to reach out to DOLA requesting that we have a 2-year extension, going back to the original letter saying that work still needs to be done. That we had Kern, when we had other fires to put out, it needed more time on the grant.
So do you want me to withdraw that motion?
I think we need more information and we'll decide next month.
I withdraw my motion.
Well, that was big of you. Sorry. I don't mean to be
Kids up,
taken serious.
I have SGM's report. I just tried to send it to you and I can't.
Yeah,
So
send that to me.
for whatever reason, I can't. Ariel, there's a structural conditions assessment report from SGM dated 10/3/22. It's specifically about this building. If you can email that to kids, and so
Thank you.
So, yeah, I'd love to see the minimum work get done to save the building for the.
Take a look, please.
No, I get it. I've seen
Okay,
pictures
so-
of down there. I haven't been down there.
So moving along to the next grant, we have,
Where would I find that report?
If you can get it out of my tablet,
I probably could.
you know, the electronic whiz. I can't do
Yes.
it. You get, everybody can have a copy, but I'm not gonna be able to give it to you. And don't look
So-
at any of the other pictures.
I wanna keep going on this agenda, please, even though. What is the CDBG PF 21506?
That's wastewater.
The project is this is from the project description. To provide community development block grant fund for the purpose of completing final design and engineering of the wastewater improvement project, which will allow the completion of the requisite environmental assessment for the town.
So we already voted for that one to be defunded.
Yeah, did we do that at the previous meeting? I don't remember that we had a formal vote, I remember that we talked about.
We did have a formal vote,
Is real.
but I don't remember what it was, unless it was in the past 6 months.
Yeah, this is the one that we do have to pay this, some of this.
Yes,
This is the,
when they bill us.
yeah, when they bill us.
So I'm gonna I'm gonna entertain a motion to, for the second time, to refund that.
It's ready to be passed back.
Yes, thank you.
Alright, thank you. Thank you.
This is for the,
I guess we're gonna have discussion.
no, so let's just say something. We've already defunded this project. I know we made a motion. I don't know if we're gonna be able to find it.
We can try.
It's already been voted for, we're doing it again.
Well, that was the thing, is that we were gonna do it again so that she has it
Well, that's fine,
right at the front.
saves time.
You wanna do that?
Sure,
Would,
yeah.
would you put it in
So
the, you'll,
I
Yeah,
move
and then
that
have
we
them look together.
officially defund that project.
you make the motion?
Yeah,
I second it.
Okay. All in favor?
Uh,
Okay, good. The last one, EIAF, that's the meter grant.
No, the EIAF is a structural.
Okay, and then what's the Crestone Foundation? Oh, I see. Wasn't there a third one?
No, they just asked for these two.
Okay, so we already closed out the meter grant?
That one will be closed out soon.
Okay.
It's on my screen.
Okay. So we can move on to, okay, so this discussion is the old business cemetery connection to the BLM. I keep getting messages from Sean Homer regarding this particular issue where he just wants to know what's going on with that road, because he feels as though now it's kind of like it went to the county's too busy to actually take on any kind of lawsuit or deal with that issue. So he said to me, he goes, well, do you want to start cutting another road? And I said, well, we should, first of all, we can't cut another road unless BLM allows us to basically connect the old road to the new road, because that little section is gonna be a real problem, especially if they don't want a road going out there. So then he said, well, can we get a hold of a representative from the BLM and find out if it's even possible? So that's where this discussion came in, and then it brought up the fact that we really do need to be talking to our federal neighbors and find out, you know, who it is that kind of represents this area.
I'll reach out to BLM.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'll send them an email.
okay. Not Black Lives Matter.
I'll reach out to them.
But all life.
Black.
well, maybe.
All right, and then is Daniel Gray around?
He's not online, he sent me a very cryptic text, I think he was having issues with his dog.
We still.
Maybe the same thing as the next meeting.
I know he's gonna want
We're
to
almost there.
speak.
I
He
feel better.
doesn't want us to just
Reports.
talk about it.
Are you leaving,
No.
Kizen? Are you leaving, Kizen?
I'm thinking that
You're leaving it for? Okay. All right, we're getting down to a forum.
Well, Sean will be back.
Thank you, Kizen. Have fun camping.
Alright.
Have fun.
See you later.
Thank you for taking on the BLM.
Do you think it's just the San Luis Valley Field Office that would be the first person to read?
I feel like. I'd be happy to meet with, if you set up a meeting, we could set it up in here.
Okay.
Just set up a meeting and we can sit down with them during town.
Do, as far, just for. Do y'all want me to just try to set up a meeting
Yeah.
with somebody, or do you want me to just directly go after this like road thing?
No, I would set up a meeting.
You think so? Okay.
Yeah, I think, again, we still need to sort of build a relationship with them.
With BLM,
So like, do tell
just
them.
as a matter of regularity.
Okay,
I definitely, am entertained also by the fact that they closed that road and that there's a law against them closing that road.
well, if Sean, we don't have to go into all the details, I will email them and try to get a meeting set up.
As Forest Service.
And also in that vein too, I've been talking to Sheriff Brubaker or Under Sheriff Brubaker, and we just haven't been able to like, everyone's just super busy and we haven't been able to.
I know,
make
it seems like across the board, but I think we'll be able to get a meeting with the.
If we need a relationship with BLM and that resolves it, that's a good thing.
Yeah,
Well, at least we could find out if the people who closed the road were telling the truth about them wanting that road to be closed.
The BLM wanting it closed.
Sean
Encouraging
said,
them to close it.
Sean said that he talked to someone from BLM and they kind of said that too,
Okay.
so. But who knows, might just be that person that he talked to. I can't imagine that I just don't feel like that could be true.
There's been a bit of a push by BLM for quite a while. I experienced it in Gunnison as well. I had a large piece of property in BLM road above and they wanted to stop it, because, and it would be issues with erosion, believe it or not. I don't think that's the same issue here. But it
They
was
were saying it's the pit, it's the trash that builds up at the pit from people going out there to shoot, which, like.
Still.
The argument that Sean was making was that now it's harder to go and clean it up. Now you can't go and clean up the trash and people can still go out there and create a problem, so I don't know, we'll get a
Is
meeting
the
with them.
pit on BLM land or is it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, my issue is that, you close the road, people will find an alternative.
There's ways to get out there,
Yeah.
I mean, I still go out there.
There's definitely a county rule or law or something against closing any road that's been used for over 20 years.
Yeah.
They can't. close it.
And we found, and I might have told you this, but that particular land is owned by the town, but it's not actually within town jurisdiction. Because it's not annexed into town.
The town with the roadblock on it,
The cemetery land is owned by the town, but not in the town's jurisdiction, it's the county.
so can the town annex its own land?
No, because it's not connected to the town. It was gaps between.
Yeah,
So the only way you can annex land is either through the flagpole method or the 1/3 method. Where you have a certain amount of bordering.
you gotta connect with us, yeah.
So that's why I kind of went to the county and we were like, well, all we can do is sort of.
So the town does have an interest in reopening the road.
Yeah, we
For the
don't have,
town's business, the town cemetery.
well, see, the thing is. We're gonna start working on a new section of the road to get to the pet cemetery. Once we get, we're working with SGM's our engineer. We're hiring them to do a plan for us. Based on this survey we got, because we got like a LiDAR survey.
Yeah.
So we're gonna see what they come up with and then if for some reason. BLM says, yeah, you can connect to the old road. Then we can start looking at doing another road. and
So,
Getting like,
well, there's, the way you stated that left a couple blank spots for me,
Yes.
but, yeah,
so,
I still don't understand how we connect to the cemetery through BLM land at that point.
no, the cemetery is, we have an easement to the cemetery.
You have an easement,
All the way to the cemetery,
you have a right to a road easement all the way to the pet cemetery.
to the regular cemetery, but we
Regular
have,
cemetery.
there's a point between, the edge of the regular cemetery and the pet cemetery. That could be carved out into a road with a turnaround,
And who owns that?
us,
Yeah, so it could be done.
it could be done, at least that section.
Yeah.
Then there's another section that's to the north of the pet cemetery, it would have to be cut out in order to connect that to the BLM.
Uh-huh,
Cause there's two sections that were closed,
uh-huh.
the one with the hard left.
I haven't been out there.
Okay, so basically, the road to the cemetery is open.
Yeah.
And they're not gonna close, there's.
Right.
But if you turn hard left, it goes about, I think it was 600 feet. And then it cuts onto town land. So it's 600 feet of private land and then it cuts onto town. land.
So before the cemetery, so you're heading that way towards the
Just
cemetery.
before the.
And, I mean, there's a left along the cemetery, I'm not quite sure.
Yeah, anyway, it's surveyed, you can go out there and see.
I've got some aerial photographs, I can orient you just on that, it's, you
Yeah.
really kind of gotta go out there and.
Yeah, I probably should
Put
drive
feet
out.
on the ground.
Yeah,
and really
drive out.
get-
Yeah, there's a bunch of flags, you can see all the boundaries. you can-
Yeah.
I'll probably do that,
It's really difficult to put it together.
yeah.
Point being, we're already going forward with the cemetery expansion, that's our priority.
Yeah,
Whether that combines with back into another road that connects to the BLM land, that's a whole nother story. We have to really work with BLM to
Yeah.
find that out.
yeah, okay,
And then whether they're ever gonna open it again is doubtful.
open what,
The other roads, like,
uh-huh,
you know, so we're just letting it breathe a little bit. I'm gonna tell Sean that we're gonna try to set up a meeting with the BLM and see if they'll let us connect. And Sean is willing to help us build that road.
that sounds good.
So. Next, so this thing with Daniel Gray, he's not on, but I did wanna talk about it a little bit because the numbers that Daniel Gray. Has presented to us. Don't totally line up with. The numbers that I'm seeing on these charts. The highest. Plant organic capacity. If you go to page 134 of our packet. You'll see that the plant percentage of organic capacity hit 66% last September. And town of Crestone, funny enough.
Do you wanna wait for Dan, cause these are the questions he.
Well, it is, but I also wanna tell the board, just so that we're kind of like looking at it, because he was claiming a certain amount of like that we were, you know, it's kind of interesting, because if you look actually at the numbers, like in September of 2024, and you compare 2024, so it was the highest year of organic loading. Yet Crestone's was the lowest, 18%. Like, how does that,
So you're looking,
if you look at the two charts on page number 6 of this, you'll see September 24.
I'm sorry, are you looking at what,
This, it looks like this.
is that the operations report?
Yeah.
Okay.
So. It's a little bit weird because they have the highest organic capacity, highest 66% in September. And then if you look at September, Crestone versus Baca organic loading, it's the lowest for Crestone. So, I mean, it's just like these numbers are a little bit weird as far as like how they line up.
What is it that, what's the point that he's trying to make?
He's trying to say that they're hitting capacity. Or they're going to hit capacity, and that Crestone is 30, up to 30% of their load. And hydraulic loading, we were 23% is the highest last year in August.
This chart doesn't tell us anything about their capacity though. It just tells.
It does in the first chart, percentage of plant capacity.
Yes, okay.
I don't know what point he's trying to make for us, because we just signed an agreement that said we're gonna get a 60,000 gallon day. They signed that agreement, they agreed to it. So they can overflow the banks of their plant, but they've gotta save us what's equivalent to 60,000 gallon day.
He's basically saying that we're not paying our fair share. Because if you look at, he has some other idea that why we're not paying our fair share for the, you know.
I hear him say that all the time.
Yeah, I mean, so I'm just trying to show that, like, basically. You know.
Is he the only one?
Yeah, kind of. And I wonder if he went to that meeting, did anybody go to that meeting that was at the museum?
I don't know if they paid for it.
He is a candidate.
He is a candidate?
Are they gonna rent?
Is he?
Are they gonna rent that building?
They're,
He definitely wasn't
they use
here.
it under Jimmy Calvin. Jimmy Calvin was the music. All I'm saying is, I mean, I'm just trying to find like an easy way to just kind of state, like, either you know, become a candidate and argue it from the back of what, you know, like they vote you in, which you're probably not gonna get voted in. I mean,
You might though,
huh?
you never know.
Well, I've seen it done.
His argument is with Buck, not with us.
Yes.
No, it's with us too. That we're not budgeting in, you know,
Yeah, but that would be Baca's concern,
kind of,
not ours.
yeah.
And I actually think that the agreement we have with them is more theirs than ours. With the exception of that 60,000 gallon day.
I know the history from way back, and it's like. At that certain point, we saved the Vaca's ass by getting them this huge grant so they could increase their capacity and. Like, you know, and then we made agreements to how much we're supposed to pay, and they've been pushing that ever since, pushing hard back once.
We just signed
Once they thought we forgot, they started pushing and pushing.
And they want us to pay 50%. I'm sorry, their population exceeds 138 people.
100 years from now, like 10 people, so they know how quite a population.
It's more than 10
Parents
times.
needs to just get a life.
I mean, I don't think that, you know. I think he's probably gonna keep talking to us about it and. Art, Benji, are you saying you're trying to find a way to stop having this argument?
I'm just trying to, I guess all I'm trying to do is just sort of like debunk his claims. By looking at our own numbers and showing that, you know, I think he's claiming here that like we're 30, like in March 2024, we're 39% of the organic loading. If you take 100% of all the organic loading, we're 39%. However, when you look at the March of the percent capacity, we're 39% of 46% of their whole capacity. So it's like, you take 46% of what was used, we're only 39% of that.
Like 20-something% of their.
Yeah, so it's actually way smaller. He thinks that we're 39% of the whole capacity, but it's actually 39% of 46
Of what's being used now.
of what's being used.
Yeah,
And which
There's three charts, it looks like this.
chart should I be looking at?
There's three charts. One is, the top one is plant capacity.
Right,
The next one is organic load and the next one's hydraulic load. So hydraulic load is like the water, you know, the actual,
Right.
well,
Right,
And then organic load is the BODs
So we'd be 17.94% of their overall.
of their overall.
Yeah.
So I mean, he's just like, that's where I kinda wanna like debunk him.
where is the capacity rating that we're talking about?
It's at the top.
At the top of all of these?
Percentage of plant capacity by month at Aspen Water.
I think I saw this before, yeah, percentage of, okay, there you go.
So yeah, like January of this year, it was at 60% organic capacity.
You see 2025?
Yeah, January 25, it's the last one.
I don't have that.
You know, it's like, it's showing a full calendar year from January of 2024 to January of 2025.
What is that one? What page is that on?
That's, page 5, percentage of plant capacities by month that Aspen wastewater treatment plant.
Yeah, I've got January 2025. So 45% of plant capacity
Yeah.
is Crestone.
No, that is the plant percent of hydraulic capacity. So that's the amount of water that the plant. Like it has 100% capacity and right now they're at 45. And then for the organic capacity, they have a 100% capacity, but right now they're at 60. From January of 2020.
Sorry, that last sentence, I was still trying to absorb the thing before.
Sorry.
So what was the last thing you just said?
They have a 100% organic capacity, but they are at 60%
Right.
as of January of 2025. And that's for, that chart isn't separating out the Baca and Crestone and the town of Crestone. That's just total
Oh, yeah,
capacity.
okay.
And then the ones below it show breakdown how much of that is us.
And I missed that because it's the same blue as the town of Crestone.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
You don't have that? It's in that same packet that you were talking about with this one.
That's funny, mine only goes to 2024.
Interesting.
Unless
So they're at 60% and we're a percentage of that 60%.
So when they hit like 85% of. And I don't know if it's hydraulic or, oh, here it is, okay. I know.
Yeah. So we're 23% of 60% of loading in January.
You know, with 23% of the 40-some percent.
Yeah, 45. In hydraulic loading.
Oh, right.
So substantially less.
Yeah, it seems like quite a wasted argument.
You can see by our bills how much we're putting in every month, every day. You can see how much we're putting in.
So anyway, this is just something that I want everybody to understand, just so that when he argues that we're 30%, it's like, no, we're actually, like you said, 17.
There's like 17 points, so.
Yeah,
Mayor, I'll be honest with you, and I don't wanna sound short, but I'm not gonna sit here or look at a screen arguing with Dan about these
Yeah.
figures.
well, I think he just, like we said, you know, if you wanna be on the agenda, get on it, and then we'll just have to listen
So
to
he
him.
was here earlier.
I know.
saw him, but,
So, he lost his opportunity. Alright, let's move on.
no, it's already going to 4:30.
Crestone strategic planning tool has been on our agenda for the past few ones, and I think we're actually moving forward in some ways, although we didn't get the $25,000 water improvement grant. Priority 3 is happening. Priority 4, we pretty much put on hold. Then long-term goals, improving relationships and transparency with the community. I think we're definitely working on that. And have been working on that and has improved. Hazard mitigation and resilience for flood and fire threats. We've done a little bit of that. but we still, flood and stormwater, flood control are all still something that needs to be, assessed. I don't know exactly how we're gonna move forward, it's probably gonna be like a
I don't know either.
2026.
I think we need possibly to include on there, and maybe you said it and I wasn't paying attention about, are we satisfied with our agreements with the IGA with Saguache County? I think we need to focus on that as well,
Yeah,
and I think we need to do that soon.
well, it seems like that's something we can do. So I'm gonna reach out to Tom Kraken and see.
And I'll be gone. I'd like to meet with him with you if it's okay.
Yeah,
But I'm gonna be gone for quite a.
Alright, when do you leave?
4 to 6 weeks,
when do
6 to
you,
8 weeks maybe.
when do you leave?
Check my calendar. I will be gone from the 6th of June. Yeah, we don't know Tom's schedule.
Okay,
To at least the 6th of July. If I'm having a lot of fun, I'm not gonna come back for a longer time.
Where you going?
Mexico,
Heck yeah. Can I come?
Hmm?
Can I come?
sure.
Can you put me in your bag?
Yeah.
so town hall meeting room improvements, I guess it's something that will,
For listeners.
I'm gonna go hang on the stage for like 6 hours.
numbers. A lot of this stuff is just stuff that's on here that we can keep coming back to, so. Is there any questions or comments? This all came out of one of those retreats that we had with Randy and Dola. And basically we put a bunch of stuff on the wall, we went through all of our priorities.
Like a wish list. Yeah. I just remember a whole bunch of old flood control stuff, so.
Yeah, there's still some flood reports that we should bring to the top again, and we used them recently. Didn't we, for Angie's thing?
Yes, we did. Yes.
Whatever's on there, it's gotten worse.
Excellent.
All right, do you wanna move on to Public Works report?
Okay, yeah, and so. Item 15 and 16, I've spoken with the clerk and I'll just say, I'm going to request that we have a resolution to move these two items up onto probably right around the treasurer's report somewhere. So that, I've been waiting to do my report all day, and this is just not really it's not very timely. I could have been out doing things. But she said that you guys need to make a resolution to move those items
They
forward.
don't make, well, hold on, they don't make the resolution, I'll make the
Who makes the
resolution,
resolution? Yeah.
but requesting that maybe we move all reports up. So we do the whole thing one
Get
time
out of here quick.
and get it done over with.
Well, yeah, I didn't realize we needed to make it all.
If you guys are amenable to that, I'll draft a resolution to bring to the next
Okay.
meeting.
I'm totally fine with that.
Is that okay?
I would say the planning commission report, correspondence and adjourn
Should say together?
probably stay towards the end, but the water, public works, water and code could be after clerk.
Yeah.
Sounds good, so you don't have to hang around all day.
It would be in the morning.
That's so.
Yeah, then I can just,
Yeah,
then I'll have time
makes
to
sense.
sit out and get some things done.
But you did wanna be around for some of the stuff.
Yeah, there's things that I can be in here for that I definitely wanted to be in here for, today. But generally, that's, yeah, I can use it, you can spend, anyway, if you guys
Yeah,
Can I do my report now?
yeah.
Okay, so just to bring up a recap, a few things, we'll be working on irrigation tomorrow. And then we're gonna try to get all this, reported this week, see what we can do. We're gonna be putting into it. I'm gonna open this back up here, it's up in irrigation. Yeah, you guys requested, dumpsters, I got the dumpsters installed, we've got 2 new dumpsters, they're brand new. We'll see how they work, they got some kind of, the lids here, a little weird, but I think we have some bare problems, I've got some solutions. We'll just leave it like it is. We're already coordinated with Chelsea on free box and, Saturday market.
And they're lockable.
Yeah, we've arranged for all that, and so I'll coordinate with her regarding those things. Timberline Electric came out, they finished their repairs up there, on the emergency repairs for the flow meter for the water treatment plant. That's all been taken care of, that was taken care of Friday. What I did tell them to do, I said, I had them give us a preliminary, budgetary number for the water treatment plant upgrades. I told them to go ahead and I need firm numbers from them now that we've had our budgetary numbers, I'll get firm numbers for them going forward, minus the water treatment plant. We're already about $6,200 into it. So we'll have this big of an expense for our upgrades, but get this ready to go, and we'll see where, once I get these hard numbers, I'll present them to you, and we'll see how we want to proceed there.
What would I mean, if it's not terrible amount, like if it's 20,000, say, which is probably. Cause you said it's like.
It was 45 to begin with, we're about 6,500 into it, so you're looking at. You're still.
What if we got like a 5-year loan to do that?
Well, let me get some numbers, that's why I was like, let's look at numbers, and then we can kind of work out what we need to do. Here's the thing, we do have a sense of urgency. Okay, number one, we had some minor power outages. And I was out here, and I have a canary in the coal mine up here with Benny Ulmer. He tells me when his pressure's down, when that flicking pump goes out, he lets me know.
I see it happen in my house.
And probably happens to your house.
Yeah, I
too.
see it a lot, he's
Yeah.
just 2 houses.
Yeah, and so you guys probably had the same issue, but here's the thing, they're getting ready to finish construction. No, we're not gonna have 2 houses, we're gonna have 20 houses that are affected by this. So that's the thing is, and that's what I told Timberline, I said, you keep this in mind, I said, this is something that I told him I was gonna be talking to you guys. This is an urgent thing. This is something that we need to figure out how we can do it. And if we need to get a loan or whatever, I think we need to take care of this right away, because it's gonna be affecting not just 2 people, but 20 people. And that's 40% of our water customers.
I would say like 80% of the pressure goes away sometimes.
And that's exactly what happened.
Yeah.
That's what happened, and that's what will happen to all those people that are living there.
Brent, didn't you tell me a little bit ago that you had a problem with one of the pressure pumps? And that it was covered under warranty? You thought it was covered under warranty?
That was the flow meter. That was the flow meter. I don't think, it was covered under, they installed the wrong, impeller, module. And they had ordered the wrong one, installed it, so that was what was covered under warranty. So they came back out and they just finished their work basically. But in other words, there was no additional charge for them coming back out to do that work.
When you get this updated cost estimate on all the equipment, I'm assuming that it's a lot of stuff that we talked about before.
It's the SCADA system, it's the booster pump, it's the power modules, and it's the drive. Everything that's in the control panel. Yeah.
Just throwing things out there, if you had to replace something, or wanted to replace something now, not all of it, is that possible, and what would that be? In other words, if we put the project together in pieces?
If we put it together in pieces, well, we were talking about if we could do that, and that's, you could probably do it a little bit, but see, the electronics you're only gonna be able, I mean, you've got the pump. And then you've got basically the electronics. And they all have to, and when you get the SCADA system on top of it, the SCADA system monitors everything, so it's not really. It's not as, you kind of have to have the whole thing at once, because of the SCADA system, it monitors the whole system. So you can't, I mean, you could install a SCADA system on an old part, but then you'd be updating the SCADA system when you'd be upgrading something that twice, you know, so it's not so cost effective to do that.
Well, the next grant cycle, I think is probably 10 months away, if not longer.
I wonder if we can actually like get a loan and pay it off.
Well, that's kind of where I'm leaning right now, for at least just for discussion, okay, nothing solid, just for discussion. We get the cost estimate and then we see if we can get I think applying for a grant right now would be ridiculous, because the chances of us getting it aren't gonna be any better than what they were. As a matter of fact, I think it's gonna be less. So, I've never applied for a loan before, I don't
I'm
know.
gonna check,
Short-term loans have higher interest,
And,
but you pay them off within a year.
The same thing with municipality.
Yeah, there's,
and I think we have money available too, I mean, we have some budgeted money that we could apply for this. So we could use our budgeted money for some of it and get a short-term loan, it's not gonna be, you know, more than maybe 15 to 20,000, and I would think, you know.
Or 50-50.
Yeah, I think we've got a way to do it, there's a way to do it, and I'm just going to, the closer we get, the more urgency I see, especially, with this system. I mean, there's no replacements for these things, I would be scouring eBay for replacements for this stuff, okay? This is not a good situation to be in, this is a super priority, and it's only gonna get worse.
If anybody were ever to spend even 5 minutes in the pump house, and I think you experienced it, when we had that certification, that booster pump is cycling continuously. And it's
only gonna get more.
Yeah.
It's just gonna,
it's gonna reach a point where it's not gonna shut off.
it's gonna be working 20 times harder as soon as they move in. And they bumped their schedule back from August to May, so we have even less time to do it.
So did I hear that booster pump is only serving 3 households now?
Oh, no.
Just two it boosts to about 2 places, yeah, right now. That's all it really does.
I thought it pressurized the whole system.
Well, it pressure, but the rest of the system doesn't, it's all downstream, it doesn't really need it. I mean, when you turn the booster pump off, it really only affects Sean's house and Benny's house, that's all I know.
There's one house in between those two, it's like.
I don't think they're a water customer. So,
Oh, no.
So it sounds
I
like
only do a meter, your place is Benny's,
Oh.
so that's it, yeah.
a
So,
separation
I
of
just-
the pressure might be in order or something.
that's the way it's designed, and
Yeah,
it's,
yeah.
I mean, we have to work around what we've got, but I'm just
Yeah, I
saying,
hear
this is. Building, we've known about this for a year, I've informed the board, about this a year ago, I said, this is coming down the pipe, it's still coming down the pipe, so. I'll have some hard numbers for you guys in the next 2 weeks, I've contacted the owner of, Everlight Electric, and she will get back to me with some hard numbers.
So if we ask our bank, because that's pretty much what we borrow from, if it's 8%, I don't know what it would be as far as interest. For 5 years, it's $1,000 a month, $912 a month for $45,000 loan. We put in 5. Make it 50.
How much a month?
912. For 5 years.
That's probably more than what, that amount there is.
I went on the high side.
That's fine, it covers everything, yeah.
What would, you got an idea just offhand what 20 customers pay in water and sewer? what they would pay per month, what's an average water bill for?
Sorry, I could do that for you. Are you talking about water and sewer or just
Yeah.
water?
No,
For
just
20
water.
customers?
No, water and sewer.
Just
If they would end up paying off that, because they're really combined, if it end up paying.
I think
paying that, just water will cover that.
1 month, it would be 17.20.
for water
20
and sewer.
Customers, it's $40 for sewer and 46 for water, so it use 6 times.
So what's just,
20.
I'm just saying 40 times 20.
Just do the living wisdom of the 20.
The 20 there,
Oh,
would they just be doing water?
No, just water, because sewer, we already have that expense. Water is. We just wanna pay for it.
Right. You're right.
9.20.
So there it is, right there.
There's the payment of the loan.
So I mean, well, that's what the system's designed to take care of this, so yeah, I mean,
This
This is-
is range of water.
anyway. This one, that's coming down the pipe, we're working on this, I'm probably going to be opening.
Wait, one other quick question. Can we? Can we use the capital fund for? That we've been collecting money.
Well, capital.
Improvement.
Generally for capital improvements, this is maintenance.
Oh.
I don't
That
know.
would be categorized as a capital improvement?
I don't think so.
No, you think just, yeah, even though we're improving it, we're actually increasing the capacity, no?
I don't know. It would be a tough one to sell.
Okay.
Yeah, I think capital gains would be more for like another
I
tank.
mean,
Yeah.
if we had it,
Opposed to-
Yeah, and you know, it might come down to something like that. You know, there's a couple of wells around here that we could. Put the water somewhere if we owned them. And had a place for a tank. Wouldn't have to be a big tank. Maybe the same size as this one.
I wonder if Living Wisdom would sell the top piece of their land and use some of the street up there.
Wasn't McCaffrey gonna donate?
we'll still have to fix the water treatment plant.
That would be.
Whatever we do.
I mean,
Well, it sounds very doable, so
Let's
yeah,
do it. Yeah.
yeah, we'll get the numbers and. And figure out where it's all gonna come from.
So, anyway, Public Works, that's water, we're good there, we're looking good, I've got some good numbers, I'll also, I'll be cross training, Skip on some of the routine things at the water treatment plant. We started irrigation in the parks, we'll begin the irrigation in here, he's already been doing hand watering. In and around all the trees, so, cause it's super dry out, it's just real bad. So, well, we should have everything greened up and it should be ready to roll, soon. I mean, it's already greened up, you can take the rest, this the water we put on there. And, the bathrooms, I've already spoken with the 2 vault bathrooms down there. I think what we can do is we can open those up. And basically we'll open up in the morning, close down in the afternoon, and keep them managed. I've already contacted the, vendors for clean out, those things are in, all the water's dried up, so I'm gonna have to do some work on that, and then I'm gonna get the backs out here, these guys to vacuum this out and get these things ready to go, so we'll have some bathrooms. I think have we been paying for, porta potties in the?
we have the past 2 years, but we didn't do it this year.
Have we
Okay.
taken down
Well,
the
this,
porta potty signs yet?
what was it?
Go on the tree.
That's an energy fair thing, they put it on.
Okay, well, I would like to ask them to take that down.
There's still some signs that say porta potty.
It says bathroom.
And it points right down, it's just like a tree there, you know, I think by the bliss, right?
Where is
I
it?
just
Where
noticed
is it?
those, like,
In front of the bliss.
On the corner.
It's an
It
embarrassment.
shows like
for
go,
the town.
Oh, is it?
go on the tree, yeah. it's like-
What was it? Who put it there for what?
It used to be a porta potty there. like-
Was it a porta potty there? Oh, I think I
It's like we.
Bucket over there now.
We.
Well, I'll just move this line over to the vault toilets.
The bucket over there was-
But, yeah, that was the, I guess the main thing.
Okay, so for.
Or you can tell we're getting tired.
Well, that's, that's fine. And I like, that's pretty simple, but this is something that's, I guess the main thing is the water treatment plant. The rest of it, yeah, I mean, haven't had a guy out here working with, Skip today. So, I've got an extra guy that, is working through Mateo. And, I'm just gonna use him as we need a little extra help with me cleaning this ditch out. We'll have mosquito mitigation, I got that stuff on the way.
Is it more shade working?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I've had this mosquito mitigation underway in the ditches and in the park, so hopefully, we'll see we'll see what happens. And we're gonna try out, I found some ecologically sound, materials that we can try to see what they do as far as dust mitigation on the roads. So I've got a program in place. We'll probably do a stretch of it and just see what happens. I'm not concerned. I've looked at several things that I'm concerned about. There's some groundwater concerns with some of the salts that they use. So I found something that is used with it's a byproduct of the timber industry, it's a wood product. And I'm gonna buy a little bit, and we're gonna test that a little bit and see how that works. Probably over here, going up line, outside of Alder, going up line. And we'll try a section of that and see what happens, and maybe we can even address this dust issue. And then also, I'll be working, I've got improvements, been doing improvements to this tractor. It's had a lot of repairs done. You guys already got the bill once. I've got some more repairs to do to it. Once we get that tractor, where it's in good shape, I'll get Skip trained on potholes. Even Mateo's been doing a little bit just on his own, on potholes near where he lives, practicing. And then we'll start addressing some of these road issues, and then that'll also fold in with our IGA with the county. And Des and I have had several discussions about this IGA with the county, and I keep going, Dennis, I don't see where we're getting our money's worth. And that's the dig there.
We're not.
So if we're not getting our money's worth, then we either, and it might be our fault that we're not getting our money's worth. We haven't been asking for what we need. That might be our fault. There might be, oh, you just need to ask, or maybe what we're getting is what we get, and that's not enough, not for what we're paying.
No, and that's been the question, and it's compounded by, these last two bills that we've gotten from them. Where when we asked for itemization on what they did, there was no explanation at all. It was just the bill that came in. And then eventually, and I think it was the last month, we got some response was, this is what we charged you last quarter, this is what we're gonna charge you again, with no explanation of what the charges were for. So my question is what, if he Brent goes out and gets striping quotes or whatever, are we still going to get that bill from the county? And I can't see where the answer to that is no, you won't,
Right.
you will get it again.
Right.
And so we're paying for it in essence twice.
I don't know, I mean, I don't know, like I met LV and I had some issues and talked to him, and I asked him about road T, is it gonna get paved this year? He's like, no, we don't have the money. So I don't know him that well, but he's clearly like, I don't know how he's allocating money at all.
You can go on.
He doesn't seem to be a bad guy, he seems okay.
Oh, he's found directions too.
He might have a horrible budget, you know.
They get a tremendous amount of money. You can go online and see how much money they
Yeah,
get.
We need the commissioner like to go on behalf probably.
Benjamin is gonna try to set up a meeting with them where to talk to them.
and I haven't seen road T unmaintained for this long since I've lived here.
Well, since you brought it up and we're talking about it, I would ask the board to think seriously if they want to get rid of the relationship we had with the county right now, that IGA's got 13 more years to go on it, it's gonna be, in that time frame, my estimate is gonna be over $130,000 that we're gonna give to the county. And, or do you want us to talk to them and see if we get out of it, even if it's in part, not entirely, so.
Well, the state pays X amount for paved roads. On the left fence, X amount for gravel roads. Any kind of maintenance, our budget a year is $4,000. Now, granted, I just started a few years ago. But it was larger than the general fund. We got more money for road funds, and we took care of business ourselves. And stuff got done.
Tom's asking if we want LV there for the meeting. Or if it just.
I don't think we need, yeah, I think this is, right now, it's more. I don't know, political is the right word, but.
Yeah, I think that's the appropriate term, yeah, I think so.
I mean.
And if the road department, their budget's set by the commission.
When would it be? What's going on?
Well, I was just saying that the road funds. The road people at Sawash, they get their budget from the commissioners.
Right.
So I don't know how if his hands are.
I have no idea, and he's treated me pretty good on some issues, small issues that I really needed help with.
I
So,
would imagine LV works within a budget and he's got a certain amount in a certain direction he needs to go. And I would think that the board and the commissioners, that would be a really, that's where it needs to start, and then it moves down. And having those talks is gonna be a really good thing.
I'm sure.
It'll give us a level of understanding that we've kind of lost a little understanding of the agreement. So getting together, just like with the BLM and the Forest Service, getting together with the county commissioners and saying, hey, we think we need some more support here for what we're paying. And then working out something.
There's so many roads in this county, I'm sure they're getting pulled in 100 directions.
So,
yeah, but they can't
But they have to take responsibility.
yeah, or at least not charge us. I mean, if
Right,
they're not gonna do the work, don't charge us.
right.
They're just
I
like,
agree.
oh, it was the same.
We did it last year.
Yeah, it's easy to forget when we're not a squeaky wheel too.
So Tom could advocate that we're not getting our fair share of.
Yeah, I mean, they're the ones that,
Money.
And if they do come back and they say, oh, well, you guys just haven't asked, well, that's fine. I can certainly do the asking.
Yeah.
And so can the board.
Yeah,
Well, I'll give you an example, the county's pulling in, and it's different throughout each month, but on the average, I'd say it's about $50,000 a month. In health funds, that's what the county's getting. And that's from the state. Then we pay on top of that, and I'm sure there are other communities.
there's the federal, they get federal funds as well.
And yeah,
And
it's federal highway.
Yeah.
It's definitely, you're right, we might have to ask more, but to be honest with you, I don't think they have the quality of workmanship. When was it last spring? When you got that estimate from the former director, and to do Galena was about $8,000 or $10,000.
Yeah.
And I asked them, I said, how are you gonna do it? And I asked them about the equipment, and they didn't even have to roll it. They were gonna do a ditch work, he wasn't gonna roll it,
Yeah,
they were gonna throw gravel down and grade it.
yeah,
Never
it was like for 8,900 or something.
LP
So you're in touch with Tom, and you're getting a meeting set up? Okay.
he said he won't be much help without LV, but I don't know.
Well, the question is really, do we stay with the IGA agreement or not? I don't know
I
where,
told him we have a contract with the county for another 13 years. We need more accountability for what they're doing in town. A lot of stuff has been on by the wayside.
he wants to bring out, bring him.
Okay, Brent, do you have
Okay,
anything else?
one other thing I wanna say, I had something, I just wanna direct Ariel when she talks to Lisa at the bank. To just ask about, loans for the town, and see what we can do, we have some stuff that needs to be done. See like what their rates are, like, maybe there's like municipal rates that are.
You might be that.
Actually, kind of need that guy on my side for now.
Well,
Help.
I'll send you to town.
I got a question.
You're good?
Yeah, that's not all I really had.
I got a question.
But any questions, go ahead.
Did I hear you say earlier that you got compliance from the last person visit that did not have a grease trap?
So I sent a grease trap, I did it, notice in one of our, commercial establishments and, they did not install a grease trap. So we're addressing these DOT issues and for some of you that don't understand, I think we're paying over $2,000 a month for high BODs at times. And, so I've been working on compliance with, one of our establishments and get that, sent a letter out last, the 26th, or it was 26th of last month, and the owner contacted Ariel, the office, and said that they had the parts ordered and they'll be installing it. So.
Any idea when they're gonna get it in?
I think he said it was coming in last week, so.
Yeah, he said it might be, I gave him until the 26th to have it completed, I gave him 30 days.
26th of this month?
26th of this month, but they said that they didn't get the letter for some reason, it was about maybe 6 days from the time I sent it, so,
That's just how long.
they mentioned something that they might not be able to get it done by the 26th, but, we'll, I'll follow up with them, I'll follow up with them on the 26th and see where they are, and then we'll go from there. But from what I understand, I've got their assurances that they're gonna start compliance. And once that happens, then, we'll see what our BODs do, and if we need to, I can step into another level of compliance where we'll actually be doing some testing to see where these high BODs are coming from and try to pinpoint them. And then if we can do that, once we do that, then if we need to change the way we structure our rates to compensate for this high cost to the BACA, then we can do that. But we'll take it incrementally in steps, see how this works. Just so you know, just so to give you a little education, a grease trap will trap grease in a lot of BODs, but there's a lot of BODs that flow out of it too. And as working in the butcher shop, that I know some of it's a lot of watery waste.
It seems like
So
also,
hopefully it'll help, but it might not lower. We're right on the edge of being high, with our BODs, we're right on that edge, but they charge us according to how much it is.
And the bills are high.
And the bills are high.
And they're, this month, the BODs account were almost half of what they were last month. The previous month, it was extremely high, I think it was like 98. This is about 48, somewhere around there. And if you look at the history, it's like every other month. So,
I think it's the time that they're taking the samples too.
well,
Could be like,
I've already gone there, I've observed how they sample, I spent the whole day observing how they sample, they go into their processes, their sampling is just fine.
it is.
and the way it looks like it's every other month, it almost looks like the high months are intentionally dumping.
And there could be something going on, there could be growers, dumping nutrients into the, you don't know what's going on, all we know is. It could be anything going on, that'll raise about, the growers' nutrients will raise up, these food, I mean, that's how the cops find growers, they go and take samples. So, I mean, it could be anything, but we do have a policy in place for grease traps, and we can enforce that, and that's what we need to do. And I'll have to say, I don't know. That brings up another subject, about some incursions on, town property. And, at some point, we're gonna need to address these issues. I think I've mentioned it to Dennis and the mayor, and, there's some areas in town, where, it's getting in the way of public works.
Are you talking about dumping on public right of way?
Well, actually, I got that cleaned up.
The one on
Yes,
Center,
I got that cleaned up.
Yeah, I saw that, yes.
So they came back out and I got them, and if you notice, I got them to finish their work on the,
And they correct the sidewalk.
yeah, so I got all that handled, and I'm gonna take that, rebar, and I'm gonna use it myself, I told them to leave it. But they took all their waste away, but there's some incursions over near the museum, that's a work area for public works, and, there's been some dumping there, and there's vehicles and things like that. I've checked into it and, we're gonna have to address these issues at some point.
Well, I don't wanna prolong the meeting, but we do have a situation where we have someone who's built a home without a permit. They dumped all that excess material on the road that you're talking about, and they may even be encroaching greatly on this side yard setback requirements. And I had hoped that we would have, executive session on it. Advice from the attorney said no, but, I guess what I want to say is support of our public works department, to be able to get material removed and initiate with the start of the letter. And I don't know how to handle the
You
building.
could also say something like,
Per the attorney, he said it would be, this place to start would be to have your building inspector, now Skip, send a letter to, the property owner to let them know that it's the
They're in
procedure.
violation of.
That they're in violation of our code by building without approved permit. Oh, we did that,
Nathan.
it's over the house.
Nathan, and that part is all good, fine and good, but when Nathan or his mother come back and yell and scream in the office or whatever they're gonna do, what's our plan of attack after that? Do we issue a ticket? I'm saying this more for staff to know how to proceed when we're not here and it hits the fan.
Is there like a set fine for building without a permit or something?
This is a little bit more serious than just building without a permit.
Yeah, it's
There's
a little more-
encroachment on setback requirements. There's there's already a non-conforming situation with the existing home. There's two homes on one property. There's already a non-conforming situation with the existing home being too close as far as setbacks, so they've compounded that problem. Then the issue of building without the permit and also the encroachment on the right of way.
Should we not,
The
does the
exist,
code direct us at all?
What's that?
What does the code direct us to do?
Well, there's two issues here. Number one is the encroachment issue onto town property.
Yeah.
That's the first one. That's where I've mostly dealt with myself. The second one is the number one, that was a barn. That was a non-habitable dwelling. So what happened is they created they started living in it. And they made improvements to live in it.
Okay.
So without any permits, without anything, so you've got that going on. So as far as the incursion on public works, the attorney said that the building inspector can write a letter, as public works director, if it interferes with my maintenance, my job, which it does, including this vehicle out here that's sitting on the road. When I need to do maintenance, I have the authority to move these vehicles if I need to get my job done. That's my issue with the incursion over here, is that I can't get my job done because I'm having vehicles. And to add to that, from what I understand, the people that live, next to the museum, when they come, they access right where those vehicles are. So not only is he blocking me, but he's blocking residents' access to the property where they pull their vehicles in, and they pull it in right through that access through our way, right away. Yeah, and so I found that out last week. So this is a situation that has I've watched it develop, when I was not in public works, and I was like, and now it's in my way as the director to get my job done, so. That's part of it. The second part is the building part, and you know, that was done without any, even any talk, to the town
So
about.
did they build something or was it an
No,
existing
it
building?
was an existing
It was a
building.
bar.
If I-
That already, okay,
Storage.
but they
The
made
point
it into the house.
I don't think they needed a building permit necessarily, and I believe it's grandfathered. As far as the
Could be, yeah.
but
you
if
cannot-
you spend
you
more than
cannot-
$500 on your project, like extending out, like he has. Or extending back, that's when you get into the building.
A non-conforming use cannot be considered grandfathered in
Well,
when you expand on it. The existing, yes, but if you expand on it, no.
Okay,
I was on the Board of Adjustment when that initial non-conforming house, they were doing something, trying to move in or trying to build it, get it. And we approved the initial non-conforming house because they had a property and there was just no way to. So the initial house was approved because they had a property. I think there was a building, they needed to do a few things to get it habitable. And we, as the Board of Adjustments, thought that was a perfect property to approve because of the creek division and everything there. So I think, I don't know exactly what's happening now, I'll just give you that history.
I think
Yeah.
I would urge everybody to take a look. Just drive by
Pay
and
attention.
look at it, yeah, you look at, and see what's going on there and you'll understand.
Where-
Is there any record, is there any written record of that meeting?
Of the
The Board of
ones
Adjustments approval,
referencing.
it was a long,
That's probably.
There's probably definitely record of it,
Yeah,
I would
yeah.
just have to dig for it, but
yeah.
any additions that are made to the outside of a dwelling have to come through the building permit.
And that would probably have.
Especially with
Whether it's a
non-conforming.
They're building a.
So even if it was initially approved, the fact that they added onto it makes it something that should have gone through our process and been approved with setbacks and.
And the thing is, with non-conforming use, you're not supposed to add anything onto it,
You can't.
you're not allowed to.
And not only is the interior been done, but the exterior is actually being worked on right now, and I think he might have even added to the rear of it, I'm
Yeah.
not sure.
But that property is non-conforming by its nature because of the creek.
I think part of the problem is we still don't have a code enforcement officer, because I hear what you're saying, trustee Paulson, with me, like, we send out this letter, they come back, what do we do when they come back? And what we do when they come back is that we need like a code enforcement officer, someone who can actually issue tickets. because
Or can the building
we can't
inspector,
do that and I can't do that.
could the building inspector issue the ticket then?
I would have to check with the attorney, but I don't believe that they have the authority to write citations. I think it's just the code enforcement officer.
I think the first step is, I think the easiest thing to start with, we can probably handle this in two different ways. And then build the building in one way, but the incursion of the right of way is something that I can write a letter to the owner. And then to the one that's incurring, because the owner is ultimately responsible for this.
Yeah.
And I can write a letter to the attorney and just tell them, hey, you're incurring on our property. I've already determined that there's an incursion, it's vehicles and it's dumping.
Is the vehicles across the street from the house?
They're in the right of way.
So I wonder if we
I suggest everybody go by and take a look and see, and you can see the pins. You can see the pin across the street. You can actually see where it is and you can line it up. Basically, the Public Works building, that's a street. That Public Works building is built on a street right away. And if you look at the, just take a look at the telephone poles, you can see what's incurring. And what we do is we just simply write a letter and say, you need to remove these things. And
If we have to get a
don't-
survey, we
we
should.
don't even need a survey, I found the pins, that's what I'm saying. We don't even need a survey, it would help to get a survey.
But I'm saying that they would have to pay for it at their expense, we could use that as a,
That would, yes, yeah, I could actually include that in the letter. I mean, I
if
think.
we get a
it
survey, we're
costs-
gonna ask for the cost back.
Yes, I think so. So anyway, I mean, I can draft a letter like that, and have that and submit that. And then I think dealing with the other issue, the building issue, is going to be something, that we'll have to go about in a way, I'm not familiar with the building code, so, and I don't think we have that much there to deal with, but, we do have setbacks, and we do have some basic, you have to get a building permit for certain things, but I don't know all the details. But I do know the encouragement is something that we can handle.
If, I think we ought to get on it right away. I think there's no reason to delay.
So I've already drafted 3 letters. One to the owner, one to the attorney, and one to, the one that lives there. So, they're all a little different in regards, and then I can present them, and you can go forward from there.
Good with the rest of the board?
Yes.
I don't think we need a motion or anything, but just an approval.
I agree.
I wanted to talk to
Direction. We just directed, direct him to do
Do we need to see something else?
Yeah.
What's that?
that. Cease and desist is what she asked.
Well,
I meant on the building part of it.
the building part, the building part might need a cease and desist, but the incursion, I think that's just a request to remove what they deposited there and remove the vehicles from the right of way. And tell them that that's a work area. That's where I dump all my materials for my roads. And I can't even get in there.
Dump it right in front of the.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too.
Well, actually, we did. I mean, that's the only place I had. And Scotland dropped it right there, and it was like, but I mean, just saying, it's in my way. And
I think sending it to the owner is a really good idea and adding in some verbiage that basically says, you're gonna be held responsible and, this is.
I'll draft letters and then you guys can see if they're adequate. They should be adequate.
The building part of it, should we address that too?
I think
I
you
was
should.
thinking about addressing or crafting the letter that says you're in violation of this rule. You have this amount of time to remedy it, like Brent gave for the flow meter. And then if you don't have it remedied by a certain time, I'm pretty sure the lawyer said that we could have the sheriff write a citation on behalf of the town, so we could go in that direction. And then there are times in our code where the mayor or the clerk is allowed to write a citation. The only problem is if I write it, then I can't be the court clerk or the citation.
Right.
So it would have to, I think your best bet would probably be to have the sheriff do it unless we have it go to.
Should
And then
we,
I'll have Skip deliver the letter as the building inspector, so we're compliant.
should we make remedying it being that they like kind of retroactively pay these fees and like fill out a permit and they get their setbacks measured, and then if it turns out that, and then maybe there's a small fine tacked onto it for having to do it all retroactively. And if they do all of that stuff, then like water under the bridge, or if they're in the setback, then we have to deal with it.
Here's the
There's a
problem.
lot more to it.
Yeah, there's a lot more. There always is. It's not just what you see on. As Lonnie confirms, this property is, a non-conforming.
It's not able to be conforming, the original building is super old,
We
and the
can't,
creek goes right through.
we can't issue a permit.
Okay.
So
They shouldn't have-
that's where things get real muddy. We can't issue the permit.
Are we asking them to tear it down?
Well, doesn't it have to go to the Board of Adjustment if they wanted
The
to?
Board of Adjustments would say, I'm not gonna approve this because it's a non-conforming use. And, you continue the use by doing what you did, and we would recommend to the board. Actually, our recommendations don't go to the board, it's only plan commission. We're gonna deny the permit.
I would disagree a little because the Board of Adjustment is specifically for non-conforming properties. That's what they go and try to remedy. So,
But the code reads, state law reads, you cannot, if someone creates the nonconformity, you can't approve it.
right,
And that's exactly what he did.
it's borderline for me, just because the building was there and they adjusted the use of the building. But
He
you guys
enlarged
know the
it.
codes more than I do, so
He enlarged the building.
he enlarged it.
Well, I thought it was already declared a non-conforming use, meaning that you could live in it, you could use it, but you can't actually conform it.
You can't
You
expand
can't expand it, you
the
can't,
non-conformity.
because it's already out in all of the right of way.
So they enlarged the shed? Is that
Yeah.
what we're
I didn't
saying?
know there was a shed there.
It's like, it's like.
I was using it as a storage for bigger.
I'm not for sure. I
It
can't-
was just storage for years and years and
It's worth a
years.
shot.
It actually was where the first electrical generator was for the town.
I was in there like 4 years ago helping Heather put solar panels in there.
So anyway, yeah,
The old generator, but
I would go for that myself.
Starting with the letter and then moving forward from there and seeing what.
Yep.
Pretty much their way to remedy it is to do a building permit application and see. if-
Don't take any money though.
But don't take any money,
I wouldn't take any money.
and then if it's not, then you ask them to remove it.
Yeah, if they request a permit, they need to know that when they fill it out and drop it off, it has to have all your company documents to it. And that's, I believe, if you read the code, they're supposed to have an improvement certificate that shows the existing building, all the improvements on the property before another permit can be issued. And that'll prove the nonconformity of it.
Or we have a place to start.
Yeah.
Right there.
so is that all on your reports, or are you feeling? Do you have
I'm
more?
doing my,
You're
I'm
good.
doing a verbal report.
I know, but do you have more, or are you?
That was the question. Are you done?
Oh, I'm, yeah, yeah, I'm pretty much good, yeah, that's it.
Okay, so right now, the code, that also merged into code compliance, but, planning commission report, I'm gonna just, you wanna give it?
Sure.
I know, it's getting long, I'm getting tired.
Planning commission, we met. This past Monday and reviewed an application from Angie Jensen. She lives in block, or she's not live, she owns block 13, lots 1, 2, and 3. And it's in the low residential zoning area. Essentially, they were asking to build a tiny home. The plans are there. In the upper left portion of lot 1. Ultimately decided not to approve this application based on a number of factors. One was that it is in the wetlands area and is in the floodplain area, and they're applying to build a house not 12 feet from the bank of the creek. Some issues that I had with it were they have their setback for the front door, facing the creek. I don't know that. I don't know that the setback work like that, like can your front door setback of 20 feet be 12 feet from the creek area? Even if it's 20 feet from the edge of their property. There is also issue with the whole lot area. You need about half an acre to build in that zoning area. And I believe it has to be like contiguous buildable land, not just a half acre altogether of land. I think the creek running through the middle of that takes away a lot of their buildable area. So I didn't feel comfortable passing it on those fronts, essentially.
Yeah,
Approving it.
my thing is, why are they picking this one little pie piece?
Well, the other area is a big.
When this
flood.
whole
That is-
area, but they would have to hook into the sewer and
I
water.
can't,
Well, the thing is, you've got water on one side and you've got sewer on the other. So you can't just, there's lots of issues, and I'll just have to say, I think Dennis pointed out about 7 issues with their permitting that if you want me to go over it, I'd be happy to.
I just didn't feel comfortable approving it based on these issues. I feel like it leaves us with a lot of liability for town. We didn't see surveys of that land. There was nothing presented to us that shows that like it's ecologically viable to build there. We didn't see like plumbing or electrical.
There was no.
No
detail.
engineering was submitted for the extension of the
on
town
the
sanitary
survey
sewer.
itself. They just, in my mind, did not submit a full plan.
It's a low density, they only have enough acreage anyway for.
They
to build.
don't.
And then it's a flood zone,
And
and
it's a
then
flood
so many
And
issues,
they
yeah.
didn't issue any engineering for flood zone hazard reduction, that's gonna have to be an engineering plan. There's many things that were.
They pretty much violated the whole code.
They made, yeah,
And they
we
essentially
talked to these
told us-
people for about a year and we kept telling them, I don't think you're gonna be able to get it done. I mean, we've been really
No, there
nice
was no
and
secret.
helpful, and it was like, this is what we were presented with, and it was just.
And just for clarification purposes, they can play around with the front door wherever they want. The setback comes from the street. That's the front setback. It's not where the door's at.
Yeah, right.
They were
That was
told-
their argument.
Isn't the front setback supposed to be where parking?
Right, and I think it
is?
showed
So they
10
have
feet
your
if I
parking
recall.
in one area, but the setback on the other side also didn't make, or it's not the setback,
I guess-
the front door facing the opposite direction. Didn't make sense either.
They were trying to say that was not the front, yeah.
Casey pretty much said himself that they didn't wanna spend more money doing the things that I've mentioned or proving those things because they don't wanna put more money into this property to be told and no. But to not have those things just puts the liability in my mind on the town. If that house washes away into someone else's property, then I feel like that would leave the responsibility on us because
That would-
we.
I think at this point, they should consult their attorney and they should consult an accountant on what the best use of that property would be right now.
Agree, and if they, at this point, now they've gone through the planning commission, they can go to they can request a variance from the Board of Adjustment. It's also why I brought up that we need a fifth person. I haven't heard anything from them on that front, but.
They said they would.
Am I saying-
contact them.
Am I seeing plenty of
They
buildings
said they would contact.
On the other side?
on the other side?
No, the other side has actually got
It's-
multiple flood zone. It's got, Granite Street comes down, it's a big flood. Got flood damage every
Is
year.
it an alluvial fan there?
So they've got a town lot
Loyal.
that's totally useless.
It's essentially an unbuildable lot, and I do
She
feel
bought it site.
for the person, I empathize with them, but if they had. Like called the town hall and asked about this lot, someone, it probably wouldn't have been me, because it was before me that this even
Oh, they were
started.
told to go.
Yeah.
But someone would have told them that you probably wouldn't want to buy this particular lot based on a number of things, just even the fact of needing like a sewer or water extension that they would have to pay for themselves.
They called us last year and said, oh, we bought this property, what's the deal with the sewer and the water? And I'm like, well, here's the deal and.
The sewer and the water go across the creek or something?
No, you got sewer on one side.
Sewer on
water
this side, sewer on this
sewer
side.
there's-
Over here, and water over here in the creek.
So,
So the water goes across.
and I said, well, the only way you can do
It's just down
that
here, you
is
have
to,
Bring it in,
is to pull either sewer or water under the creek. And I said, that, I don't think anybody would.
like all the way over here.
But their house is across the creek.
Yeah, and there's only sewer over there.
Yeah,
Now, you don't have to have water,
right.
but
And that's what I told
sometimes
them.
you're gonna get water on the creek.
Can I go home
Yeah, I make a motion to adjourn.
now? I second,
Yeah,
oh, wait a minute.
More discussion?
there was, no correspondence, okay, now you can make a motion to adjourn. Is there a second?
It's still-
I second.
All in favor? Good job, Greg. 5:20. 5:20 in.
I knew for Ryan, you said it.
I wanted it to be true, I'm practicing on manifesting. I gotta keep practicing.
This is